Good morning. Welcome to ICESI. We are delighted to host. I have an echo, maybe. Okay. To host this event today, which is part of the summer school that the University of Chicago and Georgetown have so graciously allowed us to host at ICESI, and which has been a delight. I have Georgetown have so graciously allowed us to host at ICESI, and which has been a delight. I have. For if I speak too quickly, you have a second chance. No. If I speak too quickly, you have a second chance. No. A second chance. No. Can you hear me okay? Are we? We're streaming. That's more complicated. Can you hear me okay? Are we? I think we're being spied on.
Hola, hola, hola.
There we go. Okay. So, welcome again. We are delighted to see you in this auditorium, and to those of us who are following via streaming, a warm welcome to you. We are very happy that you are interested in this very, I think, relevant agenda that we're going to share with you today. I think I can safely say that we have never had, in the history of ICESI, in our 47 years, such a distinguished group of professors at our university. So Professor Durlov, Professor Atanasio, Professor Fella, Professor Werner in particular, but also our friends from Universidad de los Andes and other universities. Thank you so much for coming to Cali in interesting times and for spending this week with us. We had, thanks to the Stone Center for Research on Wealth, Inequality, and Mobility, make sure I get everything right, of the University of Chicago, and to the Americas Institute of Georgetown, as well as the Banco de la República de Colombia, who have been our partners in the summer school and then in this international conference. We've had discussions with more than 40 researchers from all over the hemisphere and some European researchers on very, very relevant and important subjects for Colombia and the world, such as inequality, meritocracy, and social mobility. Relevant and important subjects for Colombia and the world, such as inequality, meritocracy, and social mobility. We have great redundancy here. So there's been classes and conferences and presentation of student papers in the first 3 days, and now we have this conference which is open to the public. It's called Who Gets Ahead and Why? Inequality, Meritocracy, and Social Mobility in the Americas. As you probably know, at least the southern half of the Americas is one of the most unequal, or hosts many of the most unequal societies in the world, and also societies where social mobility is pretty restricted. I like to believe that is changing with universities such as this one, high quality private universities that make a big effort to attract students from all sorts of backgrounds. And today, more than 60% of our students in what is Cali's most expensive university are from poor and underprivileged backgrounds. So I think that's our main contribution to some of the issues being discussed today. But these are fascinating questions. I had the opportunity of listening to certain professors talking about the history of inequality in Latin America and how strongly or robustly or not it translates to our inequalities today. I also had the privilege of speaking with Professor Durlov about meritocracy and some very interesting ideas he has about meritocracy, disruptive to me, and no, forward-looking meritocracy, not only retrospective meritocracy, which I think for very hierarchical, class-based, unequal societies as ours is a much more productive way of looking at how we organize our society, no? Looking forward rather than only looking to history, which we, of course, have to look to. So as I tell you, we have, well, I should also say, well, I recognize Professor Atanasio, Professor Chang of Indiana University. Delighted to have you here. Professor Vela, I already acknowledged. Professor Durlov, Juliana Jaramillo, del Banco de la República. Juliana, welcome to Cali and to ICESI. Alexander Monge Naranjo of the European University Institute, if my eyes are not failing me. Mauricio Busolo, who is known mostly for being the husband of Denise Janovich, who made this possible. Denise is our Caleña Trojan horse in academia in America, and she made the miracle of bringing these very distinguished guests and this very interesting seminar and summer school and conference to Cali and to ICESI. So thank you, Denise. And Andres Alvarez as well, who I had the privilege of listening to on the first day of the event, and who I now know is also Caleño and the brother of someone I know well. A special acknowledgement as well to Blanca and all the team in the university that has helped us organize this, promote it, and hopefully made you feel at home, because this is also, he says, is your home in Cali. We will always very warmly welcome you here. So if you're ever in this neck of the woods, please come by and say hi, and maybe we'll arrange a speaking opportunity for you as well, because our students love to hear from smart people who are on the frontier of knowledge in subjects such as this. So welcome all again. It is really a delight and a privilege for a university to host this conference and the summer school, and I hope it is well, as exciting to all of you as it is to me. Thank you very much.
So let me, thanks, Esteban. It's an honor and it's a pleasure to be here and to see so many students and so many people interested in this topic. Let me say, on behalf of Georgetown University, I want to express, the solidarity with the people and the city of Cali. It's amazing to see how things are coming back to normal activity and how rapidly, the city has, at the same time that you're rebuilding, that you're helping the families that went through the earthquake, you're going back to normal activity as something that coming from outside you wouldn't expect. It's actually extremely nice to be able to be here and see what's going on and see how the city is coming back to life and activity, etc. At the same time that they're showing solidarity to those that have gone through a very difficult time and are still going through extremely difficult times, and the challenges ahead of you are impressive. And I think it links to this conference. I think, we saw a paper in which, obviously natural disasters are a discrete event that eventually might have long-term consequences for inequality, poverty, etc. And I think one of the challenges of the city and of the country is to try to avoid and to minimize those situations. So we at Georgetown are extremely happy to be here to be part of this academic exercise that started with a course on Monday, a 3-day course with a lot of students of these topics from Latin America and all the experts that Esteban mentioned, and now we're finalizing with these open conferences on how to foster social mobility in an equal society. It's organized by ICESI, by the Stone Center on Wealth Inequality and Mobility and Youth Chicago, headed by Professor Stephen Durloff, and the Georgetown Americas Institute. As Esteban mentioned, obviously, after a decade of important achievements in eradicating poverty and improving income equality in Latin America, in the last decade, things have come to a little bit of a standstill. So there's a big challenge of resuming a process of improving equality, and also, improving social mobility. That is another front in which Latin America ranks extremely poorly for some of the reasons that Esteban was mentioning. Also, looking forward to the big technological changes that societies are going to face. I think it's an extra challenge for Latin American societies on how to deal with the disruptive effects of technological change and the potential, benefits, but also negative shocks to the social dimension. No? So I think this conference couldn't be more timely. We will see how the academic committee put together a great program with papers that present important methodological contributions, but also cover a wide array of topics on how institutional, social, demographical, educational, and other policy issues impact mobility and inequality in different parts of the world, and also in Latin America. So finally, I want to thank Esteban, Piedrahita, and Blanca Zuliaga and all their team for putting a splendid week of courses, and today the conference. Stephen Durloff, Nina Gray, and Kate and Grace Colabo from being great partners in putting this together. I think the first Zooms that we had together, sometimes I guess the same thing happened on your side. You said, well, this is not going to happen. But we're here, and it's happening, and I think it was extremely good. I think from 10 of those Zooms that you have, 9 do not materialize in anything, and this thing actually materialized in something extremely good. So I'm very happy for that. El Banco de la República and Esteban Carranza here was also a great partner. On our side, Denise and Kate from the Georgetown Americas Institute did a great job in cajoling everybody to actually have a great week. Finally, I want to thank Frank Vela and Steve for thinking of bringing this project back to Latin America, thinking of Georgetown Americas Institute to be your partner, and as Esteban said, Denise for bringing it to Cali. No, it's your Trojan horse, but it's a very intense Trojan horse. So it's her responsibility that we're here today. So thank you very much.
Well, it's wonderful to be here, and so the most important thing is to thank all of you for participating. I do have to point out that I got an email from Juan Esteban Carranza, who I've known for many decades, since we were colleagues at Wisconsin, that it was obligatory to wear ties at Columbian events. So we can take that up at the end. What I want to say seriously is that I could not be more grateful for the hospitality and the intellectual interactions. We often think about communities, and much of the research we do is in terms of a city or a province, a state, or a country. But there's other divisions that are fundamental in thinking about our identities. And for scholars, it is the international community of researchers and scientists. And what has happened here is just one more demonstration of the vitality of Latin American economics. What I benefited, speaking for I think I can speak on behalf of everybody who's participated, is things are going great here in terms not only of the research that's being done, the expansion of the domain of economic science to account for the entire world as opposed to a particular country in North America that has control of academic journals, but maybe most importantly, the international community of graduate students, the next generation of scholars. What was thrilling for me in the last 3 days was to meet so many outstanding young scholars that represent the next generation of social scientists. And furthermore, if you just think about the research of any individual such as myself, the fundamental divisions intellectually, one division is I want to know about something in the United States, but a different is to try to understand phenomena. What is the nature of wealth inequality? That's the basis of the Stone Foundation's investments in the centers. How do we think about the relationship between the amelioration of types of inequality and yet the preservation of innovation and economic growth? Because after all, we do have more than one objective in any society. The essential thing is that this is a frontier of the science, a frontier of understanding inequality as a world phenomena, and it's a frontier in what's going to produce the next generation of scholars. So thank you all.
Welcome, everyone. I'll be introducing all our speakers. Just a few logistical announcements. We are running a little bit late, so we are going to have presenters do 30 minutes presentations and then 10 minutes for questions. And we'll run a microphone in the audience, whoever wants to ask questions, because we're streaming this live and we need to capture your questions. So to begin with, if you want to plug in your presentation there. It's my pleasure to introduce Alexander Monge Naranjo. He is the Vice President and Senior Economist at the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta. He holds a PhD in economics from the University of Chicago and an MSc in economics from the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, and a BA in economics from the Universidad de Costa Rica. He has held professorships at the European University Institute, Washington University in St. Louis, Northwestern University, and Penn State University, and was previously a research officer at the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. He has numerous publications in very prestigious journals. I encourage you to look at his bio that is linked on the webpage of the conference, because I do not want to take much of your time. So thank you for being here and traveling to be with us today.
Can I use this one or? No, that has an echo. Okay. Well, it's wonderful to be here. I got lost and Laura somewhere here saved me and brought me here because I went to the other room. I want to start thanking the organizers for thinking of me and including me. Oh, okay. But, the presentation will be in English, but quiero expresar mi solidaridad con el pueblo colombiano y en particular con el pueblo caleño por las vicisitudes y las dificultades. Y sé que es un esfuerzo adicional organizar esta conferencia en tiempos de dificultad. Yo en lo particular me siento muy identificado. Costa Rica, mi pueblo natal, es muy parecido en muchas cosas a Colombia y en particular a Cali. Estaba hasta compartiendo anécdotas y formas de expresarnos el vernacular muy, muy parecido. Así que más que un sentimiento de solidaridad, es un sentimiento de hermandad. Okay, back to English. This paper, I'm going to switch gears. Originally, I was going to talk about the Malthus to Malthus paper, which basically reflects the demographic transitions in some developing countries might not be following the path of developed countries. In particular, the reductions in fertility may be not aligned with an increase in investments in education, which is a serious topic because at the end of the day, that's going to lead to old, uneducated populations, which unfortunately would be a task that we have to be dealing with. But I covered that paper in the summer institute. So what I'm going to cover here is a follow-up of also a paper that I presented, which was the empirical facts and some interesting patterns about intergenerational education mobility across the developed world. So what is going to be the focus of this presentation is on a quantitative model. And let me just give you what is the context. I think there is wonderful and insightful results that we can get from empirical work, trying to understand the different trade-offs at the individual level and potential gains of individual interventions. But I think when we think about developing of countries, it is a gigantic task to understand how we can scale up, and what are the challenges in terms of expansion of some of these programs that will end up taking a macro perspective. This paper is not about Latin America. We are going to have one paper, one country in Brazil. But one thing that I would like to exhort is like the methods or the model that I'm going to display here can easily be applied to countries in Latin America. I will look forward to collaborate with whoever comes with the data that might be required to do some of the tasks. This is joint work with my co-authors from the Freie University in Berlin, Nicolas Sirisha, and my almost colleague at the EUI, because I hired him, but then I left, Alex Ludwig. Needless to say, these are difficult times, institutionally speaking, in the US. Whatever I say is on my behalf. It doesn't involve anything from my employer. So this paper is one of a part of the sequence of obsessions which conform my research agenda, which is trying to understand the developing countries and one particular aspect, which I really believe that we cannot really understand the aggregate dynamics of a country unless we understand what's going on inside the country. So if we abstract and we put a representative agent for each of the countries, we may be losing a lot of important information because a lot of the development may be coming not necessarily from the high end of the skill distribution, but also from the middle and certainly from the bottom. And the paper here is going to emphasize what are the trade-offs, decisions, and outcomes of individuals that are really at the bottom of the skill distribution. The paper is going to focus on data from African countries. There is going to be an Asian country, and in principle, this is also a work in progress because we're trying to expand with at least 4 more other countries. But today, where I want to emphasize is that when you come to a developing country, like this one, you will see pockets of poverty. The airport, one of the advantages of the airport to be really far away from here is that you get to see the cross-section of the city. And if you are chatty enough with the driver, then he's going to describe the different places, which parts got affected, which parts were not. And then we come here, which is a wonderful place. And I don't feel guilty. If you close your eyes and you open it can be, this room could be in Europe. It could be easily in Italy. And I don't think the UI has a place like this, perhaps Bocconi. I have not been in Bocconi in quite some time. But in the US, so this is a first world place. And by interaction and my conversations with the different students here, you can see this is a first world institution. This is a place of opportunities. And this is embedded in regions that there is with a lot of deprivation. And this is not a Colombian problem. This is a feature of Costa Rica, this is a feature of Brazil, this is a feature of many countries. So the aspect that I want to emphasize here, because that's the data that we have, is that the countries like ours are characterized by, and also the US and many others, are characterized by not an homogeneous set of opportunities to which different individuals coming from the different backgrounds have access to and move up or down. It's a place where there is a lot of dispersion. It really matters what is the entorno, what is the neighborhood or the place where you are growing up. And in particular, when we want to think about the dynamics of really poor countries, we really have to go down and say, okay, what are the low education parents doing? And in particular, in rural and marginal urban areas. As I say, this is part of I have another paper that looks at the slums of Brazil and discuss, and I presented to you some of the highlights. But at the end of the day, we want to understand why is it that parents locate themselves in the different locations. And as I was highlighting, these decisions are driven essentially by 2, you can have different layers and so on and so forth, main considerations. What are my labor markets or my economic opportunities as an adult to extract income and make a living out of my skills or my investment opportunities? But also, what are the investment and in human capital and education opportunities that my children will have? And these micro decisions we're going to shape up the aggregate outcomes. Okay, so what I want to understand is what is using a general equilibrium quantitative model. I want to understand how households are allocated across the different pockets, some of them with low opportunity and some of them with high opportunity, thinking of this as decisions and equilibrium. I'm not saying efficiency. I'm not saying meritocracy. I'm just saying that equilibrium in the economic sense, in which there is individual rational decisions, in the sense that despite the decisions being dire or bad, that some households don't have really good opportunities, they're going to choose the least bad from the point of view, and sometimes making a trade-off between their own labor market opportunities and the education opportunities of the children. Once you start thinking about that, it's like, okay, why is it that you have these pockets of poverty? Why is it that people decide to go there, or somehow, once they are there, they remain there? And there are two possibilities. They are there because there is a trade-off. This is really bad for my labor market, but good for education options. Or there is, it's just that I am blocked. Whatever is it that is driving these pockets of deprivation and poverty is going to be really important. There are two possibilities. One is that families have a trade-off. I have to go to, say, Atlanta because I have a really nice labor market opportunity, despite the fact that I'm sacrificing education opportunities of my children. That's not my case. But that could be my case. An alternative is that some household has to go to a really deprived area because I am blocked to move to the other place. The cost in terms of efficiency and labor market opportunity and meritocracy and so on and so forth could be quite different in these two states of the world. If it's because families are facing a trade-off, then it's really sad, and you have to see why is it that the education opportunities and labor market opportunities for the two generations are in negative alignment. But if it's because of a barrier, the notion of aggregate costs that we normally measure, like CIE and Moretti and others, will really underestimate the social cost of those barriers. Why? Because not only you're reducing the productivity of households currently, the labor market opportunity of the current adults, but also the present value of all the skill accumulation that you are sacrificing the households. And I want to emphasize that this is an important part, that these trade-offs between efficiency and inequality might be there, but might not be there. Now, when we want to move from estimating, like we did in the empirical paper, estimating these differences across the different regions and try to see whether they are causal, whether we can say that this selection or is a treatment effect of the different regions and so on and so forth, which are worth, I mean, I'm writing a paper about that, which are worth entertaining. Then the next question is, okay, you have these big inequalities, you have children of similar parents growing up in different regions having very different outcomes. Why is that? What will be the potential scope of policy? What are the inefficiencies that are out there? How we operationalize that? And in that, I put my macro personality or identity hat and, you know, roll my sleeves, which are already rolled, and write a model and try to find ways to discipline the model with some quantitative data. This is a exotic adventure because somehow, especially for developing countries, you will have to do anthropological work or archaeological work, if you wish. At the level of the model, one thing that even before starting in Chicago, I was not afraid of models, and I still am not. When there is a way, when there is a will, there is a way. But I think it's at the front of how we think about any policy counterfactual or trying to see how the world, how Colombia could be different if something happened, natural disaster or policy intervention, so on and so forth. You have to think, okay, well, that will be a reaccumulation of individuals across locations, and that will be then a reconfiguration of the opportunities, and therefore, with the trade-offs back and forth, there will be a change of the perspective of the demographics of the country, and therefore of its development. There are three levels that a model could be useful, because as people in a counterfactual exercise, move across the different locations or opportunities, at the aggregate level, there is going to be a reaction. If I say, okay, let's imagine this wonderful university, you say, why we don't open up access to all the other less advantageous members of the society to come and study here? Well, that will have an impact on the quality of education that this institution can provide because of peer effects, because the population might not be the same, and there could be some interesting issues about that. So I want to emphasize that when we think about these general equilibrium models, we have to incorporate curvature in the sense that there is a reaction across the different regions in terms of housing and amenities. Of course, this has been very well studied. If you've increased the density in the better regions, housing costs are going to start spiking up, and that will act as a barrier to entry to those opportunities. That will lead to some selection. More importantly, and this follows on my work in Brazil, when we think about the education opportunities of the different regions, there are two obvious factors that come up. One is the peer effects. Who lives there determines the quality of education opportunities, the exposure to knowledge, the exposure of other learning opportunities that different households provide to their children. The other one could be some exogenous education opportunities. It could be that rural areas don't really have the quality of the teachers or the design of the education or other infrastructural problems. That's different than the peer effects. And what we try to provide within the context of the model is an identification strategy to separate these two things. And last and not least, and this is more macro standard, is that there will be agglomeration in production. If we have big chunks of the population moving from rural areas to urban areas, the marginal product of the different workers is going to go down or up, depending on the complementarities, and so on and so forth, and that will change. One aspect that I want to emphasize is that simply having the structure of the model in place is not enough, because you have to have ways to discipline the parameters, right? And that's the quixotic part of this exercise. Let me very quickly emphasize, and at the lecture, I went over to some extent with empirical papers, and given this is a course, I would have loved to have a quiz, but we don't have time for that. But remember, the data basically highlighted that within countries, inequalities is an important fraction. It's not half and half. In Latin America, it's more. So if you look at cross-country, cross regions, the cross-country aspect in terms of upward mobility is a big component. But within country, differences in upward mobility is significant at the municipal or at district level. We also argue that these effects are causal. We also argue that downward mobility is a big component. And also we argue that there is great Gatsby curves. What we're gonna do here is try to put more structure, use a different data set, and try to see how geographic barriers and local opportunities not only shape up the differences across the regions, but also shape up the mobility of individuals across regions. I was talking with David, I myself, and others. We have recent experiences, or our own experience in our family tree of movement from one region to another, partly motivated by the education opportunity of the children. So we're going to have a very simple, and I know time is an enemy. I'm not used to have this structure of 30 minutes and then questions. I'm more used to getting the blows as I talk. So I'll try to manage the time, but we think of a very standard overlapping generations. So there is an old and there is a young. Most of the decision of the individuals are when they are old. So when you are in this model, when you are children, you are a pet, you're taking to places. But then the outcomes of those the decisions are on you, and then you are the one in the driver's seat, and life goes on. Okay, so it's a simple structure. The focus is not on intragenerational intragenerational mobility, it's intergenerational mobility. Families choose locations based on labor market opportunities, housing, mobility, on sorts of wages. And we're gonna, in the data, we're gonna, in principle, we can classify types of regions by many different aspects. Rural and urban is what we're gonna do. If we have data, it could be Christian versus Muslims, or Hindu versus Muslims, depending on the application. You can have ethnic differences and so on and so forth. It's just that the data starts becoming sparse. So anyone with diverse, with richer data will be welcome to come. So we're gonna focus on 8 economies, really poor African countries. We're gonna add Brazil and Indonesia. And what we're gonna use this model once, I mean, this is work in progress, and I think we have progressed quite a bit since last time I presented it in Kenya 6 or 7 months ago. We're gonna use some counterfactuals. Here are the facts, no time. So one thing that, okay, we want to create a model and want to think about these different variations. You have to be, okay, from these facts, how we can inform the model and also the structure of the parameter, of the exogenous variables and so on and so forth. And I'll try to show you what we do. So the model is standard. Discrete time, I'm gonna abstract from fertility, which is the subject of the paper that I was gonna present here originally, but so everyone reproduces exogenously, 1-to-1. There are L locations, so you have, we saw the maps of Colombia, so you have many, many locations, and the locations come in 2 types, on 2 milieus, rural and urban. And these differences, again, if you look at the history of some education opportunities are simply not available. If you look at rural regions in some of the countries, they just don't have universities, and some of them don't have high school. Okay, gracias. The emphasis is in finding the education and labor market skills. So, but these are really countries that are behind, that are at the bottom of the skill distribution. So we're gonna focus on very basic level of educations. 0 will be someone who has primary, incomplete, or less. So that will include quite a bit of the population in Burkina Faso, and Benin, and some of these countries. 1 would be someone who had finished primary school, but had not finished secondary school. And 2 would be secondary school complete or beyond. So we're not talking about whether kids have PhDs or masters or different STEM versus non-STEM. It's very rough. And we want to see what are the progression of the dynasties over time across these very different groups. If we were thinking about the US, this will not be the relevant. Probably if we want to think about Latin America or Colombia, we will want to go beyond this category and perhaps eliminating the group 0. And then we want to think about how the cross-section distribution of people across skills and across locations are evolving over time. So this is a model that is going to be talking about urbanization, but also skill acquisition across these countries over generational time. So we're thinking about 20, 30 years. Individuals, this is economic model, so I have to say what are the choices. The individuals are going to observe their education. So I observe my education when I'm an adult, and I just cannot do much about it. And I observe the labor market opportunities and education opportunities of all the regions. And then I choose whether I stay or whether I move. Moving is costly. It has costs and benefits. And individuals are going to know what will be the potential attained utility that they get across the different locations. Now, one thing that the model incorporates is that when I, as an adult, choose a location, I know what the consequences for me are and what are the potential opportunities for my children are. That is, in the model, I can compute what is the attaining probabilities or the transition probabilities in terms of education. But moreover, given the skill that the expected skills that these individuals have, what are the chances that they are going to move up? And one key factor that you see is that in the data here, and I'm pretty sure that is more general, the more skilled the individual is, the more likely is it that it's going to move. If we look at people here, and it's been a pleasure to see people from Peru, from Brazil, from all over the place, this is not a surprise. We're talking about PhD students or PhDs. We are very mobile. People with low skill, they are much less mobile. And this is something that you see in these countries. So one aspect of education attainment is that will increase the mobility of the individuals. So that's, in a way, it's like a second order, an important second order of education. So this is internalized by, I don't know if you ask my parents that when they decided to move from the coffee region to San Jose, that will lead their children to move all over the place. I don't know whether they knew that, but perhaps they did. That if they had decided that they didn't want to push for our education, we would be more likely to remain in the coffee plantations of our families. The household problem, it has quite a bit of parameters. So we have Epstein-Seen type of preferences. This is more general than what I'm showing here. Because, but we think at the time when I decide whether to move to a region, I not only look at the average earnings that a poor person earns in the different region, but I see whether there is dispersion. So, and we add this risk parameter that basically incorporates some of all ideas of Harris, Todaro, and so on and so forth. So the model accounts for the fact that, yeah, I'm a poor person that lives in the rural area. If I go to the urban area, yeah, the average income is high, but there is a big dispersion. So I'm penalizing also for the risks. And in the implementation of the model, we're going to have a partial, imperfect altruism in the sense that individuals care about their consumption as an adult and their expected consumption of their children, nothing about the grandchildren and so on and so forth. We could incorporate those decisions and have a full-blown altruistic Bellman equation. We're just not doing this for reasons that I can explain later. So these are the certain equivalents. As I said, we are correcting and we are informing from the data. Not only the risk is informed by the cross-section earnings distribution across the earnings of individuals of a given education attainment in each of the locations, and then the individuals decide whether I move, and then some of them are lucky, some of them are unlucky. They internalize the cost of housing. We have data for that. And we have, as I said, a bunch of parameters. Some of them are externally calibrated from my previous work in Brazil. Some of them are internally calibrated. Now, there are two key transition functions that we feed the model in. Don't show me that. 15? We're moving in the opposite direction. So let me show you the two key transitions. Education transitions. So we had multiple ways to think about this. We implemented the following. The transition probability, the education probability of each children depends on the parents. So if I'm a highly educated, my children will be with high probability highly educated. But also depends on the region. If I live in a region where everyone is highly educated, I want to incorporate the possibility that that will also have a direct effect. So that's the neighborhood and the effect. Now, who lives in each of the regions is an endogenous outcome. So whatever we do to the economy is going to affect this region, the composition of the region. But there are aspects that might be exogenous. So what we do is try to identify differences across similar milieus from different regions. So if you have a rural area in Colombia and another rural area in Colombia, we can observe differences in the education attainment of children from similar parents in these regions, that if we can measure who lives in the different regions, we can isolate these differences that accrue from the composition of the population. And given that there is the similar type of education, we can try to identify the factors of the milieu. And we do this country by country if we can. And the baseline is what happens if the education advantages. So there are two effects. There are parameters A, B, and G. are essentially how these transition probabilities get affected by location and education relative to the baseline of getting 0. But also the endogenous components, it would be within the same milieu, what is the fraction of people with secondary education, what is the fraction of people with primary education, and the rest, of course, is the fraction of people with 0 education. And that will account for the dispersion of across the different regions and across the different types. This is a very tractable model, leads to tons of parameters, but they are coming up with the data. The second component comes from the information that we get from where people are moving. Because if you look at in Africa, and if you look in the past region, and the same happens in Latin America, there has been a lot of movement. People are not stuck in rural areas. They are not stuck in the poor urban areas. You see moving. And these movements should be, from the lens of the model, informed by the potential education opportunities that the individuals have. Of course, in the model, there is extreme value distribution that provides the closed form solution for these distributions. And then we have a structural equation that basically said we can look at the transitions that will be explained by what is the attainable utility minus some observable factors. And these observable factors will account for the differences in the transitions, and they are skill dependent. So if I observe that from region 1, a lot of people go to the capital, then we move up there. So the model involves also specifying, okay, there are regions and there are education opportunities, which I just explained. The last part is, okay, I observe differences in wages, differences in incomes, where they are coming from. Why is it that the rich people don't go to the rich regions? We're following up on the literature of spatial development, and basically said the production inside the region is driven by who lives in the region, a production function, who lives in the region, not only the quantity but the quality, because there is curvature, but there are two productivity components. One is there could be a place that is just greatly productive for everyone. That's a Higgs neutral component that makes all the workers highly productive. But there is another component, F, and the component F determines how how skill bias different regions are. So it could be that you go to a city, you go to Bogota, and it's highly productive if you have college education. So poor people may not want to go to highly paid wages because it's great if you are well educated, but not if you're not well educated. So, and then we discipline the model because we observe wages, absolute wages across regions, and the skill premia across the regions. And from these two factors, we can infer the two productivity factors. Then there is a lot of work in doing the calibration. Some of that is like everyone who has done quantitative work, you have to make choices and you have to make some approximations. But basically, let me steal 2 minutes for my questions and answers, just to show what you get. So you can, one thing that we really like is that we can identify from the model these mobility components, how distance and education matters for why individuals are moving to opportunity for their children and for the labor market. Okay, and once we have the model, we can say, okay, how will these different countries, if all these parameters are constant and we let this population move, all of these countries are moving. The model predicts that in sample and also projects that all these poor countries are becoming more urban and are becoming richer, that there is a movement upward. We can say that it may take too long, but these countries, even Burkina Faso, well, I don't know Burkina Faso, but even Benin, but certainly Brazil, Indonesia, all these countries, even the status quo is going to mean that there's going to be urbanization, there is going to be an increase in education, okay? Now, when we want to say, okay, and here I want to highlight that the recovered factors in terms of productivities pose a non-trivial exercise, because in fact, these skill bias productivity components across the regions are really prominent. So if we want to say, okay, let's take all the poor people from the rural areas and move in the city, this is going to be an immiseration strategy, because you're moving a lot of people that don't have the skills, because the skill premium are not going to be. So it's not the case that you have highly productive regions and low productive regions. You have skill biased regions and not so skill biased regions, which makes any of the counterfactuals quite tricky. The model is validated because if you look at the Great Gatsby curves that I was showing, these were not targeted in the SMM. They reproduce fairly well. And the counterfactuals that I just want to say is that if we I don't have time to this. You know, initially you were told 45 minutes, and then you caught me 15 minutes. You can take 5 minutes of my time, so I just no. So these are the baseline paths. So let me just say, when we look at this policy, what policy interventions we can make? Housing. We can educate the rural areas. We can make the better schools in the rural areas, or can make better schools in the urban areas. We can reduce the immigration cost. We can do, I mean, once you have the model, and you convince some people that this model is of some use, at least it will give you some interesting perspectives of how complicated things are. It seems that if you improve housing gains, this is going, for the high opportunity regions, this is going to be beneficial for the high skill individuals. Great, you're gonna bring the smart people from the rural areas because they are gonna be able, more of them are going to be able to afford that. But it has a very complicated, because this model is full of externalities. You say, well, you're a Chicago guy. Yeah, who cares? I mean, at the end of the day, as even Bob Lucas said, if the issues need externalities, go and look for them. So here I am. So there is a lot of externalities. If you take the smart people from the rural areas to the urban areas, they're going to be better off. The people left behind are going to be really worse off because of the education opportunities and also the potential complementarity between high skill and low skill. So there is going to be quite a bit of challenges there. If you improve the schooling, if you just educate the rural areas, there is going to be also gains, but they are difficult to predict. And also migration cost is going to, as I said, because of these externalities, may end up leading to some extent. Now, the model predicts that some of these gains are going to be, complicated as they are going to be slow moving. It may take 2 or 3 generations to really appreciate the effect of the interventions. Why? Because they operate through education attainment, and this may take years. So I go back, if I had not moved from San Marcos de Tarrazú to San Jose, probably I will be, I think, a successful coffee grower. But no way in hell I will be talking about this stuff in front of. So, and that will have a consequence for me, of course, but they will also have a consequence. My son will not be studying physics. My daughter will not be moving into biology, so she says, and so on and so forth. These consequences are going to be long-lived. And what I want to emphasize is that if we want to think about the consequences of any policy interventions, easy or difficult, the implementation is always going to be difficult. You have to really look at the present value of the consequences of those. I have tons of things that I feel guilty that I wanted to say, but I didn't have a chance to. But otherwise, I'm going to be physically removed from here. So.
Okay, while I take the microphone to the person who is going to ask, I want to thank Germán Lambardi for all his help and agradecer a Silvia Fajardo por toda su ayuda. Okay.
So this skill bias productivity seems to be very important in driving all the results. Do you have any idea what could be micro foundation for that skill bias productivity across cities?
Yeah, we have multiple ways of thinking about this. One way, the simplest way, is try to go and proxy this for some technology or information technology or the structure composition of the regions. Alternative will be also R&D. I mean, Esteban Rossi has been pushing R&D as a part of there. To me, it's, I think, a little bit more far-fetched to think about R&D. It could be perhaps technology adoption. It could be some infrastructure. This will be the subject of a different paper. One possibility also is try to proxy with other, I mean, people doing development that do lights or do other measurement of infrastructure. But the notion is that there is some regions that are more productive, but this productivity is non-neutral, is driven or targeted to the higher skill. So that's, but yeah, there are multiple ways to think about this. In another paper also, you can think of task assignments, endogenously task assignments, and then depending on where you are going to produce, you're going to select certain type of workers, and they're not going to be that. This is, yeah, so that's one aspect that actually we have not dwelled too much in this paper. We just wanted to say, we want to account for these skill differences. But so one thing, however, I want to say, yeah, it's really, really important. And in fact, one of the variations, Esteban and others like to put agglomeration economies, but they put it in the neutral part. And I think the agglomeration economies might be in the non-neutral part, that how productive workers with low skill, the highest skill are not a function, it's not just a benefit for everyone. It could be just, so the quality of the students here is going to be reinforced by the quality of the students here, right? So that will be putting, and then if you do that, then it changes the picture. But then how I mean, publishing a paper or convincing the audience is a battle, and then we'll have to convince editors and referees that this is an enlightening and not just making up. Now, one thing that I want to say, it's a danger to have a rich model with a bunch of parameters without a discipline, because then we can say whatever is it that I want to say. So the model has tons of parameters, but we also have tons of data, and we are trying to be as careful as possible saying where these parameters come from. It might be that the functional forms that we are using might not be the most appealing, and we will have to defend that given the data, this is what we can do. But yeah, so unfortunately, I didn't have time to show, but there is some interesting patterns in terms of what happens if you change, if you do the policy ignoring the Fs, and it will be a much more pleasant set of results, because it means, okay, we have all these opportunities in these developing countries by just reshuffling people. But we don't believe so. I think development is much more challenging, and I think taking this task that is not just to move people from poor, backward regions into rich regions is going to make all of us happy. Deep down, I'm a Chicago guy. I know there is no free lunches, but there is some improvements possible. Oof. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there were other questions, but we are going to have a coffee break after this second presentation, so I encourage you to go up to the presenters and ask the questions during the coffee break. We have a very packed day, so I'm trying to keep it on time. So, yeah. And there's also going to be a lunch, yes, where you can ask questions for the professors. So, yeah, our next presenter is Francis Vela. He is Edmund V. Villani Professor of Economics in the Department of Economics at Georgetown University. which he joined in 2005. He holds a PhD in economics from the University of Rochester, an MSc in economics from the Australian National University, and a BSc in economics from the University of Sydney. He's a research fellow at IZA and at the Institute for Fiscal Studies, and his field is the development of an application of microeconometric methods, including selection models, panel data techniques, and semi-parametric estimation. He's published, like everyone who's going to be presenting today, in very prestigious journal. I encourage you to see his long bio on the webpage of the conference. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that. So let me just reiterate the thanks to the organizers and their various teams have done an extraordinary job. I mean, it's really great. It's really quite uplifting to look around and see so many people here. I should also say that repeating what I think what Alex said, and also what the previous speaker said, though I think he said it in Spanish, that I have a great deal of sense of solidarity and solidarity with and admiration for your community, for the way that you all bounce back. I noticed. I said yesterday when I was teaching that I was in. I came out of retirement to teach yesterday, and I also, for those who know me, and Russ, you're someone who's known me for a long time. He'll also know this is probably the first time he's ever seen me speak at a conference, right? And same with you. The reason is I don't really like to go to conferences. I don't particularly like getting up and speaking, though. Not from nerves. I just don't particularly enjoy all the interaction. And for those who know me, my modus operandi, unfortunately, is that people invite me to do things, and at the last minute, I always say yes, and at the last minute, I pull out. Right? And 2 weeks ago, when I got up and read the newspaper, I thought, well, at least this year, I don't have to look embarrassed by pulling out at the last minute. So, I mean, it's sort of impressive how things have gone ahead. And like I said, everyone has my admiration for the way your community has bounced back. Also, I just thank everybody for the remarkable hospitality. And again, I can't reiterate this. Look, a lot of I've sort of been in this business for a long time. I spent a lot of time organising events and things like that. I made this observation yesterday. Quite often at the end of them all, you think, well, was it all worth it, right? And I think, but today, right, it's obviously nice to see Orazio and see people that I've known for a long time. In fact, I've never met Steve until yesterday, which I think sort of illustrates just how low a profile I keep. But it's always extremely, I say this with all the greatest sincerity, it's always a really extremely uplifting to see the engagement of young scholars who are really, unlike the last speaker who's engaged with battles with the referees and the editors, and rightly so, right? It's great to see all these young people who are starting their careers with this idea that they're going to solve problems and make a contribution. So it's really great to be able to contribute to that. Now, look, it's always good to have me on the program because I always start late and I finish early, all right? And today won't be any exception, so I'm sure that we'll make up some of the time. That's why I was encouraging you to take some of my time. It wasn't out of generosity, it was just out of reality. All right, so this is a paper, I got to say, this again to illustrate my incompetence. Denise saved me a great deal of embarrassment because I got the overheads for my co-author, and he gave the talk in Lisbon a couple of weeks ago. So until 20 minutes ago, it said that I was in Lisbon on the 25th of June. So thank you for that. Okay, so this is a paper with Fernandez Val and Van Vuren, and it's on marital sorting and household inequality and selection. Right. So essentially, this paper is really an econometrics paper with innovative techniques, which I won't spend a lot of time getting into. If anyone's interested in the econometrics, I'm quite happy to send you the paper and explanations of it. Essentially, what the paper is about is what the impact is of selection on marital sorting. Right, so I think to motivate what the paper's about, there's obviously this really very extremely extensive literature on wage inequality, earnings inequality, and things like that. And frankly, a lot of it, some of it's kind of misguided in the sense that it frequently focuses on the individual, and then there's this issue about if you do focus on the individual, should you focus on their wage, should you focus on their earnings, or things like that. But the really thing which is the determinant of most people's welfare is the income of the unit, which is allocating the expenses across various things. So to me, it seemed like an obvious thing is rather than look at just like an individual, that you should look at household units in isolation, right? So if you could look at single people, unmarried people, or look at couples and look at married couples. So in this paper, we decided that what we would do was focus on married couples. And married couples who are working full time. Now, like I said, it's similar to the previous speaker. I mean, we have a lot in the paper, and I'm only going to talk about a very, very small amount of it. Though I'm fairly sure I'll be able to convey what the main message is about the paper. But for those of you who understand this literature or don't follow the literature, you all know that there's been like this really extremely substantial increase in wage inequality and income inequality. And sometimes people try to say, well, what does it do to, right? And I think that if you do look at the data, particularly if this is for the US, you look at the data in a very rigorous manner, you identify that really a lot for males and females all working a certain number of hours, the mean behavior hasn't changed that much, right? In terms of what happens to mean wages and stuff like that. Though over the last 30 or 40 years, as we know, we can see from looking at the US, there was a reduction in the median, right? So there was a substantial reduction in the median, which I think manifested itself in all this, the situation they have there politically now with this discontent. But at the same time, if the people at the bottom had been starting to do much worse, and the people at the top had started to do much better. But if you look at things like the returns to education and things like that, they hadn't really changed very much. The reality is that for all these units, if you were doing really well with high levels of education, you were doing extremely well. If you're doing badly with low levels of education, you were doing extremely badly. And this is because there's so much heterogeneity in returns to education. So that was what the starting point was, right? So then we started saying, well, okay, look, if that's what's going on for males and females individually, what happens if you look at household couples? If you put couples together, obviously, some people may think in the best case scenario, the richest man is marrying the poorest woman, and that's somewhat diminishing inequality. I mean, your intuition or even casual empiricism suggests that's not true, right? Alternatively, the richest man could be marrying the richest woman, and that could be exacerbating inequality, right? So the issue was what was going on in those two things. So that's what the paper is about. Now, if you look at the paper, what you find is that if you look at what we do is we define a measure by looking at people who are couples which are both married and working full time. We just say, look, let's define the household wage, right? So in other words, if everyone's working the same number of hours, you can say the value of the household time is just adding up the two wages together, right? It's a crude measure, right? But it's not sort of an unreasonable thing to do. So if we do that and look at how that measure has changed over time in terms of all these different measures of inequality that people like to use, like what is the ratio with the ninth decile over the first decile, or the third quartile over the first quartile? If you do all those kind of things, you do see that it has increased, right? Now, has it increased as much as the male one? It's not clear. Has it increased as much? The female one's is a little bit misleading, right? Because female wages, there's quite a big increase in female inequality in terms of wages. But if you look at female earnings, in fact, there is less inequality because there's been a really drastic increase in how much they work, right? So it's misleading to look at wages when you look at inequality for women. And also it is true that married women are somewhat different from unmarried women in respect to their earnings, but all these things are documented in the paper, so I won't try to get into, I won't try to repeat them here. So what we do is here we look at the people who are married between 20 and 65, both of them. FTFY means full-time, full year. And you can see there's actually quite a big increase, right? From 20% to 30% in what proportion of the data they make up. And the reason there's such a big increase is not because men are doing anything different, it's because women are doing everything different, right? So a lot more women over the period from 75 to 2025. A lot more of them are working full time. So then if you start looking at the men who are married to women. The question is, how has that changed the composition of men who have got married, who are married and have their wives working, right? So, and then of course what this paper is really about is the econometrics. And econometrics here is fairly ambitious, but I'll explain to you what it is. But I'll just put up these pictures because I think that these diagrams, some of these numbers are pretty striking. All right, so here is a table which says essentially what is the probability that a man in the various part of the distribution is marrying a woman, is married to a woman in another in a part of the distribution. Okay, so the top left corner, it says a man in the bottom decile of the wage distribution is married to a woman in the bottom decile of the female distribution. Now, those numbers, if there was complete random sorting, which of course there couldn't possibly be, right? Because obviously wages are correlated with age. So unless you had, you know, older men marrying younger women and vice versa randomly, or then you would get, you know, obviously that's going to induce some correlation straight away. But if it was complete random sorting, those numbers would all be 1, right? Those numbers would all be 1, okay? And so what can you see? Well, you can see, I mean, first of all, I think that this is actually fairly striking. The paper's not about this, right? But it is fairly striking. If you look at the very first column, there's a monotonic relationship between the probability of a man being married, in the bottom decile being married to a woman with increasing wages, right? So the most likely person, if you're a man in the bottom decile of the wage distribution, the person you're by far most likely to marry is a woman in the bottom decile of the wage distribution. And you can see it goes down monotonically, right? So the person you're least likely to be married to is the person who's in the top part of the distribution. I think for men, it's almost exactly the same. Well, it's not quite monotonic because and you can see that the last column there is the last column 0.58 is higher than 0.51. Anyway, so what do you see? You see that actually there is quite the things which really capture our attention here is, you know, the diagonal. If there was perfectly random, if there was like perfectly positive sortive mating, right? Everyone would be on the diagonal, right? Essentially, and you can see that what happens is what is the most densely populated cells is the richest, the man in the top decile marrying a woman in the top decile, and a man in the bottom decile marrying a woman in the bottom decile. You know? Okay, so that's not. And like I can say, look, in the paper, we look at what happens, what's the implications of these things for various measures of wage inequality, where the inequality is defined by the sum of the wages, which is a reasonable thing to do here, right, because they're both working full time, right? So there's very little for people who are working full time, there's very little variation in hours. Now, if you go forward to 2020 to 2025, you can see the numbers have actually gotten bigger, right? So that's basically saying the rich are more marrying the rich, and the poor are more marrying the poor. Well, not poor, they're wage related, right? Okay, so what's next? We can see also the things called. The thing really is, the fascinating thing is this monotonicity, right? How it really is just you are the farther the further they are from you in wage, the less likely you are to marry them. Right? I mean, now, so obviously there's various things which you could say straight away explain that, right? You can think, well, age explains it. Or you can think location explains it, right? Or things like that. Now, if you're both living in Manhattan, obviously your wages are going to be higher, even if everything else being held constant. So what we do in the paper, what we do is we produce similar tables where you say, well, what's the probability of being, you know, the same age or the similar ages, being in a similar city, race is another thing, right? Things like that. But, you know, even casual empiricism, if you understand what the returns to these various things are, do not explain that, right? Those things do not explain that. So what we're trying to say in this paper is, how do I go from that first figure, which is bad enough if you're worried about inequality, to the second figure, which is even worse if you're worried about inequality, and what does it do to? Now, to do that, you have to estimate a model which is not very easy to estimate, as well as show that the model that you use has econometric justification and sense that you can prove that it has all the right properties. So what we do is we extend this paper of Fernandez, Val, and Chernozukov and Liu, which just come out in the JPE. Their model is an extremely simple version of ours, right? In the sense that what they do is they just take, not that I don't, right? But I think what for those of you who are interested in econometrics who went at the class yesterday, what people like to work on the sample selection model, partly because the world is characterized by sample selection, right? But it's also, since it's a model which is very well understood, it's always very popular with econometricians, right? Econometricians like to use that model because they can illustrate a lot of things. That's why if you look at a lot of the semi-parametric literature has an extremely heavy focus on the samples, an unduly high focus on the sample selection model, because that's a model which people are familiar with. So in that paper, what Victor and Ivan's student do is that they look at how you can do distribution regression with sample selection, where you've got a single person working and what are their wages. So I'm sure most of you are familiar with the Heckman model. There's a double index model. In that paper, there's an index describing whether you're working, and then there's another index describing whereabouts in the wage distribution you are, conditional on working. So what we do in this paper is we say, well, look, we're going to extend that in a much more difficult way. Because what we look at is we say, let's look at a married couple. So if I look at a married couple, I'm going to say, well, there's a decision whether the wife worked, right? Then there's a decision about whether the man worked. Then I'm going to say, given that your wife worked, given that you worked, where are you in the wage distribution? And then where is your spouse in the wage distribution? And I'm going to make all decisions all potentially correlated with each other, right? So in a sense, I'm going to estimate a multivariate sort of probit model where each of the decisions is, did you work? Did your wife work? Or did your spouse work? Are you in the jth distribution? Is your wife in the kth decile of the wage distribution? So that's fairly complicated, right? So there it is written down. It's a reasonably complicated model. There's all some theoretical results about, consistency and the asymptotic normality of the properties of the estimators. Obviously, there's issues. These kind of issued models, there's always lots of challenges with identification. There's also things, how much are you relying on parametric assumptions? How are they relaxed and all those kind of things. If anyone's interested in that, you can look up the paper. All right, so then, okay, that's just what I said. All right, so now, so what the paper ultimately is about, and I'm going to show you, it has a lot of things in it, right? But what I'm going to show you in a second is, as I go from that first figure to the second figure, where all those numbers on the diagonal got bigger or got smaller and things like that, I'm going to ask the following questions, right? The following questions are, how much of the change, when I went for, if you thought of the top decile in both those tables, I think one of it was like 2.8, the next one was 3 something, right? I'm going to say, what would the world look like if there was no selection, right? If there was no selection between the wife's decision was just, work decision was random. We know from like 50 years of people estimating the sample selection model, right, that for women that there is some effect on what the wages are. Only very recently, have people been able to work on distributional aspects, right? There are papers by Arellano and Bonhomme, and then also papers of mine with Fernandez, Val, and Van Vuren on looking at quantile selection models. And it does have some impact at different parts of the distribution, right? But so we know that women coming into the workforce has had implications for the distribution of female earnings, right? It's changed. We know for men that there isn't really any selection effect. Oh, how much? 10 minutes. Okay, yeah, I have plenty of time. You can come back up and talk some more probably. We know that men, there isn't much effect. But what we don't know is that if I'm looking at men who are married to full-time working women, we don't know what happens to their wage distribution if more women are working, right? Because if more women are working and they're coming from a certain part of the distribution and we know they're married to a specific type of men, that could change what the distribution is with the selection. So we do that, look at that, and then we also say, well, you know, there's obviously not everything has to be operating through unobservables, which is what the sample selection model does, which sometimes there could be things that should be working through observables. So what would happen if I gave the working population the same distribution of characteristics as the non-workers, right? The whole population. So we say how much of it's due to composition effects, due to the thing. And then we look at what I always thought, because I had such remarkable intuition about the data, was the driving thing. And I think, also because I know from looking at models when there's heterogeneity, that a lot of the heterogeneity in these quantile models is due to the returns to unobservables, right? Because if you look at wages and things like that, there's a lot of things in the unobservables. You know, if you spend some time in Manhattan, you know, life's a lot more expensive in Manhattan and people get paid higher wages. So then if you look at people whose wages are in Manhattan, they're higher, right? So, but since you only have 8 measures, you don't always have measures of where they're actually in Manhattan. They just have they're in New York. You don't see that, right? But so it's not really an unobservable, but it is. Okay? It also, you know, that people sort on the basis of when they went to school and things like that. So is it if I stopped you and I said, oh, I know a friend who went to Harvard, what school do you think their spouse went to? I don't think anyone's going to say anything. I mean, Harvard may not be the right answer, but Harvard is the answer that I would give, right? So all these things are purely they're all in the unobservables. So if I know the return to unobservables is going up, right, which I know from like 50 years of data, then it's very likely that the correlation has increased. And remember, when you look at the correlation in these unobservables, it's not just whether when you say that the correlation in these wage equations, there's a correlation between two people's wages and the unobservables. The correlation just doesn't catch the unobservable. It also captures the return to the unobservable, right? So maybe if you ran a wage regression and got all the people who went to Harvard and said, how's the correlation changed? But by the way, I'm not such a big admirer of Harvard, right? Harvard is, well, I am an admirer of Harvard, right? But that's not the reason I'm just giving Harvard as the example. When you look at the unobservable, when the correlation in the unobservables goes up, it could be because there's more unobservables and the correlation is higher, but it's also because it's the price of the unobservable, right? Because there's a value to it. And if that is increasing, then that's also going to manifest itself in the correlation going up. Right? So what we do is you look at all these various decompositions. And that's what that thing there says. That's the formula for doing the decompositions. All right, so how do I estimate this model, first of all? Right, I mean, there's a huge amount of data here, right, because it's now the census data for 50 years, or yeah, it is 50 years. Right? So the census data for 50 years, we break it into 5-year intervals, because what we do is we do estimate it by decile, right? So we estimate decile by decile. So we say, what's the so there's a 100-point grid, right? So it's a 100-point grid where we have to estimate 100 points, a multivariate probit model of dimension 4 over 100 points. Now, that's not as complicated as what it sounds, right? Because the decision to work or not work doesn't change depending on whereabouts in the distribution you are. So you estimate that first, and then you estimate that, and then you estimate those two things. Then you estimate the multivariate probit model, but with the indices already estimated from the work decisions. And then I make the work decisions correlated, so that's just an additional parameter. And then I make all the wage parameters, all the wage correlation correlated with those work decisions. You know, and there's a lot of variables here. Now we all know it's in the spirit of doing things non-parametrically, we always have X multiplied by like a huge number of things, all interacted with various things. You know, you can see that you can see straight away that I did not present these overheads because I get frustrated when people refer to the sample selection model like it's instrumental variables, because it's not, right? That's something for the students. If the students can learn one thing from interacting with me, that if you leave something out when you estimate the sample selection model, it is not an instrument, it's an exclusion restriction. Then they're fundamentally different things, but that I won't get into it. But that's a good sign that I didn't write that, because the person put that it was an instrument. And in these models, of course, this choice about exclusion restrictions is always a bit problematic, but we know we do investigative work there to see what happens. All right, so, okay, thank you. Yeah. All right, so here, let's get to the bottom line here, right? So look, then if I say, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start doing all these counterfactuals. I estimate the model, right? I got all the stuff in the paper saying what's going on with the model if anyone's interested in looking at what the parameters look like. Then I say, okay, let's look at these data and let's turn some of these parameters off, right? So let's make that row there says the work decision is uncorrelated. The work decision of the husband is uncorrelated with the work decision of the wife, right? So that's what that, in the unobservables. So that's, if I turn that parameter off, you can see I still get a big number. I mean, the easiest thing to do is just look at the top left and the bottom right, to see what those numbers are doing. So you can see those numbers are not really different, right, from the first period. The first thing I showed you, which tells you that that hasn't changed very much. Right? Now, I set all the things equal to each other, again, equal to 0. These are all the observable, I mean, I know what the results are, right? That's why the table's in a particular order. Okay, so I know what, there's a punchline, but the point of these things, the point of all these tables is to show that if you turn off the correlations between the wages and the work decision across spouse, within spouse, and things like that, it doesn't do anything. So it's not, the increase in inequality is not to do with, the increase in the inequality is not to do, or the increase of the sorting is not to do with these selection decisions. Okay? There, what I do is I turn everything off except the thing, and I give them all the value the same, the distribution of the characteristics of the whole population rather than the working population. Again, nothing changes there, right? The number's still around 2 or 3 in the extremes. And then now I'm turning off these row parameters, right? So these are the parameters which say, what is the correlation between the unobservables, right? So this is the parameter which is capturing this thing which we've seen in this, if you look at this, the really substantial literature going back 40 years about why is there wage inequality increasing, and it's primarily to do with the return to, there's heterogeneity in the return to characteristics. So people with characteristics which are very highly valued have become more valued, right? And doesn't mean that having more education gets you more, right? Though it does, of course, but it's those who do well with education are doing really well with education. Now, why is that? It could be because they go to better schools. It could be because they're learning skills which are very valuable, or it could be just, people who are good at things just highly more valued. But what has happened is that people are marrying people with those characteristics are marrying people with those characteristics. Now, it is true, why should this number be so important? This could be, remember, all the X's are controlled for, right? So this is not because, well, they're older or they're of a particular race, because those things are all accounted for. It could be that they both live in a very expensive area, right? So if the data was everyone who lives in Manhattan, is married to someone who lives in Manhattan, which is probably likely the case, right? That would push that parameter up, okay? But what you don't see is saying you've got the same phenomena at the bottom, all right? So it can't be just the very wealthy and the very wealthy. It's also across the whole distribution. Okay, and this is the same thing for 2025, right? So I just go back, this is just repeat. That was for the earlier period, and this is for the later period, and you get the same result, right? That it's all due to the unobservables, to the return to the unobservables. So, look, that's all I wanted to say, I think. I mean, of course, there's a lot of, look, there's a table which says, that first table was looking at year by year. So, sorry, those tables were looking at the distribution over the first period and the last period, right? lines now are saying, oh, let's do it year by year in 5-year intervals between 75 and 25 to see what happens, and we do a decomposition. And you can see the red line is the one, look, again, at the very top. The red line in the bottom, so in that bottom right-hand corner, it says that's for the both spouses being, okay, yeah, both spouses being, one thing I'm always guaranteed to not do is go over. The probability of being married, both you being in the top decile, and that red line says the increase in probability in that is due to the increase in the correlation of the unobservables. And remember, the increase in the correlation in the unobservables is not just the correlation, but it's also in the price, right? So it's the price the unobservable thing. All right, thank you. And again, let me again thank you for.
You mentioned unobservables, but is it possible to, in your data, to locate people? I mean, do you have any information of geographical location of people? Because that's the one unobservable you mentioned.
Yeah.
But is it something you could do and discard?
No, that's look. I think that's the obvious issue, right? It's easier to say, well, nothing. I mean, if you run a regression of y on a constant, you say, well, everything's in the unobservables, right? Okay, so if you start putting variables on the right-hand side, then the unobservables become less important. You don't. It does have urban and non-urban, all right? So we look at that, and what we do is, we try to address that by providing tables, by saying, look, let's look at those 10 by 10 tables and look at the distribution of people being in the same things. And it just doesn't. It just didn't explain it. But ideally, you would like to have variables which do capture that. Horacio was going to ask who I am.
Yeah, a very quick one. You might have already said it, but I might have missed it. So you say that it's not just the correlation of the unobservables, but also the price. And what the two tables from the first period and the second period are really interesting, as you said. But there is a marked increase from the beginning to the end. And do you think it's more driven by the price or by the increase in the selection?
I think it's the price. I think it's the price because if you look at other data sets, well, I mean, you can't tell, right? It's an identification issue. You can't tell what they are. But you do get the sense that the people who are doing really well are doing well. It's hard to believe that the correlation has changed that much, right? It's got to do with the price. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, welcome everyone. Thank you for helping us keep everything on time. It's my pleasure now to introduce the first speaker of the next session. Maurizio Busolo is a lead economist at the World Bank, and he currently shares positions between the Poverty Group and the Rwanda Group, and also within the Chief Economist Office for South Asia. I should know this, by the way. Maurizio is my husband. I'm keeping time, but I'll be fair. He holds a PhD in economics from the University of Warwick. Before joining the World Bank in 2003, he worked at the OECD, the Overseas Development Institute in London, and at FEDesarrollo and Universidad de los Andes in Colombia, and we met in FEDesarrollo many, many, many years ago. He has led crisis response operations in Latin America and authored regional reports, including Toward a New Social Contract and Hidden Potential Rethinking Informality in South Asia. He has also published in prominent journals. Again, I encourage you to look at his webpage. The link is in the page of our conference. So, Maurizio, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Denise. And yeah, you didn't list the quality, other quality. So it's a pleasure being here. As she was saying, actually, and I was saying now at the coffee break, my first job after my PhD was here in Colombia. So I have a deep root and affection for the country. So it's a pleasure being here. So let me try to stay to the within the time, and so I will be disciplined and follow my slides as much as I can without digressing too much. So the question that we ask here is quite important. Is a big question, and we think we have a good answer, but still a partial answer for such a big question. But the question is as follows. So the gender inequality in developing and developed countries is a persistent factor. You see women participating less. You see women, when they participate, earn lower wages, and you see the burden of taking care of household duty clearly much more on them than men. This is a persistent fact. And what my organization, the World Bank, has been collecting since the 70s now is this WBL index, the Women, Business and the Law, which measures gender equality in legal rights. And what this suggests, like you can see clearly from the graph, is that when there is equality in the law, there tends to be equality, in this case, in female labor force participation. So one idea behind this is that, okay, so let's push for more equality in laws, in rights for men and women, and this will improve gender equality. But and this is the issue that we look into in this paper. even if we could prove, and there are some papers that show that we can prove that if you change the law, this causally reduces gender inequality. Social norms, which I will talk about quite a bit, may still matter. And even if they don't change and you change the law, things may not change for two reasons. First one is that the law, to be effective, you need a social culture environment that let them implement them. Think of a very simple example that actually exists from real life, that on mobility, rights to mobility, women in certain countries in Africa didn't have a right to have a passport, and then this was clearly a difference and this equality in terms of laws, and then this was changed, but some of the women, to get the passport for which they had the right, they had to have a signature on an application of the husband, or they had to be accompanied to the office with the husband. So the implementation is not there, even if the law is there. And secondly, laws, they don't come out from vacuum, but they are supported by a political process. And this political process, we will show, is heavily influenced by social norms as well. So this is basically the puzzle we are looking at. And so quickly, we try to identify the pathway that is there shown with these arrows. How norms affect laws, and how laws then affect gender equality. But we have a major challenge, that is the fact that laws themselves can impact social norms. So how do we avoid this? How do we get rid of the bidirectional causality? And I will show you how. But so basically, to make progress on this question, we have to assemble data on long-run cultural traits, on social norms, on laws and political outcomes, as well as on gender inequality. We do that, then we use persistence of social traits to instrument gender norms, so that we get only the variation in gender norms that is not influenced by present laws, but that is independent of that. And then we also look in depth about this political process that may be driving this mechanism that we are discussing. So the main findings are shown here in summary form, that I'll go into the details. So indeed, we find that society which have strong ancestral pre-modern patriarchal trait have more conservative present-day gender norms, and that when we instrument these gender norms using these ancestral patriarchal traits, we find that these norms instrumented influence both the de jure and the implementation of the law. So this we establish in a cross-section, and also we establish in a new part of the paper that I hope I can get to with microdata, not just cross-section in an Africa continent case studies. Then for the mechanism, we look at the political process, and we look at the fact that indeed societies that have more conservative social norms propose and enact many less gender equal laws that can improve gender equality, and this one we find that it goes through the voting process, and so that countries that have more progressive social norms choose parties that have a stance that is more pro-women, and then these parties, when they get control of a majority, which is quite interesting that we can prove that, they actually pass more legal gender equality. Okay, so I don't have time to go through this. The paper touches quite a large range of literature, but it's all in the paper, and we can discuss maybe later. Let me give you a sense of the data work, because this is a big push that we did with the data. So we have a lot of different pieces, and so I'll describe them quickly. First, on norms. A few years back, with Facebook and others, there World Bank, we designed a survey that measured social norms in 160 countries. And the important thing is that we measured not only attitudes towards two main norms. One is the breadwinner norms, how much you agree that the man should be the breadwinner of this family, and the homemaker norms, how much is the responsibility of the woman to take care of home duties. So these were the two main norms. But we don't ask simply how much you agree on these two norms, but we also ask how much do you think 10 people of your peers agree on this. So these are the second order, what people think other people think. And this is, we'll show, is much more important than your personal attitude and influence behavior much more than your personal attitude. What do you think others think? Then for the laws, we use these women business and the law, which is, as I said, an index that looks at the books, the Jure, what is on the books of 180 countries since 1971. And it's divided into several domains, mobility, divorce, assets, work, etc. And it measures whether women and men have similar rights. Think of inheritance. Inheritance is still not so equal around the world as we wish between men and women. Then other outcomes is easy, female labor force participation, etc. I can talk briefly in the latest WBL. They also measure not only the laws on the books, but their implementation that I was describing with the passport example. So they have a way to measure that as well. Then the instrument that we use, this ancestral patriarchal culture, is basically Giuliano and Nunn using Murdoch 67 work. They provide the share of current population in countries that is derived from ethnic groups that have patriarchal norms. Okay, so that's basically a share that gives us how much of a current day population is influenced by old type of culture. Then the last one is the politics. So we have two data sets, the Global Party Survey and the database of political institutions. The Global Party Survey is, again, 160 or more countries with where all their parties in each of these countries have been ranked on several issues that go from issues on multilateralism, on environment, climate change. So each party of that country. So they have 2,000 experts that look at the party and rank the party on these various domains, whether they are more conservative, more to the right, more to the left, etc. And what is important for us is that they have also a stance on pro-women rights. And so we are able to know in each country whether party A, B, or C have what is their stance in terms of gender equality. And lastly, the database on political institutions gives us whether the party in a country is how many seats has in the parliament, and whether they participate in the government coalition. This is actually a panel data, so it has quite a bit of observation. And we need to merge the two because we want to know whether a party that has a stance that is favorable to women is in power or has seats in a parliament to pass a law. Okay, so let's start with what we do in the simplest, naive possible way, which is we have a regression that is an OLS, which has output is whether Y can be what is the legal equality, what is the implementation gap, or what is the female labor force participation. These are our outcomes that we look at, and then we see whether they are influenced by by norms. So that's the very simplest possible relationship that we look at. Obviously, beta has a problem because of this bidirectional causality and reverse causality and omitted variable that we'll discuss. So the first solution that I mentioned is this IV approach, where we use this ancestral patriarchal culture index, which is described there. So I don't want to go into the detail, but it's, as I said, it's basically the share in current population that has of ethnic group that practice polygamy, patrilocality, early marriage, or patrilineality. So we build these share. We use this share from Giuliano and Nunn, and then we create the first stage, the reduced form. So the first stage is norms over this APC, and then the reduced form is how the output is influenced by directly that, and then we have the usual second stage with instrumented norms. So this is the result of the OLS for one simple variable. So we have two type of norms, as I said, breadwinner. Am I doing with time? Is it? Okay. Okay, I'm sort of half of it. So we have two types of norms. I said breadwinner and homemaker norms on the horizontal axis, and then you have the women and the business and the law legal index on these two on the vertical axis, and you have both the social expectation, what I said is what people think other people think, and what you think about these norms. And what this shows clearly is what we expect, that when more restrictive norms, but especially more restrictive second order belief are accompanied by a lower WBL index. So there is less liberal laws or less equal laws. Now, this is the quantification of that is large. The effect is large, believe me, because I don't have time to go through this. Now let's go through the second stage, and the top is the first stage in graphical form again, and basically shows you how correlated the ancestral cultural practice and the current day norms are, and they are very, very correlated. And then this one is the same graph as this one, but in the two bottom one, but where instead of having the norms, we have the APC. And again, it's clearly explaining quite a large. So then this is the proper second stage, which has the instrumented norms. And I haven't shown you a similar table of the OLS, but the OLS table looks like this. And in fact, if anything, the instrumentation increases the coefficients, which may be because of the attenuation bias from the mismeasurement is classical and it works, or the channel that we eliminate from laws to norms, that's the one that we have eliminated, has the opposite sign. And it's actually possible because at times we have seen backlash when laws are passed. Actually, norms become even more conservative. So when we eliminate that, these coefficients get actually a little bigger, and they're all in the. And so again, you see the two norms, the two panel A and panel B, and the fact that the social expectations are very negatively correlated with both the female labor force participation, which measures our gender inequality, and with the legal index, and also the implementation gap is larger, so the positive means that it is larger. And there's no, it's not in this table, but if we use personal belief, the relationship is there, but not so strong as with social expectation. The results in itself interesting. And okay, let me, do I want to do this? So this one eliminates the reverse causality, but doesn't eliminate the omitted variables bias. So it may be possible that ancestral patriarchal culture influence gender equality, influence the things that we care through other channels. So we try a battery of long-term other possible variables that may influence our final outcomes through the APC. But as you can see, apart from a few, most of these, the correlation between these ruggedness, common law, tech adoption, intensive agriculture practice, latitude, socialist law, etc., they are all uncorrelated with the IPC. So we have a strong argument that there is no so much, at least when you work with cross-country data, you do what you can, but we have solid evidence or that the omitted variable bias may be small. Let me not go through the battery of robustness check that we do for this, and I want to move to mechanism and Africa because this is still a bit of work. So, as I said, we wanna talk about how does it work? How does it work that social norms influence laws, and then through that equality. So we have a two-part hypothesis. First, that social conservative countries will vote for political leaders that are more conservative, which seems like a tautology, but we're going to measure that. And then whether these leaders, once they are in power, they actually pass more equal law. And so we do this with two simple regressions. First regression is, so we look at share of pro-women rights party in countries, P, as either whether they are in power in the government coalition or the number of seats that they have in government, and whether this is related with norms. And then once we have them, whether they are voted, whether they influence the passing, the WBL itself. So this is the distribution of party ideology, and we decide, because we saw this actual data, we decided from 0 to 2, so the parties are ranked from 0 to 10 according to their stance of pro-women, and from 0 to 2 are the pro-women for us. So we are fairly restrictive on being pro-women, and 2 to 6 are neutral, and then the other one are anti-women. So the first results of in a Bean scatter plot is for the first equation from gender norms to political outcome is shown here, and indeed there is both in terms of seat shares and in terms of pro-women being in government, there is a strong relationship with the norms. So both type of norms, and again more with the second order than the first order prediction. And that table will take me too much time to explain, but there is one objection, is that how representative is, how democratic is your country, and indeed we also check whether the autocracy behaves the same as democracy, and the relationship is weaker and is stronger for democracy as you would expect, but it's still there. So then the second, and then I'm almost done. The second relationship that matters to us is this. One more 0 minutes. What is that? 5 minutes. Okay. The second relationship is between votes and laws, and this one is also interesting. We, as I showed you, we divide the parties into three different groups, and when we look at the relationship between how the political parties that are that have shares in the parliament or are in government, these seat shares, in this case, sorry, the seat share is a continuous variable, okay? So as the seat share increases, for the pro-women, the women and business and the law goes up. Interestingly, it goes down when the anti-women goes, but also the placebo test. Nothing happens if the neutral parties are in there. So this is what this graph tells you. But more interesting, when we transform the seat share from a continuous variable, so that you have 10% of the parliament, 20%, 30%, we transform this continuous variable in indicators, and we then rerun the regression. We obtain this, which is comforting because this is how potentially democratic system work. When these parties, pro-parties, get to above 50, there is a jump in the coefficient. And so that's when actually the laws become implemented and the WDL goes up. Okay, so that's battery of tests here as well that I have time. And so I have one last part that we go back to try to establish with more convincing manner the relationship, one of the key relationships, which is this one, from culture to norms to political preference. And instead of using cross-country data as we did until here, we go to microdata. And so we use the Afrobarometer, which has microdata, not only on norms, but also on vote preferences. And the interesting, it's very useful to go to Africa because there is a very large fragmentation of views and ethnographic differentiation within countries. So we go to that data because it's very rich, and so we lose the global span, but we gain in being able to use microdata. And the test is very simple. So this explains what we did in. There's a difference. I don't show many equations here, so it's a bit of a change of style from the previous presentation. But the equations are all in the background. But the basic story of what we do, the test that we do, is in this slide. So here you see the difference in the APC for this ethnic group within countries, and we are able to for most of the countries, we are able to have in Sub-Saharan Africa, we're able to, and also North Africa actually, we're able to see the boundaries of ethnic homeland. I have 2 slides, so I'm fine. So each so within a country, you can have 2 villages that are apart. That are in 2 parts of an ethnic boundary, and one can be influenced by much more conservative practice than the other. But these boundaries date back centuries, so they are basically not relevant for everything else that matters, because they belong to the same country, they have the same climate, they have the same laws, and so on and so forth. So the only difference is being this random allocation, which is what we claim, of being from on one side or the other of the border. And the test is basically what we do here is seeing whether there are the changes that matters to us across these boundaries. So the first top left shows you the difference in this APC between two contiguous villages that are on each side of a boundary. And so there is a clear difference. That's by design, okay? So that's by design. Then this is our treatment, in other words. And it actually appears to influence all the channels that we care. So on the top left, it shows that the norms are different, and they are indeed more conservative when you are on the conservative side of the APC. So that's the same relationship I showed you at cross-sectional, but here at microdata. Second, there is traditional legal index is the tribal law, so it's much more conservative. And again, if you are on the treated part, you are much more pro-traditional law than modern law. And then finally, also the bottom right is the voting preference. And again, same thing as before, the votes go for the more conservative, go towards parties that have a more conservative stance. So this is all significant, robust to a lot of other things, among which the fact that if we look at other type of views in non-gender opinions, like democracy, trust, corruption, we don't see this. So it's quite convincing to us. So I stop there. These are the conclusions, but you can read them. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the interesting presentation. Have you considered doing exactly the same exercises where the dependent variable is educational disparity between men and women and access to contraception? The reason I ask that is that focusing on the legal dimension, of course, doesn't directly address the question of actual lifestyles. And one can certainly think of examples where you get very different answers, Iran being an obvious one with respect to education. So it seems to me that if one wants to have a really comprehensive vision of what it means to explore gender relations and the deep roots, et cetera, one wants to go beyond what the laws are to actually salient dimensions of well-being.
Sure. Yes. For us, the starting point was rather different. Is that we're trying to figure out whether dimension of inequality in gender that some countries are keen in eliminating, or some societies are keen in eliminating, such as the gap in participation, or difference in wage level among men and women that do the similar work, can be affected by laws. So I agree with you, but still, I don't see, you're asking a different question from what we are trying to address, I think.
Thank you for your presentation. In a similar vein, I was wondering if you could try the gender penalty gap, not the child penalty gap as an outcome. There's a recent literature indicating that countries with a larger conservative norms tend to have larger child penalty gaps. So it could be interesting another way to show that how these laws can change the gender disparities in this topic, which is very relevant, I think.
No, we haven't done that. We could look at other dimensions of inequality, but we have done work on child penalty and even on marriage penalty. Indeed, in another work that I have done, we find that we're able to check for South Asia specifically. We check whether why there is a marriage gap that is as large for women who have children, married and children, and women who are married and don't have children. But we haven't done this one. What we don't check all here is preference. You can always have some decision that is freely taken by women not to participate, or that we don't check here. But it seems that the degree of inequality that we observe, it cannot be driven by preference or only. Yeah.
Thank you so much. This was so interesting. So thinking about policy, I was wondering if this norm shifting program could be education. And the thing that we're seeing, for example, in countries like Latin America, is that women started enrolling in education in the mid-50s of the last century, and that goes along with changing their norms and culture. Or if this is something that education per se is unable to change, and you have to target these programs directly to alter preferences.
No, you ask an important question, and indeed, doing this work, in institutions such as the World Bank, the question is that, okay, once we show that the importance of social norms, once we measure them, because that's the whole exercise has a lot of value is measurement, and so once you measure them, you can start targeting them, etc. But even when we show that the importance of this factor in explaining, or at least in accounting for a lot of the difference in participation and others outcome in terms of gender equality, the question we get is that, okay, but we can't do anything. We can't go around the country and say, oh, you're all a bunch of bigots, and paternalistic, and so culture, we can't touch culture. But indeed, there are two things that policy-wise, the answer I give normally. One is that there is a long run way of changing norm or shifting norms, which is education. But it is indeed, there are quite a few studies that look into that, long-term studies and some shorter-term experimental studies that look into that. And it's effective, but it is a long-term issue, and often we want results sooner than a generation, but it is one way. The second way is what the literature sometimes calls edutainment, which is some light messaging that shifted the views. There's an interesting paper in Brazil that shows that a soap opera that was shown in Brazil was not shown on national television, but on local television at different times. And this soap opera was mainly about women, strong women, leader women, and that changed the fertility decisions, and they are able in the paper to see that. So there is that. And third, what is the Bernstein et al. Paper in Saudi Arabia that shows that correcting the misperception of the second order beliefs helps a lot. So the fact that he was going and asking a bunch of Arabian men whether sending their women to work was a right thing to do, and they mostly answered yes, but then asked, what do you think others think about that? No, that's bad, my peers won't like that. And in an experiment where he says a bunch of these people, no, look, your peers thinks exactly as you, there was a measurable change in not labor supply, but in the decision to enroll for looking for jobs, courses, and things like that. So there are ways, more long-term education and more short-term, to influence that. But it's a difficult business.
Thank you. It's now my pleasure to introduce Stephen Derloff. Of course, he is one of the hosts. Stephen is a Frank P. Hickson Distinguished Service Professor at the University of Chicago, Harris School of Public Policy, and the founding director of the Stone Center for Research on Wealth, Inequality, and Mobility, one of the summer schools organizing institutions. He holds a BA in economics from Harvard and a PhD in economics from Yale. Before Chicago, he was the William F. Villas Research Professor and Kenneth J. Arrow Professor of Economics at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. And he's a fellow of the Econometric Society and the Society for the Advancement of Economic Theory, a research associate of MBER, and was elected to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences in 2011. As all the speakers, he has a long list of very great publications published in very important journals. And again, I encourage you to look at his bio and his publications in our website. Thank you, Stephen.
So let me start by saying this paper is joint with Jeff Wadke, who is a world-class sociologist, Wiki Wang, who is a brilliant pre-doc at the Stone Center and will be applying to graduate schools. And I guarantee every school in the world should admit her. She's absolutely first rate. And Christina Batayeva, who's currently a postdoc and will be on the job market. And there I would say that any group in the world will simply be enriched by her presence. She's really a wonderful scholar. So this is a very long paper, and let me actually just explain to you what the two messages are I'd like you to take from it. The first question is, if you look at occupational mobility in the United States for many decades, are there some basic regularities that emerge? And I'm going to make an argument, we're going to make an argument in this paper, that an essential regularity does emerge, which is one that sociologists have been aware of. It's controversial within sociology. And it is simply the statement that occupational mobility is remarkably stable for many decades in the United States. So that's going to be the first fact. So whatever one wants to say about changes in intergenerational persistence of income, we simply don't have the same phenomena here. And so that has to be one of the conditioning variables to think about phenomena such as the Great Gatsby curve, the relationship between cross-sectional inequality and persistence, as well as understanding the relationship between technology and various economic phenomena. The second thing I want to do is to make an argument for a certain way of measuring intergenerational mobility. In other words, asking when we're talking about these complicated things such as the conditional probability of child outcomes given variables of a parent, what are the statistics we want to distill from those objects? Because as limited creatures, we don't think in terms of functions, we think in terms of numbers. And I'm going to put on the table two measures of intergenerational mobility which are novel and argue that these are ways to think about this process. So with that in mind, the background is, of course, that everybody here is interested in questions about equality of opportunity, thinking about mobility. That is part of what is putatively American exceptionalism, is that it's an unusually mobile society, et cetera. And this is going to be a contribution to thinking about dimensions of that. Now, within the literature on thinking about occupations, there's really different perspectives. One of them is the idea that I think is often attributed to both economics and sociology, is the idea that we think that inequality reduces mobility. And so that's really the mechanisms that economists focus on. One idea would be that as inequalities increase, people get trapped in particular states, and there's a nonlinearity in the system, which means it's hard to proceed. The work I have done is emphasize the idea that increasing inequality increases the segregation of communities. by race and by ethnicity, and so that gives you a relationship, and there's a literature that focuses on that. There's a very different relationship that's argued in the modernization literature, and the idea there is that mobility should rise with economic development. And so what we should see over time is expansion of educational opportunities and associated with that greater mobility. And so what the dynamics should appear to generate is decreased mobility, or increased mobility as societies develop. My point was those two things give very different perspectives on what the dynamics are of mobility measurements. What I referred to in my very brief comments at the beginning was an idea in sociology which has not permeated economics yet, and so part of what I hope I'll do is can persuade you it's interesting and important, and it's the so-called Featherman-Jones-Hauser hypothesis. What that says is the following, that if we look at different societies, we should not see fluctuations in the amount of mobility across cohorts. In other words, that it turns out to be an extremely stable phenomena. Now, the people associated with the proposition are not, I would say, devout advocates of it. You know, economists, we like the term stylized fact. It's a regularity that has been identified across industrialized societies, and so we're going to speak to that. Studies of the dynamics of intergenerational mobility across cohorts are mixed. There's lots of different results, and we're going to provide a unified way to think about it. So the first thing to say is we're going to look at individuals in over a 70-year period or 50-year period that's in the general social survey that's going to let us look cohort by cohort by cohort and see how intergenerational persistence is evolving. So that's idea number one, which is actually measure the thing for the United States. The second thing we're going to do is to focus on using Markov chain measures to talk about mobility. Now, Markov chains are not the most common way that economists at least have talked about mobility. They're much more common in sociology. The reason for that is that economists are interested in money. And so if you're thinking about income mobility, the typical regression is going to take a continuous variable and relate it to another continuous variable. And for less defensible reasons, we tend to think linearly about that thing, and that gives things such as the intergenerational elasticity of income. People also do rank regressions, et cetera. None of that is to say those aren't powerful statistical tools, but to recognize that they are more natural for continuous variables than for categorical variables such as occupations, or you'll find out in about 45 minutes in thinking about classes in income categories. What we're going to then do is develop an idea of non-parametric measures of movement that use so-called synthetic dynasties. So these types of data sets, you don't look at one dynasty and look across generations. Rather, you have a sequence of Markov transition matrices, and what you do is you concatenate that sequence of matrices and you draw conclusions about the overall population. The interpretation of that is contingent on it being the same population that you're looking at. Once we go down that route, what we're going to do, and again, I want to say this is to some extent inspired by ideas in sociology, is rather than take the IgE route, we're going to think about two notions of mobility that have a Markov interpretation. The first is mobility as movement. And so, again, have in your heads this idea. We have categories. You're in this class, you're in this class, you're in this class, or you're in this occupation, or this occupation. How are you going to think about transitions between parents and children? Well, for each category of a parent, each category of a child, you're going to have a number. That's going to be a probability statement. Well, if I have K categories for the parents, K categories for the children, I'm going to have K times K numbers. And that means, of course, I can represent all of the probabilities as a matrix. That's the Markov transition matrix that's going to be the basis for thinking about the dynamics of a population. And so what is it about these probabilities that might be particularly salient in how we think substantively as social scientists? One idea simply would be movement. In other words, are people different from their parents? From the perspective of the matrix, that's the diagonal. And that is an essentially important question in many contexts. Think randomly about a society in which you have a transition from agriculture out of agriculture. There you would have a set of categories of occupations. You're particularly concerned about one of the entries, which is the transition from agriculture to other types of occupations. And so there's a number of contexts, in other words, in which the process of movement is intrinsically interesting. The second idea, however, is a little bit more subtle, is that you might ask about the way in which knowledge of the parent's category, their socioeconomic status, speaks to the conditional probability of the outcomes that they're going to experience. So imagine that there's kind of a process of moving up over time where people go from category to category to category. It might be that my parents' category is not very sticky, but nevertheless, my parents' category is very important because it tells me what the next step is. And so what we would then do is take this same object, this matrix, and try to extract from it information that is characterizing the way in which knowing my parents' occupation, my parents' status, is conditioning the set of outcomes probabilistically that I'm going to choose among in the next generation. And so those two intuitions, one of them mobility is movement, are you different, versus mobility is memory, how much is the footprint of my parent in what's going to happen to me, and by implication, the footprint of an ancestor in what I'm going to do, because I can ask questions once I say it this way, not just about the effect I have on my children, but the effect I will have on grandchildren, so on and so forth. This gives you just two ways to summarize this complicated creature called a matrix into interpretable numbers. And that's what much of the paper is developing this methodology of constructing statistics to talk about mobility and statistics to talk about memory. Now, pushing along that way, what this is going to do is, number one, it's going to give us things that we can talk about. In other words, how different people are from their parents and how much, as I said, the footprint of history lives there. The second thing is that it's going to allow us to think in a rich way about the relationship between aggregate statistics. Like you have here a single number for a society, this is how mobile it is, the IGE or what have you, but then decompose it to ask about differences across types. So it's one thing to say, this is the overall mobility in a society, that's the scalar, but I want to maybe have another statistic for people that are in low occupation, low status, or lower education occupations, so on and so forth. And there will be a natural way of decomposing scalars into how they're built up from certain categories. And so that's a way, of course, of enriching the way we talk about mobility to respect, you could call them nonlinearities, since it's a Markov chain, and sometimes there's a trinity nonlinear, so I don't want to quite push it that hard. But that point is that we can do that and then have, again, a richer vision of the mobility process with respect to occupations in a society. And it'll be fully non-parametric, so it has certain nice properties like that, and there's going to be some complications because you have to deal with the fact that you get lots of zeros and small numbers of observations and matrices. I don't want to call those are important technical details, but as technical details, that's what appendices are for. All right, so those are kind of the main things I wanted to say. Okay, first big ideas in terms of the methods. What are the big findings? Number one, if we look at cohorts born between 1945 and 1990, the United States exhibits remarkably stable occupational mobility. There are debates in the economics literature about whether the IGE is increased or not. People will maybe have different views. My view of that literature is there is some evidence, but the evidence is not dispositive. In other words, it's not very particularly strong evidence. We could have a debate about it. I'd be happy to take the affirmative position. I'm not sure I would win, but I'm also I have some confidence I could win. So in other words, I don't want to exaggerate what's known there, but there is some evidence. In contrast, it is not here. That's idea number one. Idea number two is that we can actually decompose the mobility occupationally in the United States between two things called exchange and structural mobility. Again, this is taking ideas that originate in sociology. What is structural mobility? Well, structural mobility would be the idea that if you think about something called an industrial revolution, there's massive mobility because people are moving out of agriculture. It simply means that the cross-sectional distribution of occupations amongst the parents was not the associated steady state of occupations that would be dictated by that technology. In contrast, exchange mobility is some statement about the intrinsic mobility of the process a society is facing. What we do in this, and I should say in work with other co-authors that we build upon here, is we make proposals of how to operationalize these ideas of structural versus exchange mobility and propose distinct measures of the two. So the second fact is that for this generation, this post-war generation, what you find in the United States is dramatic declines in structural mobility. In other words, the economy was indeed evolving in such a way that the cross-sections across parents and children were not altering because of the fact that the society needed more white-collar workers, et cetera. At the same time, exchange mobility was increasing. So that's an example of what I meant. You have a statistic that looks incredibly stable. But once you begin to break it down, this is an interpretable decomposition that happened to aggregate up to stability. And that was the society was moving closer to its associated steady state in terms of occupations. At the same time, the permeability of the occupations was increasing. And so that's, again, part of the power of the dark side. The power of the Markov chain approach is it lets one take these ideas in other social sciences and operationalize them with very specific measures. Final observation to make is that if you look at overall mobility in the United States, even though it was stable, there was some decrease of upward mobility, actually decrease in the late 1950s, while downward mobility increased. That's why things can average out to nothing. But at the same time, they both then stabilized. So those are kind of one set of phenomena. That's the upshot of what I wanted to say. Those are the big picture things. Now, let me talk about measures. As I said, I want you to think about the following ideas. Number one, mobility is movement, mobility is memory. I want to operationalize that, have statistics, objects I can calculate there. The second thing is apply them to US data, and then we have some regularities. Aggregate stability, underlying the aggregate stability, increasing exchange mobility versus decreasing structural mobility. Exchange mobility is how we more naturally think about equality of opportunity, isn't it? It's asking something intrinsic to the system, are you being locked in, as opposed to saying a change in the demands of the society in terms of the aggregate production function are inducing the mobility. In other words, an external force. And then we're going to have underlying the stability changes in upward versus downward. And as we'll see later, it'll turn out that within the stability of the United States, part of that stability is generated by increasing mobility if you're in middle class, but stickiness outside of the middle class occupations. And that, of course, is an AKA polarization of labor markets. All right, so all of that's the big picture stuff. Now, how do you measure things? Start with mobility as movement. The idea of mobility as movement is to say that there is a source of mobility that is intrinsic to the fact that the cross-section is not the steady state of the process. In other words, you have a cross-section, there's some transition process, you get a new cross-section, it's a transition process. Standard theorem in Markov chains, there's going to be convergence of that object. That's the steady state. And so a question you start off by asking is, well, how far are you from the steady state? So the first thing you do is you can ask the question, what's the overall mobility? Don't worry about the steady state yet. This is just how much mobility there is. That's an easy one with movement. You take the diagonals of the elements, that's the probability. If you're in this category, you're going to be in the same category. You weight them by the population fractions, and that's going to give you an overall mobility measure. Here's the counterfactual of interest. I could ask in principle, how much mobility would there be if we started at the steady state? In other words, that's the idea of developing societies, middle income economies. The occupational structure in Colombia is obviously qualitatively evolving in a different fashion than the United States. But I can then ask the hypothetical, which is suppose that the Markov chain, we fix that, what would the mobility look like had we started at the steady state? So you take those two statistics, and now we have a way of thinking about the role of structural change versus what's intrinsic in the mobility process. And so that becomes the first way of trying to unpack overall occupational mobility into the dynamics that are generated by the evolution of the cross-sectional density of occupations versus what was intrinsic in the process itself. So put those on the table, and those are going to be one thing we want to measure, and those are the statistics. And so the upshot is, it turns out that there is remarkably stable occupational overall mobility and steady state mobility for the United States. Let me add something parenthetical to that, and that is you might say, what if there's multiple steady states? In other words, you could have societies in which there are literal poverty traps or literal affluence traps. Those are things that are going to be measured here, but much of what I have to say is going to say, let's suppose I looked at the data and there are no trapping states. Then what we still want to talk about, if there were trapping states, there's simply an additional state thing you do, which you divide the data into the two trapping states and you analyze conditionally. All right, so that's the thing I wanted to say with respect to the basic facts here, and that is, this is Featherman, Hauser, Jones in a very strong fashion, and that is in the American data, you simply do not find any evidence that occupational mobility or persistence was changing across cohorts. All right, that's idea number one. Here's idea number two. Can I actually take a mobility measure, an overall mobility measure, and decompose it into a piece that I want to interpret as exchange mobility and a piece that I want to interpret as structural mobility? So the idea there would be to do the following, and that is, I can actually explicitly measure the structural mobility. So the way I would do that is I would look at the changes in the cross sections across cohorts. I'm going to divide it by half because I need things to sum up to 1 in exactly the right way. And what I could then do is then say that exchange mobility is defined as overall mobility, having extracted from that the mobility that was generated by the changes in the cross sections. Because remember, this is mobility as movement. So I have an overall amount of movement, then I calculate the amount of movement that had to occur simply because the cross sections were changing, as opposed to the amount of movement that occurs if the cross sections were invariant. And that difference actually does give a decomposition that is novel relative to the literatures that do this, but nevertheless, I think speaks to ideas that have much more venerable lineage. So for the United States, this is the upshot of the structural and exchange mobility decompositions, and this is basically the visualization of what I said before. Extremely stable post-war mobility in occupations, in its status. At the same time, what you see is a diminution of structural mobility. This is a mature economy. Mature economies are moving to some sort of occupational steady state. At the same time, that reduced mobility, because you're getting closer to the steady states, was offset by the fact that the exchange mobility, in fact, was being enhanced across time. So those are going to be the big stylized facts to take from the paper, and that is Featherman-Jones-Hazard, as I said, in the aggregate, strong, but once you think about determinants of it, there's a more subtle story that you want to tell. All right, we also go through calculations of upward and downward mobility. What we find there is a little bit of an increase in downward mobility, a little bit of a change in downward mobility at the end, but the main thing to say is that upward and downward mobility stabilized in the mid-60s. So, given time, I don't see very well. I see 20. I don't hear very well. I think you said 20. I can't see. I can't hear. I'm sure she said 25. All right. All right. So here's what we want to think about it. Okay. So I had the second idea put on the table called memory. And so the idea there, as I said, the intuition is there's a conditional probability of what my children are going to be given who I am, or given who their mother is. Remember, these data are going to typically have start with men, and we have robustness tests for accounting for gender, et cetera. But I'm just going to say we have a scalar parent right here. Yes. Oh, that was an important thing I skipped. We're working with 5 occupational categories. We also checked robustness with respect to 7. These are all taken from the Erickson-Goldthorpe categories, which is the standard occupational categories. And again, I'm going to rely on expertise there outside of our discipline. And so what you find is that it's qualitatively the same. The intuition to have is as I make the categories more fine-grained, the diagonals are going to be attenuating. So it may be one thing that scientists beget scientists, different statement that chemists beget chemists. But for us, the 5 and 7 categories, which are as I say, I will simply invoke a large literature or standard, are quite robust. All right, so here's how we want to think about things with memory. Idea number 1, and that is I'm going to assume all of the possible categories communicate with each other. That means intuitively, there's no set of occupations where if I'm in them, my children, there's somewhat that they have to miss. In other words, there's no literal traps here. I'm not aware of data sets for what it's worth in the occupational case you ever find things like this. So we're going to start with that idea. Okay? What that means is something very profound, and that is that if this transition matrix, I don't believe this is true as an empirical fact, if it were constant across generations, then every dynasty will converge in the sense that if you look at the probability distribution of the child of a teacher and the child of a farmer, as you look across their descendants, eventually those probabilities, those conditional probabilities become the same number. So if you go enough generations, the history, the fact of the ancestry disappears. So that's going to be our idea. Okay, we're going to take that and make the observation that asymptotically we're all the same, or at least all of our descendants are the same. The way you state that mathematically is there is an invariant measure or a steady state cross-sectional probability measure associated with that transition matrix, and all families converge to that as t becomes large enough. So let's call that infinity. I could then ask the following question, which is, what is the gap between the conditional probability of my occupation, the conditional probability of my child's occupation, so on and so forth, from the invariant measure? That's memory. In other words, the way you would characterize memory is the deviation of the actual conditional probability of somebody from what we know is the limit for everybody. Now, in time series analysis, this relates to certain ideas about mixing rates in stochastic processes, et cetera. And so there's a background mathematics literature to motivate this way of thinking about the dependence of an object on its history. But for our purposes, this now gives us just a way to think about characterizing memory. So the memory of my occupation is degenerate. It's 1. This is who I am. I'm not changing. There's going to be a conditional probability for my children. There's a new conditional probability for my grandchildren, so on and so forth. And so what one can do is I could say for each individual, there's actually a memory curve. And that's an interesting question, by the way, to take for each occupation, what that curve looks like and what its shapes are. But for our purposes, what I could then do is I could say, here's the initial cross-section of densities. I really can't see that number. That looked like an S, so I'm sure that was my initial. All right, so what I do is I take for each individual the deviation across generations, everybody with me, of the conditional probabilities from the steady state. I weight them up by the different categories, and that will give me an aggregate intergenerational mobility measure, and I can actually trace across time the decay rates for the population. In other words, how fast the mobility is converging. I could do the same thing for the individual memory curves. In other words, for each of the categories, what sort of decay rates do you have? So once you go down that route, I can now give you measures of the dynamics of mobility. And so the upshot is that for the American data, looking across the birth cohorts, once again, you have a remarkably stable set of characterizations of memory cohort by cohort. Now, the interpretations of that number 0.2, those are just asking about the way you measure the differences between probability densities, and I'm going to put that there because that's an important technical detail, but then a detail. The one observation to make is at the very end, there is some evidence of increased memory. So the extent to which there's something consistent with the literature, if you stare at it hard enough and you want to believe, you can believe. But the bottom line is this is an extraordinarily stable object. Now, one can then ask other questions, such as, suppose I took people born in 1945 and I constructed the memory curve. What is that going to be? The changes in memory between child, grandchild, great-grandchild. Then I could talk about convergence rates. And what we see here is that if I look at aggregate memory for people born in 1945 versus 1990, I don't have particularly good vision, as I've revealed, which is why I think I have 35 more minutes. There is extraordinarily little difference between them. So in other words, the other idea that I put on the table was that I could take each family and ask the question, what is the implication not just for the child, that's the IgE, et cetera, but what about what's true for the grandchild, et cetera? Now, obviously, I don't believe that the process is invariant. It's extracting the maximum information from the Markov transition matrix. You again have extremely similar memory curves across cohorts that are born at very different points in time. All right, since my vision has been miraculously restored due to the wonderful water that is available here, let me just say that the paper goes into a good faith effort to compare this to other mobility measures and see if there was something, we have defenses of these as comprehensive measures of the informational content and parental status, but nevertheless, one wants to ask if other measures are giving different answers. By and large, in these data set, we got something that's pretty qualitatively consistent. So I take that as a sanity check. we go through a lot of different calculations in terms of heterogeneity by, as I said, by gender, et cetera. The number, we keep getting the same answer. We do alternative class typologies. That was Orazio's question. And so the upshot is the following, and that is for American data, as a stylized set of facts, number one, extreme stability of both the movement and memory measures. Underlying them are some interesting phenomena, in particular the changes in exchange versus structural mobility. That's what is an increasingly mature economy, as well as the idea that underlying the overall memory, we do find something to the effect that the middle classes are becoming more mobile. That's because they're moving into the more polarized categories. They're becoming stickier, which is the upper and lower skill level occupations. Now, whether that's the China soccer, et cetera, that's pushing beyond, well, that's speculation, but that's not what the data can speak to. But these are the stylized facts for more structural interpretations of occupations. And so I'll stop there. Thank you.
Hi, Steven. Thanks for the talk. Awesome talk. And I want to ask actually about the application of the model, like in the memory. How well do you think it could hold if you were hypothetically like interested on studying like a life course perspective on how individuals would, for example, crystallize their occupational position, and in which point the question is how granular can you get in a life course perspective in an individual level with the model?
So I think the answer I want to give is Yusun and Bo are going to talk about that next. In other words, the question you're asking is about a higher frequency phenomena, and the trajectories approaches they're going to talk about seem to me a natural language for that. These calculations, in principle, there's a set of statistics that have an index called T, and part of your question could be asking, might I think about a higher frequency T than this thing called a generation? So and so that would be the closest this would come here. I think since I'm co-authoring that paper, I prefer that one without being self-denigrating. The serious point is, I think that's what I would do in trying to approach the life course idea that you're alluding to.
Hi, I mean, by looking at your results, I mean, or before seeing the results, wouldn't you think that there should be a correlation between the structural component of inequality and a decline in memory? To the extent that the economy is changing fast structurally, then memory should decline. But in the results that you presented, it seems that memory remained the same, or the path that memory had, while the structural component was having significant changes, no?
It's because the structural mobility was declining in the United States because the economy was getting closer to its steady state. That was offset by the increase in exchange, and it was serendipitous, but nevertheless, it turned out that the aggregate data was missing something. I don't think missing is incorrect. Sorry. It was masking something, and so among the messages, which I didn't have time to go into detail, is the aggregate statistics are extremely strong on stability. Interpretable decompositions gave a more complex story. With respect to the movement measures, there was an offset of exchange versus structure. And because the economy is becoming more it was pretty mature already. It was obviously an advanced industrialized society, but it was really getting quite close to the steady state. With respect to the memory measures, what's happening there is a little bit different, which is the stability underlying it is increased movement of middle class people into upper and lower classes, combined with increased stickiness in the other classes. And so again, the aggregate statistic was masking a type of churning that's important. And when I made the allusion to the China shock, that's the sort of job polarization that other literatures have spoken to. And again, the purely statistical decompositions, the footprints of those ideas are sitting there.
Just a quick question, I'm sorry if I missed the part of the talk when you responded this. I wonder whether, I mean, the US is a very peculiar country in the sense that there, I mean, lots of immigrants. And I mean, of course, immigrants were not born in the US, but their children were. And I don't know whether you account for that and what effect does it have on your...
It's a great question. The nature of the data we were working with, I don't recall if we did a robustness check, but we did not, that was not a focus of the paper. It is a very important point, and that is whenever you want to talk about these large homogeneous societies, the immigrants are simply a different story. And so I take that as a friendly amendment to say, go back and check and make sure that, that we address robustness there. So you're absolutely right.
My question is also regarding data. So what do you do with farmers? Because they, of course, are a very heterogeneous group, and it's difficult to classify them. And I think that's one of the reasons why economists tend not to look at occupations, because it's harder. And is this the same thing with measurement error, right? Because here you have one-time occupation, but then people can change. So how do you measure that or account for that?
Oh. Those of you that know me know that when it comes to data, I'm not the right person to ask. And so what I'm saying is we did nothing deeper than follow the protocols in sociology. And so when you have repeated observation on an individual, you can look at particular ages where you think the occupation is stabilized, or you could ask kind of what the modal occupational choices are. The place where your question becomes particularly salient is if I was looking at people that are in their early 20s. It is not, and so the serious answer is that occupational position stabilizes. I mean, and this is something that sociologists and of course economists have studied that too, and that is this idea that you have a kind of a process of search or experimentation. I'm thinking of Derek Neal's work as an example, where you move around and then at some point you stabilize. And so the issue there is to make sure the measurements are associated with ages that are consistent with what's known in that literature. But there's nothing we did here which is not, as I said, standard operating procedure. But the point is very well taken. The other thing to say about occupations as a measurement issue, just to follow up on that, is that there are deep questions about the meaning of the categories across time. And so harmonization is a fundamental data question when you're looking in these types of data. You might say you got to have the price deflators right for income, but it's not the same. It's a qualitatively different question. It's actually a very interesting active area of research where you can use descriptions of tasks, et cetera, to try to harmonize occupation categories across time when the task descriptions in ONET, et cetera, are evolving. Okay. All right, good. Thank you.
Wonderful. So this is our last presentation before lunch. So we have the privilege of having two presenters for this portion. The first one is Yu-Soon Chang. Professor Chang is professor of economics at Indiana University. She holds a PhD in economics from Yale University and MPhil from Yale, and a BS in mathematics and BA in economics from the University of Maryland. She's an advisor at the Stone Center for Research and Wealth at the University of Chicago, and serves on the editorial boards of the Journal of Economic Literature and the Journal of Applied Econometrics. She previously headed the Department of Economics at Texas A&M University and has wonderful publications as well. Then Bo Hu is a visiting assistant professor of economics at Indiana University. He holds a PhD in economics from Indiana University and was previously an assistant professor of economics at Peking University. His research spans econometrics, applied econometrics, and machine learning in economics, with a particular focus on functional data analysis of income trajectories. And he co-presents today with Yu-Soon. Welcome, and thank you for coming all the way to Cali.
It's wonderful to be here attending this conference. I mean, I feel glad that this place is really right place for this conference on inequality and mobility, because as we all know here, Stephen talked about many people, inequality and mobility, they are all very important for us about growth. For this to happen, I'm so glad. I'd like to thank Frank for approaching me to suggest that we have a conference here, and also thank Alessandro and Stephen for making this possible, and also behind that, the staff, Grace and Nina, and also Denise and Kathleen for making it possible. I mean, there are many things that we have to do, of course, and also administrators at the ISE for generous hospitality. It's been wonderful. And also, especially during this difficult time with this earthquake, and I have admiration for everything you guys have been doing. And finally, I also like to thank the participants of this conference, both the lecturers at summer school and the participants. It's been a wonderful opportunity for me to learn about this important issue. And now, this talk is going to be related to what I taught during the lecture, but this is going to be so there is but this is going to be the title. As you can see, this is different from what's in the program, but we decided to focus on this poverty trap. But this is basically the same project, but what we found here is much more interesting. So our focus will be on the trap. So we're going to talk about poverty, but in two different senses. So we're going to have a look at the absolute poverty, which defines poverty trap, and the measure is from basically US Census. But PSID made some adjustments to reflect family characteristics, such as number of family members and so on. So basically, this reflects the minimum level of income related to minimum level of resources to survive, basically. And then there is a relative poverty, which is based on the Pew Institution to categorization of low, middle, high. So you have a median, below 2/3 of median, you are low, and then if you are twice larger than the median, then you are in high class. So we're going to deal with both of them. And then we're going to view, I mean, I'm glad that Stephen already gave a talk about this. You know, we belong to income category or class, and we're going to view that as a stochastic process following simple homogeneous Markov process. And then we have this synthetic dynasty story. So that will give us a simple framework for us to talk about interesting things. And this is a stochastic, and then we're going to we are interested in what determines poverty trap, what factors, and then once we can do, and then we're going to be able to look at those individual characteristics of that transition probability that you have seen. So we're going to see exactly how those transition probability from moving from one income class of a parent generation to another income class in the kids generation and grandchildren and so on. So inherently, it's a stochastic process, but we have a framework so that we can compute this transition probability as an explicit function of those factors. And then we are going to be able to talk about mobility, moving from lower to higher and so on. And then their upper and downward probability is clearly defined. Then you can say more clearly and explicitly what we mean by poverty trap. So if you are a group where it takes forever to go up, and at the same time it takes very short period of time for you to come down, that will give you poverty traps if you start from the income class or category at poverty. So this table, I mean, Stephen talked about in terms of occupation, but here we're going to talk, we are economists, so we're going to talk about income, but income in these 4 categories: poverty, as I say, using this census track and the PSID modified version, and then low, middle, high. And then you can see that in the row, you will be seeing the parents in the poverty, low, middle, high, and on the columns will show how your son, next gen offsprings being the poverty low, middle, high. So in the diagonal, if you look at the diagonal numbers, that's going to be the probability to remaining in the same income category as your parents. I highlighted low poverty to poverty and high to high. You can see those numbers, and then along the other numbers too. So you can. This is, I think, there are some similarities with this occupation too. But what I like to highlight here is that if you compute, as I said, in this very simple framework we are using, this Markov chain, then you can see that it's about the probability of remaining in poor poverty trap is 34%, but it takes only 1.52 generation to move out of it. So it doesn't look too bad, But this is sample frequencies. We haven't done, this is constant. It's not, doesn't reflect the characteristics of it. So you can view that as average or representative. And then if you look at the high income, then it is 48%. But if you combine poverty and low class, so I like to flag that this one you see is depends on how you define the categories. But we intentionally add in poverty. Instead of having just low, middle, high, we have a poverty because we are interested in poverty trap, so 4. But if you decide to just have a low, middle, high, 3 by 3, then if you want to look at the probability of remaining in low, right? Then the probability increases to 58.5%, and then it takes 2.4 generation to get out. So I want you to keep in mind that everything we do depends on how you define the categories and what kind of model that you might use to compute these transition probabilities and the passage time later on. But keep this in mind, we are going to have this 4x4 transition probability matrix, and our goal is to make it each category as a function of individual characteristics. And I will show you how to make that using econometrics. Okay, so we're going to see heterogeneity. I think many of you, we already have seen through many presentations that there's enormous heterogeneities in terms of mobilities. So we're going to explicitly do that here, and we're going to do that so that it's going to be functional family characteristics. It could be parental income category, parents' educations, where you live, and so on. So we have a very interesting data on the social score. So we merged the PSID data with the census tract, so we know exactly where they live and also characteristic of the area that you live. So we do have this continuous variable reflecting score of the neighborhood you grew up at each different age. So we have a whole trajectory of a social score. So we're going to make that as a family, functional family characteristic. Of course, there are other idiosyncratic components that might influence, but we don't have data for. But we'll still be able to accommodate that in a very flexible model. So that's why we're going to bring in some econometrics to make that happen. So more than anything, if you make that transition probability as a function of characteristic, you can do very interesting counterfactuals. So, okay, so before I go on and tell you about the model, let me first talk about the main results. So we do clearly see that heterogeneity matters, individual characteristics matters, and then the disadvantaged group here, meaning your parents are poor, your parents are uneducated, you grew up in a poor neighborhood, and your mother was not married when you were born, things like that. They are characteristics which will put you in a disadvantaged group. They tend to have a lower upper mobility, you may say as expected, but you will see how it's coming up from our model setup. And then they have a much bigger downward probabilities. So among these characteristics, we found that where you live, your neighborhood conditions, and the mother's marital status when you're born, they are actually turned out to be most damaging characteristics. So I will show you exactly how you're going to be doing. And we have 21 minutes left. Okay, so I will show you a little later. So basically, we can compute transition probability, and also from there we can get this passage time, which means how many generations you need to be able to move from, say, poverty trap to low class, middle, and high, and so on. They are going to be, the distribution is much to the left, meaning that if you are disadvantaged, it takes less time to be that. And then if it's downward mobility, it is the advantage group, like educated, living in a good neighborhood, and so on. So that's very, very clear. And surprisingly, these characteristics is very consistent across different categories of disadvantage, like whether you're rich or not, whether you're black or non-black, whether your parents are educated or not. Consistently, we see this. Disadvantaged group, it takes much quicker to come down. It takes much slower to get up. Okay, but that's across all stages, but there is one very interesting finding that we have is move from poverty to low. If you are disadvantaged, say you're black, And now you're talking, I told you that in general, disadvantage takes longer to get up. But only in this category, actually, advantaged, say non-black, white, takes longer to get out of poverty if you were in poverty to lower level. So it was a very surprising result, so we thought about it. But we see that if you are white and happen to be in the poverty trap, likely scenario, or our conjecture, I think it's pretty plausible, is that you will get out to the middle first, say, and then you come down to the low class. So this is, we see this across all disadvantaged characteristics. And another strange, interesting finding is moving from high to middle. So suppose you are both black and non-black, you are in this high class. So as I told you, getting out of high to anything low, disadvantaged black will be quicker, but not this one. Not when you start from high to middle. It actually turns out that the black people takes longer time. Again, it's a very unexpected finding, but it turned out that black people, if you are in high, they rather go to much lower class first, and then they back up to middle. So that's why it takes time. So that I found very interesting. Maybe we'll talk more about that later. I know our time is going. And then this is very rice skewed. And then not surprisingly, this disadvantaged characteristics accumulate. If you have add more, you're black and you live in bad neighborhood, you add more, your mother was unmarried and so on. As you add up, those things accumulate, meaning that it takes longer and longer to get out of, get up to the high class, and it takes less time to get out of where you were to the lower down. So, and then I will show you, as I said, we find strong evidence. I mean, the where you live. So that's why we were happy to have this PSI, the census tract data about the neighborhood information, and mother being married or not turned out to be important. And also I brought in, and all of you were sitting in my lecture will know this trajectory, looking at the whole trajectory of parental income path, remember, from your born to the college. So that you can know what time is most influenced. That's still, timing matters. Parental income around teenage years will be more important than other times. But unfortunately, what we found is that when we look at trajectory of family parental income trajectory and social score trajectory, we didn't find this compensating effect. We thought that if you are, say, poor, but live in a good neighborhood, that fact will compensate you so that you don't have, you're not trapped there. Okay, so there is a literature. And then let me briefly tell you about the model. So we're going to be talking about probability, the pie. There is a probability of being in the income class, poverty, low, middle, high. And then the YI star is a unobserved, latent kids' potential income. So then we're talking about probability that if we, and the mu's are the thresholds. So if the income, kids' future latent income is between these two categories, given the characteristics at X, individual characteristics, that defines the probability. Then this probability, that's why it is explicitly given as a function of this. So we're going to have to find later these the thresholds. And as I said, these XIs are all these characteristics, right? Parental income category, where you start from, neighborhood character, race, birth weight, and parental age at birth. And then we model this latent variable, latent utility, which is kids' future income. The higher, you will get up to the higher class later. And then we make it econometrically. We really wanted to, we didn't want to impose any restrictions on the tau function. So it's going to be fully non-parametric function of all individual characteristics. If you have only one or two characteristics, and if you want to go fully non-parametric, you can go any non-parametric method that's available, but we have a lot of it, and we want to do it, still want to do it in non-parametrically in a way that's rigorous, and the one way we do it, so you can go machine learning, you can go random forest, deep learning, what have you, but we chose reproducing corner Hilbert space because it's not black box. We know exactly how it works, and it works for any large dimensional covariates you can think of, and also we made this error term fully non-parametric too, because of course you can go probit and logit if we want. This is after all multinomial logit model. I mean multinomial choice model. You can choose it, and we know probits and logits are out there available, but we will make it non-parametric as well. And so we're going to go up, and to be able to compute the probability, as you know, we have to know these estimators. Okay, and then these are the setup. I'm not going to go over, but basically reproducing corner Hilbert space allow you to estimate non-parametric function with many large dimensional, and then that this corner function, typical choice, will give you a basis. But then it tends to overfit, so we do one more layer of regularization. So instead, whole non-parametric problem turned out to be having to estimate only p. In our case, we'll use only 5 basis. So that's all the coefficients from here that we need. And then this is how we make this distribution non-parametric. Here also, we only need to estimate q, which is only 2 for our. Okay, so once only all this is done, this is a maximum likelihood problem. Okay, you can set up this problem as this Dij is just tell you whether you belong to which income class, 0 or 1, and then these are the log likelihood function, which we can get very easily with, for this Very important thing is actually I didn't stress, this is ordered multinomial model, then you can write down your likelihood very easily like this. So at the end of the day, you estimate all these parameters, gamma for the unknown function, and then the alpha appearing in this distribution of error term, and then the mu that is for the thresholds. So at the end of the day, we do this with cross-validation and all that. You can estimate this. Once you have that, then you're ready to compute this individual level probability of you moving from your parents' income category, say poverty trap, to B, could be remaining in poverty or going up the middle class or high class. So you can compute this for each individual for this 4x4 element, 16 elements, and then you just have to put them together, have a PI, that matrix, 4x4 matrix, and you have it for each individual, and they are explicitly function of the individual characteristics. So we are going to use that to compute. We already compute transition probability, then we can compute the passage time. So passage time is usually this hitting time. So it is random. This is a minimum number of generation, 1 or 2 or 3, before you hit the targeted generation for kids. So it could be one of the 4, and it is random. So we're going to compute the mean passage time, which we know for in this homogeneous Markov chain. So very easily you can compute this time, and then you can also compute the mean. I mean, I'm not going to go into detail. We have very little time left, but you can compute. There's an explicit formula for that. So you have this transition probability given explicitly as a function of family characteristic beginning of the dynasty, fixed throughout, and then you have this mean passage time. Now, once you have this, the poverty trap, it's random, but you can see that who gets trapped by looking at the probabilities of what class to what class and the passage time. Okay, I try to go as fast as I can, but I think I eat up too much of both time, but he's going to tell you all the interesting details. Here we go.
Okay, how much time do I have? Oh, 10 minutes. Okay, so let me do things very quickly. So we're going to look at the PSID, because PSID data gives us a good data source for really linking different generations. And we need long enough panel data to be able to link generations. So I'm going to skip all these details and just say that what we do is we're going to track individuals born later than 1977, because that data set only give us people from 1978, and they report the income 1 year earlier. So people, born on or after 1977, and are going to track their parental income through age 0 to 19, and also track their adult income through age 30 to 35. Okay, and we have some criteria we have to meet, and in the end, we end up looking at the cohort born in 1967 to 1981, which is basically my generation. and ends up with a sample size of n equal to a little bit smaller than 1,000. Okay, so I have some details how this, things are constructed. I'm going to skip this. So basically, we're having parental income, adult income. Adult income is my y. Parental income class is my one of the most important conditional variable, and we also have other conditional variables, gender, race, and things like that. Okay, and what's on the bottom is the frequency table that you already see on the very beginning of the talk. That is this one overall transition matrix estimated from sample frequency. But what we're proposing is that we have heterogeneity there, and things are quite different for different people. And the exact reason why we want a model is to be able to calculate individual specific transition matrix for different people, right? And of course we can do that. And for everybody now with this model, we have a predicted transition matrix. We can average them. We get what's on the bottom, what's on the top. It's very similar. So we're doing things that not too crazy. But besides this average, we actually know the distribution of each cell, the probabilities of going from staying in poverty, right? We have a distribution because we can calculate that probability for everybody. And here's the distribution. On the left, up left corner, we have the distribution of probabilities that you stay in this poverty situation. And if you compare, you see that if we only know this sample frequency transition table, if we use only one representative table, we're going to get just one probability, which is 0.34, 30 something, okay? But actually, things are quite heterogeneous. You have a big dispersion of this probability of staying in poverty. So some people, this probability of staying in poverty is only 0.1, but for other, the probability is 0.7. It's quite diverse, okay? And we can do similar things for other, transitions, for example, poverty to high, high to high, things like that. And, the repeating pattern is that this heterogeneity is not something you can ignore. And you can really not only use this one single sample frequency to estimate the the poverty trap or transition in the society. We have to take into account what's happening across different people. Okay. And this is the calculation of the distribution of transition times. So, with the transition probability, we of course can calculate on average how many generations we need to transit from one period to another. For example, transit from poverty to high, and things like that. Okay, so the same conclusion that we should, really take into account the heterogeneity there. Okay, and here is one way we, really try to decompose the heterogeneity there, because we said that the heterogeneity comes from, different families have different family lineages, have different background. They may have different race. They may have different parents' education level. So we try to see, what's the effect of the race, for example. And here what I have is the CDF of the cumulative distribution function of mean first passage time of different groups. Okay, mean first passage time is the number of generations you need to go from one particular category to another. So for example, what's the first picture? There is how many generations you need if you start with the poverty status, and after how many generations, you reach low income level, something like this, okay? So the upper triangle basically gives you the situation when you go up from a lower class to a higher class, and this lower triangular part gives you the downward thing, okay? And this is the CDF, and the blue line is the CDF for non-black group, and the red line group is for the black group. And if you take a look at what's here on this last two columns for the upper part, you will see that it takes longer for black group to move up. And it takes shorter for non-black groups to move up. This means that for non-black groups, they have higher upward mobility. Okay, and similarly, if you look at these two columns, okay, on the lower part, you see the pattern that it takes longer for non-blacks to move down, but it takes shorter for blacks to move down. So blacks have higher downward mobility. Okay, this is consistent with what we probably would thought. Okay, and there are two exceptions. Okay, so that is the poverty to low one and this high to middle one. They're kind of like a reversed order. Okay, I'm going to have another, a little theory to explain why this happens. So trust me, I'm going to come back to this. Okay, and we actually did some test and confirmed that this is something real. This is statistically, these two groups have different upward and downward mobility. And we also do this by education, meaning that whether parents have at least one of them have a college degree. Okay, and we see that the disadvantaged group have higher downward mobility, but lower upward mobility. Okay, and similar pattern for neighborhoods. So those who live in bad neighborhood have higher downward mobility, but lower upward mobility, and also those who have single mother have higher downward mobility and lower upward mobility. Okay, and not only we have this difference between groups, but we do see that there are, if you take a look at the scales, we see that this kind of like a distribution, because it represents CDF. This distribution can go really, really long to its right tail. Okay, we have a theory trying to explain that. I don't think we have time to go deep into it. It's related to some properties of Markov chain, so I'm going to skip this, and I'm going to come back to the two exceptions. Okay, so let's try to look at what happens for this poverty to low case. Okay, this is by race. So that picture says non-blacks takes longer to move up to low from poverty, and blacks takes shorter to move up to low from poverty. Okay, this is of course against, if you think about it, for like in 0.1 second, you may think that is against our original mobility story, right? We think that blacks has lower upward mobility, but it actually takes shorter to move up. Okay, our interpretation is this. So when blacks move up, when the disadvantaged group move up, they move directly up to low. But for the advantaged group to move up, they have a big jump. They directly move to middle. And then if you want them to move back to low, then you have an extra step. So that is, those advantaged group has this bypass when they move up. So you see that it takes even longer for them to move to low, because they don't directly move to low. They move to middle and then move to low. Okay, so this means that what we want to say here is that this poverty trap idea is not that you're trapped in this deterministic way. It's past dependent. You can be that you're there, poverty forever. That is one way that you're trapped in poverty. But there are other ways. That is, you may be able, by chance or by whatever reason, move out, but then you quickly fall back. Okay? So this is the second set of results that I want to show you, we have also tried to see what kind of configurations combined can give you really bad situation in terms of poverty trap. And we did something calculation, and we would like to focus on two variables: the neighborhood thing and the family structure thing. And both variables are very interesting, not only because they're important, but also because their influences to children are time variant. So you don't have a one-shot, you don't have a one-shot influence. So the influence of single-parent family is through childhood, and you can have family structure changes during this process, right? And maybe your parents divorced when you're 10 or something like that. Okay, so this gives us an idea that we want to think about this thing in this trajectory way. So this links to Yusun's talk about this functional method. We probably don't have time to go into details. No, right? I'll just show you the result. Okay. We want, for example, we want to see, this is the interaction here. This map is the interaction of parental income and the social score. We want to answer a question like this. Okay, so suppose you're in a poverty, a poor family. Is there any particular trajectory of social influence that can kind of offset the disadvantage that you have because you're born in a poor family? And our answer is, unfortunately, we cannot find any significant, statistical evidence that this kind of offsetting effect happens. But I mean, this kind of idea can be explored in the framework, and we have a, we have a full, way to, to estimate this. But at this moment, we cannot find any. But this kind of question is there, and we can always try to ask this kind of question and try to answer questions using this framework if we have more, data or something like that. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for the talk, very interesting. I just want to maybe, from my understanding, the poverty trap, or the fact that a community or poor population actually overcomes a poverty trap, is that over the generations they're able to find a stable equilibrium, right? Or that there's such a big push that they, after several T periods, they find this stable equilibrium. So in this case, because I understand that you can estimate how many generations differentially, depending on your characteristics, is that you need to have so that you actually overcome it. But I don't know if that is actually a proxy of that is a stable equilibrium, in the sense of is 2.1 generations, 2.5 generations enough to say that would be a stable equilibrium, or is it or it depends?
Well, no. So I think the kind of idea we want to approach here is we don't want to think this process as a static equilibrium process. The kind of argument we would like to make is that all this thing is dynamic, and this poverty trap should not be viewed in this deterministic way. It's not that, once you're in poverty, then you're in poverty forever, right? So the thing is that you have opportunities, and although you have opportunities to move out, you can fall back very quickly, right? And this also depends on your family characteristics, where you start from. I think that's the kind of thing we would like to emphasize. Of course, given any homogeneous Markov chain, given its transition matrix, we can always calculate a invariant distribution. And that's not something we're trying to look at here in this paper. Stephen's paper looks at this invariant distribution and construct measures to measure whatever thing, but it's not here. Yeah.
First of all, thanks. It was a really interesting paper. There was lots of stuff, so
Yeah.
it was difficult to absorb everything. I have a question. I like a lot the fact that you do the non-parametric, both at the level of the axis and the residual. You don't do longitudinal probits. My two questions are, A, you show all this heterogeneity, especially in some of the transition probabilities. Can you say something about what is driven by the U versus the axis of the observable versus the unobservable? And the second question is much more mundane. Does the non-parametric features of the U make a huge amount of difference relative to the probit of a logit?
Yeah, very good question. So for the first one, I would say that for things here, we only, so the heterogeneity generated here, the heterogeneity generated here are only coming from X, because they are calculated based on fitted transition probabilities, right? We're shutting down the U, and we're saying that based on our X, what's the transition probability matrix, and then we calculate whatever thing we need. So any distribution here reflects, results coming from X. But the point you make is also very important. There is also this U, meaning that even for people at any particular point on that graph, that's an average for him, right? Yeah, that could be, we have to think about it, yeah, because for estimation, we made a normalization, like we normalize U to have unit variance. So yeah, this is a very good idea. At least we can compare maybe the relative variance of this X component and this U component, right? Something like that. But we haven't got into that, but it's. Yeah, the second thing is about how we compare with our density with probit and logit, right? We haven't really investigate what's what gains we're going to have by allowing my U to follow an arbitrary density instead of using. Yeah, but that's something we definitely can do as checks. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. First, very searching. I want to know if you consider economic shocks, because I don't know. I think in some events like lost jobs, something like that, and if you consider assets to deal with. Sometimes the income have a transition income, and maybe with assets is better.
Okay, yeah. So here we only consider income. I mean, if we have data on wealth, right, and other measures, it'd be super great. But I mean, trying to get a data set where you can track at least 2 generations and also have rich, family characteristics is not that easy. And income, I guess, PSID is one example. You can link, generations, and you still have a lot of characteristics you can play with. It's not very easy to find, for example, like a data set on wealth that have tracked the multiple generations. Maybe they're possible, but in the United States, I think PSID is the easier one. Yeah, maybe if you have any suggestion on what kind of like data I can look at, yes, definitely. But there are very interesting questions. Like we talk about this income mobility thing, income poverty trap. There can be education trap, can be occupation trap, or wealth trap, or whatever trap, right? So yeah, thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. We have lunch now. It's in the saman, the lovely, lovely tree on campus. So everyone from ICESI knows where the saman is, so just follow somebody. And we'll be back here at 2:15 for the second part of the conference. Thank you.
Ya no, creo que no lo sé. No, ese no. Va. O si yo lo saqué inconscientemente, pero no, porque yo estaba presente. Ok, pues es una cosita negra. No estoy loco. Todavía.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. It is now my pleasure to introduce Juliana Jaramillo, who's our next speaker. Juliana is a researcher at Banco de la República, Colombia's central bank, based at the Centro de Estudios Económicos Regionales in Cartagena. What a horrible place to work at. She holds a PhD in economic history from the London School of Economics and MSc in economic history from LSE and a BA in economics from the Universidad de Antioquia. She is a research affiliate of the LSE Historical Economic Demography Group. Her research examines socioeconomic change in Colombia and regional and individual level inequality, including the historical persistence of social status, Colombia's fertility transition, and access to education. So thank you, Juliana, for being here. And
Well, thank you so much again, Denise, for organizing this amazing conference. I've learned a lot from these papers that we've seen today. And again, I repeat my words of solidarity with everyone that got affected by the earthquake. I am really excited to present this research on long-run persistence of family ties in Latin America. This is a joint work with a very interdisciplinary team. Naim Bro from Universidad Adolfo Ibáñez is a sociologist. Miguel Ángel Carpio from Universidad de Piura in Peru, he is an applied economist. Julián Costas Fernández is also an applied microeconomist, and he's based in Surrey. And I am an economic historian, and as Denise said, I'm based at the Central Bank of Colombia. So the motivation of this research is that we know that family relations shape societies. There is extensive research showing us how sometimes families, for example, are a substitute from the state when the state is not present, how families are also insurers. But most of the literature has focused on family types and homogamous marriages. We already saw a paper on homogamous marriages before, but less attention has been placed to the extent to which family networks persist over time. So we know a lot about how families interact in a single moment, but there is no a lot of evidence on how families evolve over time. And recent literature highlights that long-run intergenerational mobility has been lower than was expected. For example, if you think about Becker's idea of intergenerational mobility, in which he assumed that over 3 generations, every family would arrive to the median state. Well, Baroni and Mochetti, Collado and Clark recently have shown that actually status seems to be way more persistent than we know. Again, a lot of emphasis has been given on the importance of assortative mating and how then families arrange their marriage to keep their social status. From Alesina and Giuliano, we know that family relations are very persistent over time, and they tend to be more persistent than, for example, labor market regulations or welfare systems. So what do we seek to do in this paper? We want to estimate the persistence of family relations in the very long run across major institutional changes. So you can think about the independence process, constitutional reforms, etc. And how do we want to do this? Well, because we're looking at Latin America, and Latin America is such a data-scarce context, we want to do it with the minimal amount of data that allow us to observe persistence. So I'm going to introduce you a very beautiful data set that contains surnames, because surnames are an amazing source of data. They not only pass along a lot of socioeconomic characteristics, but they also allow you to match and observe dynasties over time. So we want to be looking at intergenerational mobility, but we're moving away from outcomes, and we are looking at persistence of family relations. We're gathering data from Spanish colonizers going to the Indias in the 16th and 18th century, along with modern censuses for various Latin American countries. We are estimating persistence of family relations over time and space. So we measure family ties up to 500 years apart, and we're also measuring family ties at origin, that is in Spain, and at destination, that is in Latin America.
So when we have this data, we ask two things, but today I'm only going to show you one of those things. What is the long-run intergenerational elasticity of social proximity? And I'm not even going to show you this because I'm going to guide you through our challenge estimating intergenerational elasticity as the literature has done and how we overcame a lot of different problems, and we ended up with an estimator that we are still trying to figure out how to compare with the literature. So after we measure elasticity, we want to also observe what factors, both historically and modern factors, correlate with persistence. But I'm not going to get to that today. We think that we're contributing to 3 different branches of the literature. The first one, of course, the literature on intergenerational mobility and cultural transmission, because we are documenting long-run persistence on family connections. The second contribution that we're doing, and I think that's the most ambitious one, is to contribute to the marriage gains. So we are trying to introduce a reduced form model of marriage where historical proximity between families are influencing the utility that families obtain after a marriage match. And of course, we're also contributing to the colonial and modern institutions literature because we document persistence of informal family institutions, and we show a battery of correlations with formal institutions, economic development, and demographic outcomes. So the biggest voluntary migration occurred from Spain to Latin America over 1492 to 1830. So over 250,000 voluntary migrants left Spain during this time. You can see that the patterns of, well, you can see the patterns here from 1500 to 1830 in a very recent paper from Leticia Abad and Espín Sánchez. And what you can see is that most of this migration concentrated around 1560 to 1660. Most of these migrants originated from Andalusia and Extremadura, from the peninsula, but of course the origin of these migrants shifted over time. Over 60% of all migrants settle in Mexico and Peru, but again, these patterns change over time. And as you can see in this graph, gender balance was imbalanced. Most of the migrants were male, with the exception of this period around 1570 and 1610, when the crown allowed people to migrate with their families. So then we're going to see a lot of women and children migrating as well. So in Spain, marriage was historically a tool for securing social ties and securing patrimonial assets. I'm going to give you 2 examples of these institutions. First, mayorazgo, who was the right of inheritance to the oldest son. He would inherit most of the lands of the family and the surname of the family. Who was the right and the surname of the family and the land. This was a way to prevent then land division across generations. And then dowries, who were the inheritance given to the daughter when she had a marriage, and the size of the dowry depending on the link of the family of the depended on the link with the family of the husband. So of course, when migrants move to Latin America, they transplant with them these legal and inheritance institutions, but they have to adapt to a new ecosystem. So for example, encomiendas, who were the right to exploit indigenous labor, and crown land grants are going to become a central part of inheritable wealth. And of course, imagine these demographic imbalances where male migration had to reshape then the marriage market. So male are going to migrate in tons from Spain to Latin America, and they're going to have to think about how to establish new connections and marriages within the colony. So we're going to see a lot of alliances between Spanish elites and indigenous families, and these are going to be thought as politically strategies to conquer a territory, to divide a territory. So a defining characteristic of the colonial social structure is going to be this social tension between elite homogamy, so where Spaniards are able to bring their elite families and marry within their Spaniards' families, but also we're going to see widespread mestizaje. And this is going to be like a characteristic of a social tension in the colonies. So now we're going to go to my favorite part, which is the data. From our historical sources, we collected data from the Informaciones y Licencias de Pasajeros de Indias and Libros de Haciendos de Pasajeros de Indias, covering from 1509 to 1790. We also use data from the Spanish Biographic Dictionary that contains biographical information about all the elite in Spain. And for the modern data, we're using voter rolls for some countries and censuses for other countries. Today, I'm not going to show you the results of the censuses because we're still working on that. But what we're going to do is that we're going to infer family relations from this joint distribution of paternal and maternal surnames, because both in our historical sources as in our modern sources, we have this very interesting pattern of Latin America and Spain in which people tend to keep both surnames. And these surnames reflect the first surname of the father and the first surname of the mother. So that information we can infer then a marriage. So what are the passenger lists? So the Crown of Castile had the monopoly of the Indies. So they also were the ones keeping the register of everyone that was traveling from Spain to the Indies. Records were kept in the Casa de la Contratación in Sevilla, but also in the Archivo General de Indias, and they are very rich in information. They have the name of the person that is migrating, the name of the mother, the name of the father. In some cases, they have occupation, place of birth, residence, and even destination. So why were these? Why was the Crown of Castile interested in keeping these records? Well, because those migrating to the colonies need to show that they were Cristiano Viejo. This means that they were not Jews or Moors, or that they were not judged or absolved by the Inquisition. This is how these records look like. These were written in calligraphic Old Castilian. They're very difficult to read. They're very difficult to retrieve using artificial intelligence. But for example, in this case, we have a fragment from Adrián Correa, son of Pedro Díaz and María Lorenzo, resident of Almagro, going to Santo Domingo. Of course, I can't read that, but fortunately for us, since the mid-20th century, there has been a huge effort by historians to transcribe these records. First, these records were transcribed as monographs or catálogos, and now they are an online publication in the Spanish library in Paris. I invite you to check this amazing resource because it's very, very rich. So with this information, what we're doing is that we digitize all the we retrieve information from both the monographs and the information from Paris. We get around 60,000 free text entries, most of them reporting father's and mother's name and surname of the person that was traveling. Of course, we faced a problem, and is that reporting was not always the same. So we had to design a flexible parser to allow us to retrieve correctly surnames. That was our main interest. So a typical entry looks like this. Diego Prieto Ávila, so that's the name of the passenger. Vecino de Moguer, that's the residence. Marital status was soltero. Hijo de Álvaro Alonso Prieto, that's the father's name. Y de Doña Francisca de Ávila, that's the mother's name. Al Nuevo Reino de Granada, that's the destination. Como criado, that's the occupation. And the employer was Juan de Gaviria. Because we needed to process a big chunk of information, we only retrieved from these entries the name of the father and the name of the mother. But if you are interested in understanding more the trends of who was traveling to where, I recommend you the paper from Leticia and Espin Sanchez, because they did exactly the same, but they did retrieve everything from those sources. So we struck father and mother pair with a custom parser and took advantage of the part of speech, an entity recognizer classifier provided by a library in Python. And we were able then to build this flexible parser. A brief note on surname inheritance, because for now I think I have convinced you with my cherry-picked examples that surnames were passed from father to son in a direct way, but sadly this was not always the case. So this is a normal surname today, in which Carlos Rodriguez Lopez, who's the father, and Maria Fernandez Garcia, who's the mother, have a daughter, Lucia Rodriguez, so she inherited the first surname of the father, and Fernandez, she inherited the first surname of the mother, so that's how we can see a marriage. But before the 19th century, things were a bit more tricky, although things were evolving towards these like these rules since the Concilio de Trento in the 1510, I think. So first, Spain was very different from other places in Europe because Castilian and Aragonese women were able to retain their surname upon marriage. So that's why we are able to observe marriages. They are not, for example, doing what they did in Britain, which was adopting the surname of their husband. And it is true that siblings could carry different surnames, and they could pick depending on the mayorazgo, for example. You have a question? Yes? Well, we're not considering them here, and but even if you think about children out of wedlock, most of them are going to be also out of the inheritance, right? So that's the reason why they're so strict with the rules of surnames, so that they can keep the family assets within family. Yes, and then there is another caveat for those besides the children out of wedlock, and is that in some cases, Spanish surnames were also imposed to the slave population, either on the indigenous or the Afro population that came to Latin America. So this is a descriptive statistics of our samples. As I told you, we have around 16,000 documents in which 267,000 people were mentioned, which account from around 55,000 marriage pairs and 2,700 unique surnames. But of course, surnames are something that are evolving over time, and they are evolving specifically in the way they are written. So we do a transformation of phonetic surnames to, for example, the most common example is Jimenez. Before the 19th century, Jimenez was written with an X, but today Jimenez is written with a J. So to avoid those problems of different spelling and errors, we do this transformation of phonetic surnames, and we end up with around 6,000 surnames. This is the place of origin, so at the end we also decided to retrieve information of the origin of these people migrating, and gladly for us the patterns look very similar to what Leticia Rojo and Spin Sanchez found, in which most of the migrants are coming from the Iberian Peninsula, but of course these things are changing over time. For example, the Canary Islands are going to be a big migration in the 18th century. So, moving forward to the present. Still today, having information about marriage is really difficult. So what we do is that we again base our data on these inheritance rules that I already explained, in which the children will inherit both the surname of the father as well as the surname of the mother, and therefore we're going to be able to capture a marriage. So we exploit this construct from single cross-sections that contain full surnames. At the moment, they mostly come from electoral rolls, and the censuses from Colombia are coming soon. But in not all the cases, we have a very nice setting in which we have name, first surname, second surname. In the case of Chile, for example, what we had was a string of names and surnames together, so that was another challenge for us, and we have to train another parser to split full names into given names, paternal names, and maternal names. So this is our descriptives of the modern data. We have data for Chile, Costa Rica, Peru, Venezuela, and Colombia is coming soon. And the data spans from 2012 to 2024. And from these descriptive statistics, we already see something very interesting in the region, and is that when we look at the column of share of population with historical surnames, we find a huge variation in Latin America. So for example, in Peru, 64% of the population has a name of these historical surnames. In contrast, Costa Rica, 90% of the population has one of these surnames. So you already can start thinking about what I was telling you before, this relationship of how the Spaniards had to negotiate marriage markets depending on, for example, the indigenous population at the time of arrival. So I'm gonna go a bit fast here because I see that Denise is already looking for the time thing, and also this is not my favorite part, but we're trying to model then the marriage market. So we start with generation 0. So families are characterized by a Latin factor, Y for females, X for males. Each of them have like this taste for homogamy that we are assuming that at least historically people prefer to meet and mate with people that are more or less similar to them. We are also imposing a transmission mechanism of latent characteristics. I think this was also something that we already saw in one of the presentations. And based on these initial traits, a set of historical marriages are produced in the generation 0. So then males and females are marrying in a frictionless marriage a la Cho-An-Sue. They are going to take a utility of this marriage, and this utility is going to be greater if the X and Y vectors are more or less similar. And this is going to produce a joint distribution, which is this one, in which the joint distribution is the expectation of the utility of the marriage, but also some specific characteristics of the female and the male. Then in generation 1, people married, have children, and they inherit to the children characteristics similar to the father. So we're going to assume that the characteristics that are passed by one are a patrilineal inheritance. And that's the raw vector in which denotes then the intergenerational transmission of characteristics. Then marriage takes place again and again and again, and they're then creating this joint distribution in which we have then this variable alpha that means the preference for assortative mating. So how do we go from the model to the estimation? And what are the challenges that we're finding? So in the population, we're having then that the expectation of the utility of a joint distribution is going to have the raw value, which is the intergenerational coefficient, the alpha variable, which is the preference for assortative mating, but we're also including in our specification this W or omega, to be more precise. This omega variable that is accounting for what happens if families have shocks that are the same. If families experience similar shocks, then probably they're going to tend to marry people that are the same. So it's a way in which we try to capture this incentive for within-kin marriage, because similar evolutions of the latent characteristics. So what are our challenges? That we cannot observe X and Y. What we observe is a marriage. And when we observe a marriage, we also not observe the joint distribution. We observe the joint distribution plus a lot of error that we cannot capture. So we have a problem of noisy signals, and we cannot solve this problem of noisy signals by, for example, implementing an IV, because we also have a lot of zeros in our marriages counts. So if we just drop the zeros, we're going to have biases estimations. So what we're going to do is that we're going to infer latent traits today from our historical marriages distributions. And then we're going to test if the historical joint distributions are actually informing us about today's marriages. This is our empirical estimations, very similar to the model that I showed you before, but here is another challenge that we found, and is that we cannot actually separate the parameter alpha from the parameter rho. So we cannot distinguish between what is assortative mating and what is intergenerational transmission. So we have this parameter H that combines both of them. So in a way, the trace of H is going to tell us, well, that there is historical family sorting, but also long-run transmission of latent traits. At the moment, this is our biggest challenge because the results that I'm going to show you today are very different to interpret compared to what the literature has found. But we can say that a larger trace of age means stronger persistence or greater long-run transmission. So the results. Here are the results for all the countries together, and then for Costa Rica, Chile, Peru, and Venezuela. And what we can see here is that there is a lot of variation. We already kind of suspected this, right, because of the historical surnames. But it's interesting that this is, again, telling us that Peru has the lowest intergenerational transmission, and in contrast, Costa Rica has one of the highest intergenerational transmissions. But what happens when we include this possibility of marrying people with the same surname? So this is the parameter that includes the Witting-Kin fixed effects. And what we see is that in all cases, the trace of age reduces almost to the half, and instead, the Witting-Kin fixed effect is capturing most of the effect. So Peru shows us persistence that is around 6.5 lower than Chile. Witting-Kin marriages accounts for the substantial share of persistence, and Chile has one of the highest persistence. This is the comparison across the countries once you add the Witting-Kin fixed effects, and you can see that in all cases it reduces. Thank you. This is our benchmark with Spain, and what is interesting here is that the results of column 1 are bigger than any country in Latin America, suggesting that there was higher persistence in Spain. But once we include the parameter of Witting-Kin, the coefficient doesn't reduce as much, suggesting then that Witting-Kin seems to be more relevant, more present in Latin America than in Spain. Okay, so to be on time, what we are seeing here is that family ties are persistent. So we have a span of 500 years and major institutional disruptions, colonization, independence, modernization, but we still see that family ties that were prevalent in the migrants of Spain to Latin America are still prevalent in Spain, but this persistence is not uniform across space. So what we're seeing is that Chile's persistence is higher than the one in Peru. I didn't show you today a map because we have subnational data, but the north of Chile is also the one that has the highest persistence in comparison to the south of Chile. An important proportion of this persistence is driven by Witting-Kin matches, especially in Latin America. And we think that this persistence of Witting-Kin matches are very important to understanding social stratification. What's next? Well, first, our major challenge, how we translate this trace of age and compare to what the literature has shown. Something that the literature normally does is that they trim the most infrequent surname from the most frequent surnames from each location as a robustness check, but we're hesitant of doing this because when we have dyadic data, then excluding certain surnames also excludes a lot of information from other surnames. I didn't show you today the results of the Diccionario Bibliográfico Español, but we believe that looking at elite Spanish families are going to show us a bit more about the socioeconomic gradient of persistence. And well, we are trying to correlate this local persistence with the share of indigenous population, share of slaves, number of royal treasuries, number of universities, and a recent book that suggested that office selling during a brief period in Latin America may have impacted also persistence of social status. And for the modern correlates, we have information on households with female head, surnames diversity, population size, migrants, and relative deprivation index. Thank you.
So we have time for around 3 questions.
A very quick question, please.
We need a microphone for the screen.
So fascinating work. Thank you very much. As a Costa Rican, I got worried about this Witting-Kin marriage.
Do you see a lot of that, right?
So I was wondering whether this could be explained by a density of the population or something like that. That's like you are in the middle of nowhere, you end up marrying a cousin, or also if there is other correlates, like you are in a big land owning, or what drives this?
Yeah, that's in our to-do list, population size. But you're right, and it depends also on the size of the population when they arrived.
Yeah.
But what we're mostly interested about is this share of indigenous population, because what we think is that the story there in Peru and versus the north of Chile is that in one place they didn't find a lot of people or kill them, and in another place they had to negotiate with the indigenous population. And part of that negotiation was through marriage. In contrast, I imagine that in Costa Rica, probably they were very sparse and specifically located the indigenous population, and they didn't have to negotiate as much as they had to in...
And also a very quick question, complementing this with DNA information, is that something that may have some scope?
Well, we haven't thought about that, but we'll see how we can get the data. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting paper. Thank you. Just maybe a slightly unfair question, but let me ask you. So you start off with the motivation that this keeping it in the family is to preserve assets and social position, rank, etc. Is there any interest in the paper or to show that actually these families that remain connected have better position in terms of assets or maintain their position in?
Yes, so that's why we also want to correlate that with things like the relative deprivation index, to see if places that have more persistent are also more or less likely to experience economic development, inequality, things like that.
Extraordinary data construction, so really congratulations. Have you thought about another way that kinship networks have been discussed in terms of the implications for development? And I'm thinking about the recent book by Greif, Mokir, and Tapolini, in which they argued that thicker kinship networks in China actually changed the way in which governance was done. So I don't know if you were going to take that route, but in addition to thinking about asset accumulation and the ways that inequalities are being generated, another has to do with the capacity of kinship networks to monitor its members when they're employed in organizations, et cetera. So it was really just more of a friendly suggestion that that's probably a place that you want to draw some contrast, but really magnificent achievement.
Thank you, Steve. So at the moment, we are agnostic about why people prefer to marry people that are alike to them, because what you see in the literature is everything. So there is this famous paper on cousin marriage and how that is actually pervasive for economic development. But then you also have like a big branch of the literature that shows that families are important when there is no state that can support you, and that family also have like this effect of binding contracts that allow you to keep things going forward instead of having strangers. So okay, thank you.
Just a suggestion. I think like land deeds are public records, and like títulos de propiedad. And in areas like here, the Valle del Cauca, like land is, I mean, you see all this land, big sugar cane fields there. They've been inherited through generations, and those deeds are public records, and they certainly have their surnames there, and you may even have like most of the what we call the certificado de tradición. They go all the way to I don't know, the 18th century, and they're public records. They should be available. They're digitized somewhere.
Okay, I'm going to be looking for Felipe Perilla to help me with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Andrés Álvarez. Andrés is an associate professor at Universidad de los Andes in Bogotá. He holds a PhD in economics from Université Paris 10 in Nanterre and an undergraduate degree in economics from Universidad de los Andes. His research addresses the long-term determinants of social inequality and mobility and the evolution of economic theory and its effects on public policy in developing countries, with additional interest in the philosophy of economics and the history of economic thought. Thank you, Andres, for being here.
Thank you so much for organizing this conference. It is not only very important to have these discussions in our country, in this region especially, but in these times it is very important to continue not only visiting the city, but also continue thinking about problems and helping from what we know, which is from thinking and reflecting about solutions. So this will be a very different paper compared with the others we have seen today. I think it is more a discussion of some policy discussions in Colombia, which are important and very urgent in a country with a high inequality. But I think the way in which we propose to think about these questions for Colombia can shed lights on some larger ideas about what happened in countries, not only with high levels of inequality, but with high levels of informality. And this comes from a work with a couple of friends, a colleague at Universidad de los Andes, Oscar Becerra, Juan Manuel Monroy, who used to work for the Banco Mundial at the period. He's now finishing starting his PhD in Madrid. Juana Piñeros and Laura Rios and Sofía Sequera, who were students at the master's degree. And you see there is a lot of people because this is a time-consuming model, it's a handcrafting thing. It is not a sophisticated model, theoretical model, it is rather a handcrafting empirical modeling. It is a micro-simulation model, it is based on a macro-simulation model, following the ideas of this, what we call the CQ style, commitment to equity, you know, maybe Nora Lustig's work on this. And of course, there are a lot of micro-simulation models everywhere in the world. We have worked on improving and updating an original model by the Banco Mundial, and we finished with a different model with different elements to the original one. And one of the questions, because this second thing to say, this was a project funded by AFD, the French Development Agency, and this was a model, or it is a model, intended to help taking decisions on fiscal policies at the Ministry of Finance. So the question they had at the beginning was, can we look at the gender differences, biases in the effects of not only fiscal policies, not only taxes, but also transfers and different ways to improve or to reduce poverty and inequality. So that was the question they asked us. And what we came with was an answer different to what in the literature you find in this kind of models with gender elements. What we did was to bring the idea that one of the characteristics in Colombia is informality. I repeat that, But there are two types of informality we tackled in the model. The first type is the informality, labor informality, which is important, and you will see it has gender biases. But there is also a kind of informality you really don't see a lot in this kind of literature, which is the informality of consumption. And this is very important because in Latin American countries and in general in developing countries, the main sources of taxes comes from consumption taxes. And if you can avoid those taxes by consuming in an informal tienda del barrio, in an informal store in the corner of the street, you can avoid in a certain way this. So we try to model that, we try to simulate that, and that's the kind of things we bring here. Okay, so the first is to start with like, it's not a stylized fact, but it's something you often listen to in Colombia and in general in developing countries, is the fact that the tax system is not very redistributive. It does not reduce the inequality. So the first thing, this kind of models, the idea of the models, is to start with some information about the income of the households. I will explain more in detail that. And then with this information, you simulate using very detailed rules and data and administrative data, and every information from the law, every information from the agencies of taxes and the agencies of transfers, etc., to simulate who is being taxed, who is paying, for example, VAT taxes, who is paying direct income taxes, etc. And what we listen to in general is that the tax system in Colombia does not reduce the Gini. And that's what we find, that's the first thing we find. That's an interesting finding, but it's common knowledge. The first column you see is the reduction of poverty. And I will talk about poverty and inequality in different moments. So the reduction of poverty through cash transfers is important, is 4 points. And this is something I have to say, this is a reduction proportional to the level of headcount poverty in the model. So it can differ a little bit from the official rate of poverty, but this is to have an idea of what is the power to reduce poverty with cash transfers. So cash transfers reduced poverty. Of course, direct taxes and contributions can increase a little bit the poverty rate, but direct taxes and contributions reduce inequality, but very few. And cash transfers reduce inequality a little bit more than taxes. So that's a typical stylized fact you know about this kind of economies. The other stylized fact is indirect taxes increase not only poverty, and in a very important way, but also inequality. And at the end, we simulated, this is typical in this kind of models, and that's an impressive value, of course. What we simulate there is I will put it in this way, the out-of-the-pocket amount of money you don't pay for health or for education because there is a public education and health system. So one of the things in the discussion in Latin America, I think, and in Colombia in particular, is we forget this. We sometimes forget that there are imperfect, of course, with low quality maybe supply, but there is an important part of the redistribution of the system through the consumption of those services, or at least the savings you are doing because you are not paying for school and for health. Of course, that's important. It is important to say the quality, if you can manage to explain the difference in quality of education received by some different households, it could be important. But what is important is that that kind of transfers in nature transfers are important. I will not focus on that a lot, but I will continue showing this in certain moments because it is interesting from the point of view of the gender gaps. Because for the households, or a lot of households in Colombia, where the head of the household is a woman, most of the burden of the expenses of this household are dependent members of the household. Dependent members could be children or could be adults or old people in the household. So those are important for this redistribution, but I will continue. So in general, what we see is that the money transfers reduce inequality, reduce poverty. It does not reduce a lot, but it reduces, however, those. But what we were asked to is to try to figure out if this has a different effect, a bias effect, according to the gender of the household. But the gender of the household is difficult to measure, to define. So we came up, we have a lot of different other typologies of households, but we came out with one or two typologies that are very different and that capture very opposed in a certain ways in which we can think about a female-ized household economically, from the economic point of view. So the first is, who's the head of the household? That's the typical question you ask in the surveys, in the household surveys. The household survey we use is the Gran Encuesta Integrada de Hogares, which is the big national with national representation survey household in Colombia from 2023, because that was the starting point of the model. We cannot update this to 2024 and maybe to 2025, but we use this Gran Encuesta Integrada de Hogares, and in this survey you are asked who's the head of the household. That, or maybe we all know that. So that's a definition in a certain way. It's a recognition of certain power in the household. You are the head of the household. If there are for example, one adult female and one adult male, if you ask who is the head and the answer is a female, that represents an important difference in power, because it is not the usual answer. So you can say, if in a household with two adults, a couple, for example, is the female the head, is considered the head of the household, that's a sign of power. What we see in this is that in the survey is that a lot of household has a female head, but those households with female heads are mainly what we name in Spanish madres solteras, women who has the full responsibility for the household income. And so we try to figure out if there are different ways to characterize the position of women in the household, economic position of women in the household. And what we came out with is that with this idea is to define another type of characteristic, which is who is providing the majority of the income in the household. So, of course, if you have a household with a head, a woman, a female head, and in this household the female is the main provider, that's a typical household that we call madre soltera. However, there are some households where the head of the household is a male and the principal provider is a female. And that's very, very interesting because we will exploit this. This is a 10% of the household, but with male head. But it is interesting because these kind of households will show an inefficient allocation of human capital. That's the main way in which we can capture this idea in the literature that the fact that females have, in average, higher levels of education, higher human capital, and they are not working, they are not providing resources to the, or they are not working in exploiting the full potential of their human capital, is capturing in a certain way with this kind of households. Okay, so I will skip the other part. Is household with no market income. This is a very complicated question. Is that there are some households, economic units, where you don't have a labor income. Most of the income comes from transfers from other households or transfers from the state. So they don't generate market income. They don't work, they don't receive income from capital. That's a type of household which is in poverty, of course, most of them. Okay, so the model, the commitment to equity approach to these micro simulation models, the idea is very simple, is to start with an observable information about the income of the households. You use, in our case, I told you already, the Encuesta Integrada de Hogares, the National Household Surveys. So you have the information about the market income, which is MI, and then there is a decision. You have to decide if you put pensions as market income or as a transfer from the state. There is a long debate about this. In Colombia, pensions cover only 33% of the adults at the age of pension, so it's small. But there is another discussion about pensions in Colombia, which is the pensions are mostly subsidized in the higher part of the income by pensions. So that's, you could, with this idea, you could put the pensions in the other part of the income. But we decided to put it because an important part of today's people receiving pensions are not in that case, and are not subsidized by the state. Okay, this is a regressive system in Colombia, but we keep this, and this is not affecting our message in this paper. The second level of income is the income after income tax, so direct taxes, and contributions. Contributions related mainly with formal employment. This is the way to capture a formal employment. We call it parafiscales in Colombia, or everything which is a contribution related with a formal employment, we put it there. And this is important because that's the first hand of the state in the income of the household. This is taxes. This is taxes and contributions, direct taxes and contributions. The second is the second part where the state acts is the cash transfers. So the cash transfers, we simulated them using all the rules I told you, and the way in which the cash transfers are focalized in Colombia. We had the information to map the full part of the rules under which people received transfer. But we also checked back with information from the agencies that give transfers to capture this information for the people in the survey. Then there is indirect taxes, VTA, VAT, IVA in Colombia, value-added VAT, value-added taxes, and subsidies related with consumption. This is the full consumption part, which is, for example, the energy, the water, etc., is subsidized in Colombia. And finally is that the part where the in-nature transfers appear. What we do is we estimate how this raw coefficient associated with female, and female here is these two definitions of female households, changed when we change the definition of the income. So S is for the type of income, market income, non-market income, etc. And we estimate that so that can measure the bias in the different stages of the redistribution of the state. Okay, first let me show you something which is not from a regression. This is direct observation in the data. And the direct observation in the data is that there is a difference of about 8 to almost 9 percentage points of poverty higher in female head households than in male head households. That's something also we know. It's very, very well known, very well established. However, there is that's the first, one of the first things we found is if we take the whole bunch of households where females are provide majority of income and where male provide majority of income, we find one of the first findings which are interesting in the discussion in Colombia. And I can say we think this is one more evidence about the inefficient distribution of human capital is when women can generate the majority of the income in a household, they are, and I will show you more evidence about this, they are in the formal markets. How can a woman generate higher income? It is most of the time because they can work in the formal market. So one of the limitations for women to exploit fully their human capital is because they cannot go to the formal market and have revenues. So when they have higher revenues than males in the household, those households has less incidence of poverty. And that's something we didn't know in Colombia. This is something which is interesting. It's of course, it's a small portion of the households, but this points in a different direction for the policy discussions in the country. This is another way to show you that the system of redistribution is not very effective to reduce the gap between women and male and female households. The head count of poverty, the gap between female and male households using the head of the household definition, almost not reduced after different interventions of the state. What reduces a lot the gap, and that's interesting, is the in-nature transfers. And that's another different way to think about the importance of the health and the education public systems, or at least the transfers of the state in nature. Because why, that's the question could be, why is this reducing the gap between male and female head? And that's the reason is the one I think is the one I presented at the beginning, is because in the female-ized households, the dependents are dependent on the very low income of mothers, head of of household, and this helps a lot. Education and health helps a lot. Okay, so, and the other thing which is interesting is that when you look at the female majority income, which is a household with majority income generated by women, female, the reduction is different, is lower, and that's something also interesting, is the effect to reduce the gap, which is a positive gap in favor of women, is not as important as in the female. Okay, I will have to go faster. So let me go directly to some. Okay, that's the conditional gaps. That's the rows we estimate. So again, which is interesting is which kind of controls can move that gaps. So this is the estimation of the gap, female, male, using different levels of income. And in the left, you see the consumption income. And what is interesting is that the only thing that moves really the gap, it's when you consider informality. So the composition effect, it is not locations in the, we use geographical location, we use scholarity, etc. But when we put informality, that makes a jump, an important jump in the gap. So the portion of, a big portion of the explanation of the gap is due to informality. The informality in the labor market is mostly suffered by female head households. That's one message. Let me go a little bit faster. This is a little bit piece of evidence to show you that female head households are more affected by informality than male head households. And what is interesting is that the female majority generating income households are less affected by inequality. That's the thing I said already. But let me go to one of the possibilities we have in the model, and I will conclude with this. I can explain more things if in the questions. But what we did was to simulate very harsh policies. And this is not just a simulation. We follow the ideas about, for example, to extend the VAT taxes in Colombia to all the commodities. So what we can do with the model is to differentiate which goods are bought in informal markets. How do we do that? Because we map a survey of expenditure, of household expenditure, microdata survey. Of course, we cannot match them with the IDs of the persons, but we use different techniques to using observables to impute the characteristics of the households in both surveys and to impute the type of consumption the households are doing. And in the expenditure household expenditure survey, we have the information about where do you buy. Where do you buy things? You buy in the street, literally. You buy in the supermarket, and that's the way in which we can capture the informality of consumption. And with this, we can simulate the effects of, for example, these three type of policies. The first one, S0 is the baseline situation. S1 is keeping the statutory, today's rates with a lot of, where almost every basic basket is not taxed or with very low tax. And and only changing the formality of the consumption. And you see that formality of consumption change a lot. If you impose everyone to pay the taxes, the VAT taxes, it increases poverty a lot. And it increases inequality, of course. And I will, in 1 minute, go to the end. So, one thing in the discussion which is very important in Colombia is how to manage formality of consumption taxes. And you see that the regressive characteristic of the VAT tax in Colombia is less than we imagine. Because if all of the consumption were formal, the regressive effect of the tax could be higher. Then we add something. We reflect on if we put a rate of 90% in every purchase, and every purchase is formal, of course the effect is very high. And then what happened if we use the money collected by this tax and reduce poverty to the initial level of poverty? We try to, it is not exactly the same, but we try to put everyone in the situation before redistribution. And what we find is that, of course, poverty is reduced because by design, but the increase in inequality is there. So it is not a neutral policy to put a global flat tax on consumption, imposing formal consumption and redistributing back this. And what the last thing I wanted to show, and you will believe me because I don't have the time to explain in detail this, is that the effect, this kind of effect, goes through the bias, the gender bias. Because the families or the household with female head or female generating income are mostly families with dependent members. And in those households with dependent members, of course, the kind of the type of consumption is different than in households with less dependent members. And the effect of the type of policy I was trying to show you, to increase VAT or to flat the rate of VAT, affects mainly households with female head in poverty conditions with informal generation of incomes. So I will stop there, and maybe we have time to discuss something else about the model.
Yeah, very interesting. One question, you assume that the incidence of the tax is 1 and it falls on the consumer, or do you have some studies that actually measure an incidence of the tax and therefore the impact on disposable income will be lower?
Okay. No, what we do is to simulate in a very detailed way each household. The unit of analysis is a household. We cannot simulate individuals. So I don't know if I well understood the question, but so, okay.
Tax?
Yes.
I mean, the retail establishment cannot increase, like the tariffs in the US,
okay.
You cannot pass through the full amount of the tax, and it seems that maybe in the simulation we're assuming that the full amount of the tax is being passed on to the consumer.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Yes, what we can, okay, that's one of the most important caveats of this kind of models. We don't have, or at least this model is very static. We don't have behavior neither in the households or in the shops. But what we can do is we have a very detailed, because we have this survey of consumption with the very detailed weekly consumption of every every household. We have, I didn't explain that, an IO, using IOs, input-output matrices, we can put like a pass-through of the effect. But what we are implying here is that every part of these input-output connections between different goods goes plenty on the price. So I agree. It's important to discuss this, but yeah. But we simulate the way in which it goes through the chain of different consumptions.
Thanks for the talk. It's obviously ambitious, but ambitious in the important way. I had a question having to do with the way you're dividing households up between female and male. It's perhaps Colombia is listed in international surveys as having the highest non-marital fertility rate in the world, which suggests that the family structures are very complicated in terms of what it means to have both parents living in the same house, et cetera. Does that lead you to want to do other types of calculations? In other words, have richer categories of families and see how the effects on poverty have to do with whether the parents are married, what time the father is living there, et cetera. So it's more of an observation that given at least the little I know about family structure here, there's something that's an outlier compared to many other countries, and that may be a guide to more fine-grained ways to divide families up to see what the poverty effects are of the redistribution.
Thank you. It's a good suggestion, and yes, we have enough information to do that, and that's interesting. Yeah, thank you. And Juliana will help me because she's working on demographics.
No, I was wondering about the female tax, right? So the feminists will always say that taxes on female products are a burden to women, and then what happens when the female is the head of the household, and maybe what happens when she also has girls in the household.
Yes. Yeah. That's yeah. This is really granular, a very granular question. We look at that. The problem is it is a very small part of the basket, the food basket in the families. Compare with the yes, and what we use is not, of course, level of consumption. We use the shares of every good in the consumption of the household. So it is diluted in a certain way. This is really small. It is tiny proportion. So it is difficult to capture something. But we can, yes, we absolutely can look at this with, like, simulate different policies concentrated on those kind of goods and look at what, for example, those kind of goods are for most of the time formal consumption. Of course, because you have to buy it in a supermarket, in a grocery store or something, which is mostly formal. So I don't know if it is affected by this difference between formal and informal consumption, but we can look at that, yeah.
Just a quick nasty comment, pointing to a general equilibrium issue, very much in line with what Alejandro was mentioning. Well, you're increasing taxes. I mean, it's bad, right? Taxes are always bad. Yes. I mean, and so the comparison shouldn't be with a situation without taxes, but a situation, I guess. I mean, it is not quite fair to compare a situation with taxes and without taxes, because taxes are always worse. But you should probably try to compare it with an environment where the government doesn't have that money and therefore cannot, provide the other, something like that. Yeah. I wouldn't know how to do it, but
yes. No, we can do it. We can do it. For example, if we retire taxes, or we can simulate a reduction in the transfers of of this kind of, sorry, where is it? Here, this kind of part of the consumption of the households. We could say that represents a reduction in education budget of that, yes, we can. That's interesting, and of course that could offer a different point of view. Of course, you're right. Yes, Horacio. No, if you want to take this one, because maybe the batteries. Okay.
I didn't want to ask this question, but given that
Of course,
there was
you didn't want to be the nasty one before
no,
before
it's
Juan
actually
Esteban.
a follow up on that question.
Okay.
I think a sensible way to do some of your counterfactual is that if you eliminate or make VAT on everything, like one of your exercises, then you can reduce other type of taxes. So you can do exercises where there is a balanced budget, I think. And then you can combine those effects. So rather than just increasing VAT, you at the same time reduce other types of voices of the government budget. Related to that, I was talking a few years ago with Santiago Levy, who has been thinking about these things a lot. He thinks, or at least that's the way I understand what he thinks, that what Latin America should do is to abolish completely income taxes and do just VAT.
Okay.
Because that's and then do redistribution, because that's the most efficient way to collect money, and then do redistribution with transfers. Because obviously, if you just do VAT, it's regressive, and then you put the progressivity through transfers. Yes. I'm very surprised what you say about the formal and informal consumption, because even if you buy chips on the streets, these guys must buy it somewhere, so I'm not sure they don't pay any direct taxes.
Yes. Well, that's the filigrane of the model. We can characterize different households in the Gran Encuesta Integrada de Hogares, in the labor and poverty survey, and we can map them. We try to map them to the expenditure survey. In this way, we capture the way in which the type of inobservables similar households buy the things. So that's how we can impute the informality in the and it is a very difficult thing to do, and we of course we should show more transparent way how we do that. But that's something we think it's original and it's different. But okay, he already paid some VAT. Okay, that's yes. Okay. That's something. Okay, I get the point, and yeah. We have to reflect on this. Yes, for sure.
But that will bring you, and I don't know if you have that, to understand what the different relative prices of the same good in the formal and the informal side, no? And maybe into the IO of the formal.
Yes, and we can work on it. Yes, we can work on it. Thank you. So it's a very interesting suggestion. Yes, sure.
Wonderful. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
We have we have a 30-minute coffee break. So 4, we'll be back at 4 for the last talk and the panel. Yeah. Panel discussion moderated by Blanca Zuluaga, our host, and the director of the PhD program here at ICESI. So that should be a super interesting conversation. But before that, let me introduce Horacio. Horacio Tanasio is a Cowles Professor of Economics at Yale University. He holds a PhD in economics from the London School of Economics and an undergraduate degree in economics and statistical sciences from the University of Bologna. He previously held the Jeremy Bentham Chair of Economics at University College London and was research director at the Institute for Fiscal Studies. He's a research associate of the MBER, a fellow of the British Academy and the Econometric Society, and served as president of the Econometric Society in 2020 and of the European Economic Association in 2014. So thank you for being here, Horacio, and enjoy.
All right. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be at this conference today, and I'll try to be as interesting as the previous papers, although it's a difficult task to achieve. I think I'm very impressed by the diversity and heterogeneity in the students and the participants into this initiative. So I was not here for the school, but I think it's a great initiative, and I thank you very much for including me into this. So today what I'm gonna talk about, as you can see on the slide, is not about a new piece of work. It's actually about some old piece of work, old pieces of work, some which I've done, some that other people in Colombia have done. But basically most of my talk is gonna be divided in two parts. The first part is, it talks about inequality in early childhood in a few Latin American countries. This was a part, one chapter or one part of an initiative that we did a few years back, partly sponsored by the World Bank, partly sponsored by other institutions, on, it was called the Latin American and Caribbean Inequality Review last year. And my collaborators in this were Ana de la O, who is poli-sci person at Yale, Raquel Fernandez, Chico Ferreira, and Julian Medina, who are economists in various parts of the world. Then in the second part, and I will talk about some evidence on the early childhood development from that review. And then in the second part, I will talk about possible interventions that can be designed to reduce that type of problems. And some are work that I've done in Colombia. I also want to talk about two old interventions done in the 70s, which I think were incredibly seminal and important. And yet, when I talk to people, even in the field of child development, almost nobody knows about them. One of them, by the way, was in Cali, as we'll see. So let's first talk about inequality in early childhood in Latin America. This is one of the papers that we did for last year that I wrote with Florencia Lopez Lopo and others. And it's now published in the Oxford Open Economics in 2025. So we said several times that Latin America is one of the world's most unequal regions. And there are big gaps in child development that emerge very early in life. In fact, one of the papers that stimulated my interest in this type of problems was published a number of years ago by Norbert Shadi in the QJE. It was data from Ecuador. They show that already at age 6, there were huge gaps by socioeconomic status, while at age 6 months were very small, so they developed very, very early. The early years are particularly important because it's a period during which development happens very rapidly. And moreover, we know that those experiences, that formation has very long run consequences. These effects are persistent in a major way. As an aside, sometimes when I talk to other people in this field, this doesn't not mean that the only thing we can do is to address early childhood development. There are lots of other policies that are important and are important determinants of the dynamics of inequality in Latin America, ranging from the functioning of the labor and commodity markets to political systems and institutions, to the weight of history. The paper that we just listened this afternoon was a good indication of the importance of that. So early differences can be appear quite soon during people's life, and they can be amplified through dynamic complementarities. This is a terminology that Jim Heckman has introduced and has been used quite a bit in this. There are early skills that are conducive to a more efficient process of learning and investment in human capital, and they get transformed into later skills that can have returns in the labor market. This means that the nature of this process means that there is a potential window of opportunities. So interventions in early life might affect outcomes many years on. And moreover, what you can do in the early years could be much easier. It could be much easier to achieve certain results if you intervene early. And therefore, the policy question is not just whether an intervention works or not, but we now know there are a bunch of interventions that work quite well, but also when you should do it. And I can be very granular, to use a word that has become quite popular these days in this respect. You know, I've been doing quite a bit of work with people in the field of child development. We all agree that early interventions are more effective. Then when I ask, okay, when should we start an intervention? At 6 months, at 9 months, at 12 months, 15 months? They don't know the answer to that. And yet, we know that that is important. You know, starting at 18 months or at 2 years might be already too late. You might want to do it earlier. I'm not stating this. I put there as an important question, which is still open, I think, for research. And the reason I stress this is because I'm convinced that early childhood interventions can change in a fundamental way the trajectory that people take rather than simply produce temporary improvements. And as I say, there are still lots of things that we don't know in this field, details that are very important. So the first thing I want to give you an example is a study that was done here in Colombia. It's called Kangaroo Mother Care. This was done back in the 70s. I don't know how many people have heard of the Kangaroo Mother Care, excluding the obvious ones. So it's a really interesting story. This is a lady in Bogota, a French person that moved to Colombia, and she started this in a clinic in La Séptima de Bogota, very close to La Javeriana. This intervention is basically when there are children born very premature or very low birth weight, the mother or the father to keep in a skin contact for an extended period. And she did a randomized control trial comparing this type of intervention to the standard care, which was incubators. And she found a bunch of positive impacts right there. Survival rates were higher, and even development at 12 months was higher for these kids. And then more recently, she did, and that's the only reason, well, one of the reasons I cite that, she contacted a big chunk of these kids 20 years later. And the reason we actually worked together with this data set, and those are the citations for those of you who are interested. Looking at this data, it's pretty clear that, forgetting for a second the impact of the intervention, if you take development at 7 months, it's predictive of outcomes at 22 years, even after controlling for development at 2 years. What tells me that in those months, in those first 12, 24 months, there are lots of things happening to our brains, to our development, that are conducive to long-run outcomes. And I think that's one of the most convincing evidence that this dynamic complementarity can be very important indeed. So going back to last year, the countries that we studied for early childhood development were those 5 listed there, were Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Peru, and Uruguay. Why those 5s? Because that's where we could find some usable data. And I want to reiterate this thing, that data and measurement is incredibly important. And it's incredibly important to think carefully about constructing data that could be compared over time and across contexts. And that's not obvious at all currently. Definitely in Latin America, and definitely for child development, the data that we have are very limited. In any case, for those 5 countries, we could do some work. And so we have both cross-sectional and longitudinal naturally represented surveys, tracking children from ages 0 to 5, follow-ups 6 to 12 years later. We consider 3 domains: language, cognition, and socio-emotional. And we measured the socioeconomic status by some wealth index, income per capita, and maternal education. So that's the work. And we saw that those are the 5 countries. Then there is the inequality level in terms of what we observe. The lowest was Uruguay in terms of inequality. And the highest were Colombia, and it has the highest Gini, followed by Peru and Mexico. And what we find is that there is an incredible mapping between the level of inequality that we see in the countries and the level of inequality in early childhood development. So those countries were even jumping through lots of hoops to overcome the obstacles posed by data availability and comparability. In the end, we could conclude quite strongly that the countries that had the highest level of inequality also had the highest socioeconomic gradients in early childhood development. And if you think back of the kangaroo mother care thing I told you before, you can say if this is going to have long-run implications. And so trying to address the way children develop could be very important, not only for the immediate impacts you have on these children, but for the level of inequalities in the long run. Do these SES gaps in child development close over time? They don't. And probably what is needed is active and quality policy interventions. Anyway, let me say, this slide repeats what my main idea here is that if you look at child development very early on, say 6 months, you don't see much of SES gap. You do see some, but not huge. But then increases in the first 3 years of life and becomes massive. And so those are the transmission channels. There is parental socioeconomic status, which leads to different parental investment strategies, which leads to differentiated child development and eventually differentiated unequal adult outcomes. Parental background strongly predict investment. Let me give an aside. I should resist these asides because then on the time thing is bad. But when I say that parental investment, I'm not just talking about money. I'm not just talking about buying stuff for kids, but also I'm talking about how you interact with the kids. And I'll come back to these issues a lot, because especially in the first couple of years, as a parent, you can do a number of things that are almost free if you have the bandwidth to do it. And that's partly explains the success of some of the stimulation intervention I'll be talking about. So it's not just about time, but it's a way parenting is important. And the last little aside I want to make, there is a beautiful paper by a young researcher called Suzanne Bellew, who is now working in France. She was a student of Michel Tertel, and she has it's mostly a theoretical economic model in which parents choose where to live and how much to invest in their kids, but they don't know how to invest in their kids. So they talk to other parents in the neighborhood. And what she shows in her paper is that there are equilibria where distorted beliefs about the process of child development, underestimating the productivity of parental investment, can become self-reinforcing through this word of mouth and conversations with your neighbors. So you might choose a neighborhood because it's cheap to live there, but then you talk to parents that don't have a good idea about how to raise kids, and then you end up making, and this, she shows that this can be an equilibrium, a bad equilibrium. Enough for drivers. Let's think about a policy to reduce things. This is something that we mentioned. There could be transfers. So if the issue is poverty that leads to poor development, there are conditional cash transfers. And indeed, in Latin America, they have been tried and evaluated in many different countries. And they do have a number of positive impacts. Do they improve early childhood development levels? It's not clear. And the evidence there is very, very quick. And personally, I don't think they do. Then there is the home visiting programs. This is something that I've been working for the last 15 years now. The Jamaica model that was constructed by Sally Grant and McGregor has become extremely important. The Jamaica data set that started with the first intervention, which is now called Reach Up and Learn, that Sally and collaborators did in Jamaica, is another one of the few data sets where kids have been followed for 30 years now. They have the 30-year follow-up on those kids, and they show that this intervention that lasted 18 months at the age of from six months for 18 months had impact on their wages, on their income as adults, on incarceration and all that. In Colombia, we did that with the help of Sally. We worked in 96 towns in Colombia, and we showed some short-term impacts in that a few years back. Now, how to develop this at scale? is complicated. Because in the Jamaica, these were 205 kids maybe. So with the specialized nurses doing the interventions, with these home visits, there were no resources involved in those, except a nutritional supplement that was shown not to have much of an impact. So all of it was the stimulation. But you know, you have to know how to do this. And so how to develop that at scale is not an obvious thing. In Colombia, we tried this thing of using the Madre Líderes, the coordinators of the conditional cash transfer program. And we try to train them to do the home visits. What is not obvious is going to have a long-run impact. And so one can try to combine this type of interventions with the conditional cash transfer program in a way to attract. CCTs are very popular with the recipients, obviously. So let me skip up. And then there is a center-based childcare in preschools. They might have positive impacts, but is not, the quality is essential. And one gets those type of impacts only when the quality is good. So I wanted to talk about this. Let me skip the KMC, the Kangaroo Mother Care. But I wanted to talk about these two very old interventions in Colombia. One was done in Cali. The person who started this was a guy called Leonardo Sinisterra. Who knows that name? Who knows what Bienestarina is? He invented the formula for Bienestarina. He was a doctor. He started that. And he started the foundation in Cali. And they ran a randomized control trial. They had different arms. And in a poor neighborhood of Cali, a bunch of kids and are assigned to different things, at different arms of the experiment. The intervention started at different ages. Again, this is I tell you, when should we start? He asked that question. And early and longer exposures had large cognitive gains. You know, the reason I learned about this study, because when I started talking to Sally Grant McGregor, about, who did the Jamaica, Sally told me that she had the idea of the Jamaica intervention because she read that study. One of their papers was published in McKay et al. In 1978 in Science. So it's not, and what amazes me that nobody knows, in Colombia, nobody knows about this. One of my little obsessions was to try to find the data from this. As I was telling earlier, this is my third visit in Cali. In the second visit, I was at a conference. I managed to talk to the daughter of Sinisterra. Sinisterra passed away a number of years ago. And she still runs the foundation that their father started. Unfortunately, they had a fire a few years back, which destroyed all the paper data of the experiment. It would have been great to be able to match those kids born in the early 70s to adult outcomes now. Hmm? No, he, among the other things that Sinisterra did was to invent the formula for the Bienestarina, which is, which has nothing to do with this study. It's something else. He was a pediatrician, so. The second intervention also happened in Colombia, this time in Bogota. They randomized approximately 430 families in a poor neighborhood in Bogota. Again, was an early nutritional supplementation, but psychosocial simulation. And again, the pretty sizable impacts. And these were published in good journals. And so, again, what amazes me that very few people, even in Colombia, know about these studies. And we need to reinvent the wheel every time. Now, I hope this is not going to happen to my studies. I wanted to talk about two evaluations we did here in Colombia. One is about hogares infantiles, which are medium-sized nurseries run by the government, targeted to relatively low-income families. And then FAMI, which is a stimulation intervention it used to be run by the ICBF, I don't know if it's still running, which is very similar to the stimulation curriculum Salidid, except it is delivered in groups rather than home visits. So this FAMI stands for Familia, Mujer en Infancia. 5 minutes is fine. So it's a community-based parenting program for children aged from 0 to 2. It's delivered by paraprofessional facilitators that work for the ICBF. The program is quite big. When we wrote this paper, there were about 1,000 of these hogares infantiles in Colombia. They serve disadvantaged families. So what we did, we ran an improved curriculum of this, and we had a randomized control trial across 87 municipalities in 3 departments in the center part of Colombia. And so 46 were treated. The duration was about 10 months. One of the ideas that we've been pushing is that we need to use existing infrastructures, not just because it's cheaper, but because you need to reach out to the beneficiaries of this, and you need to work with the things that they recognize already. And that's why this was, and so that was the intervention was. The control group continued, but without the improvement in the FAMI program. And we got a point, in cognitive development, we got an ITT of a 0.16 of a standard deviation. And if you do the treatment and the treated, taking into account participation, is between 0.3 and 0.4 of a standard deviation in cognitive development, which is a sizable impact. And so that's the main results. We think that the key mechanism is that intervention significantly increased parental investment. So we were having these weekly sessions to with the mothers, and after those, they changed their behavior. They changed the way they interact with the kids. I don't try to avoid referring to anecdotes, but when we were piloting this, there's an anecdote that just stuck to my mind. We were there in, was a place not far from Medellin, but a small town, rural. And we were there discussing stuff, and this lady came with her daughter, who was 2 at the time. And the lady was very worried because the daughter could say very few words. And so one of our workers showed this, one of the books that we were using for this intervention, which is without, just pictures without, and she said, okay, why don't you sit down with your girl and tell her this is perro. And she did this a few times, and the girl repeated the word. And she was amazed. She was completely flabbergasted, which to me tells that she didn't quite had a good idea of how children and We Learn program. This is how much it costs. It's not cheap, but it's not super expensive either. The second study is this Hogares Infantiles. Again, we did a randomized controlled trial. I'll go very quickly through this. The government at the time was trying to improve the Hogares Infantiles, and they designed, they gave a bunch of resources to hide teaching assistants into those. And so we had the three arms. One was the control arm. Then there was the government improvement. And then we did, in addition to the government improvement, we did that with some training of the teachers. To make a long story short, the standard government, the government improvement had zero impact. And what we find is that the teachers were delegating to the new hires, these teaching assistants, most of the classwork, and they did more administrative work. And so, not surprisingly, that didn't have much of an impact on the children. When you complemented that intervention with teacher training, then we had a sizable impact. And what we found out, that teachers actually were doing what they were supposed to do. And the additional cost of this was minuscule, was increasing the government intervention cost by 4 or 5%. So those are the impacts. I told you this already. Let me say one last thing, because this is too long. I already mentioned the fact that I think interventions, they don't always work. And this is a risky business in the sense that if over time we propose a bunch of interventions that don't affect, then there could be a big backlash. And in the long run, this could be quite negative. And I think for this type of interventions to work, what is very important is to get a buy-in from the beneficiaries. If you're trying to change individual behavior, individual parenting practices, then you cannot lecture people about this. You need to involve them. And that's why the role that communities and the local leaders can have is very, very important. So from the government point of view, you need to design interventions, A, that are well structured and all that, but B, that manage to involve the beneficiaries in a positive way. Without that, I don't think we will have much hope to get long-run impacts. And I'll stop here. Sorry to go.
Now we have time for some questions.
Yes, no, very interesting, Orazio. I have just a quick question on these early intervention. That they, as you pointed out, they have to begin very early, and the parents are the main one involved in providing these stimuli, etc. Is there any?
This is true up to age 2.5, 3.
Okay. What I was thinking? Is there any space for the government, or if you think of France, for example, in Europe, they have these, which is not probably the case for many developing countries, but they have. Most parents tend to work. They have very generous. They have generous paternity and maternity leave, but they tend to go back to work, and they have very well developed crash. So, is there any substitution to the parents that?
That's an excellent question. I don't know the answer to that, and the reason I don't know the answer, I don't think anybody knows the answer, in the sense that what I know is that over the first 2.5, 3 years of life, the kids they are not very social. They don't have a huge amount of number of people that they interact with, and so the parents are those. Now, of course, if you take the kid at the age 6 months into a very high quality in nursery where there is 1 to 3 or 1 to 4 max ratio, if these people are well trained, they could provide that. But if you ask me, then after age 3, I think you can do stuff in nurseries and the like. Probably even before that, but the cost that could be substantial.
Okay, thank you very much, Orazio. I would like to connect your talk with what is believed among evolutionary biologists to be the reason as why we have become so intelligent as a species. So this comes from from Homo sapiens taking an erect position. This led to have smaller waist, and kids, to survive, had to be delivered earlier. So we came out of our mothers earlier, where our brain was not developed yet. So our brain has continues to develop and finishes developing once we are in the world, once we are subject to all these stimuli from the world. And that's why we become so intelligent. So connecting this with your ideas that the earlier the better, is it possible that what made us the most intelligent species on Earth is also what exposed us to the highest inequality? Because of course different kids in these crucial months at the beginning are exposed to different stimuli, and therefore we may have developed huge inequalities in skills more than other animals or other species.
Yeah, but I don't think that you're probably right, but I don't think that's mechanical at all, in the sense that exactly, what these interventions show is that you can remediate these type of things. And I don't know exactly how to do it yet. The Mauritius questions earlier, it could be that you can even do it in nurseries, or you can involve the parents in a number of activities. We have done some work in India where we found, so in India we have 2 alternative ways of delivering the intervention. This is still Sally's intervention. One is with home visits, and one with group visits. So rather than having a person going house to house every week, we'll have the mothers coming together with the kids and do those activities. And we found, to our surprise, that the impact on the group visit was as high, not only much cheaper but to run, but also as high as the individual homes. And what I'm starting to understand now, looking at those data, is that the type of you have one mother that can serve as a role model for the others because she knows better how to interact with the kids. And so you have to be inventive in this type of things.
Thank you so much. Super interesting research. And I was worried about the results for Colombia, right? Especially in the light of a very rapid demographic transition that will result very shortly in a decline of the workforce population. So I was wondering how costly it is for Colombia to have these inequalities in cognitive abilities that then will be translated into these kids that are stunted cognitively will then go to a labor force with lower human capital. So can you do a back in the envelope calculation to tell us more or less how costly it is not having these interventions?
Oh, you can come back at the envelopes you can do, and it can be very, very costly because the sort of low early childhood development, if persistent, and we show that this can be very persistent, then can lead to massive gaps when you're an adult, and therefore the cost can be very high. A couple of things I want to say. This is politically very difficult to implement. We were talking earlier during the coffee break about populism, and as a politician, you have to convince people that I'm investing in a program which will have an impact in 20 years' time. So that's a very difficult message to give to voters. especially these days. And if you allow me, I want to go back to something which is not related to your question, but to the previous question. And something that I really want to say on how child development works. In the intervention we did in Colombia, the 96 towns, when we did the second follow-up, we actually extracted the DNA of these kids and their mothers. And so then we went to our data and we showed that we computed some polygenic scores for both kids and mothers. And we showed that these polygenic scores that have been constructed with weights from Western populations, even in Colombia, they're predictive of child development. Which is says, okay, then the reaction, oh, so everything is genetic? Not quite, because the second part of the paper, what we do is that if we distinguish the impacts of our intervention between kids with low and high polygenic scores, we show that the intervention effectively eliminates the difference between that. And so this is to say that this type of things, they start very early. They start at 6 months, and they probably reflect a bunch of factors, but it can be affected in fundamental ways by interventions, by the environment, and so on and so forth.
So thank you very much. I've been following your work on this, so it's great to have a refresher. So the question is very candid. Early interventions. Has anyone looked at the intervention before the kid is born, like working directly on the parents? I mean, from my own experience, I didn't have a clue what the hell to do when I have the first one.
Me neither.
And so I imagine that some training or some intervention could have led to an easier transition, and probably for some of especially for some of the population where families are having, or kids are having kids. I don't know if this we may have a complementary or a positive, has anyone explained it? And then the second part would be, has in your following up, look at whether this intervention, the benefits of intervention spill over younger children, siblings of the subjects of this intervention?
Okay, thanks. On the first one, we are running a program in Tanzania where we actually started before we recruit pregnant women. And so we'll be looking at the first part of the interventions happens before the child is born. And then we'll follow up later with the stimulation stuff. So I don't know the answer to that, but more in general, there are a bunch of interventions that look at nutrition, interventions on the mothers. There is a famous data set in Bangladesh. There was a nutritional intervention on pregnant women. It didn't find any impact on that, by the way. But it could be just one specific intervention. So yeah, and the second question was what? Oh, siblings. The data sets become very small. Yeah, we tried something with, it's very noisy because sample sizes.
So, Horacio, you actually have to stay because you're a member of the panel. Most of the people on the panel I have already introduced, but I'm just going to read a brief bio of the ones that I haven't. The first is our moderator, Blanca Zuluaga. Blanca is a full professor in the Department of Economics here at ICESI and the director of the university's doctoral program in Economic and Administrative Sciences. She holds a PhD in economics from the Catholic University in Leuven and MSc in economics from the same institution and an undergraduate degree in economics from Universidad del Valle. She is recognized as a senior researcher by MinCiencias in Colombia. Then we have Juan Esteban Carranza. He leads the Economic Research Department at Banco de la República's Cali branch, where he heads the Centro de Estudios sobre Economía Industrial e Internacional. No? Okay, sorry. He holds a PhD in economics from Yale University and a master's degree in economics from Universidad de los Andes, and his research focuses on industrial organization and applied microeconomics, including studies of Colombia's manufacturing sector, price controls, and the relationship between economic activity and violence. And then last but not least, we have Lucio Esposito. He's a full-time professor of economics here at ICESI. Recently, you became a full-time professor here. Welcome to Cali. Before coming to ICESI, he was an associate professor in development economics at the University of East Anglia, and he holds a PhD from the University of East Anglia in the United Kingdom. So this is a wonderful panel. There's a heavy representation of Italians. I don't know why, but welcome.
Thank you, Denise. And thank you for everything. We already said this several times, but thanks to her, we are here, no? Because she thought in Cali, her ciudad natal, as the place where we should do this, and we are very grateful for that. And with all the team from Georgetown and from University of Chicago, because they thought of us. Thank you. I also want to thank first the 46 students of the summer school, because they were like so committed. You know that we went through a very difficult period because of the earthquake, and no one quit it. Just one person, Colombian, and only because she was directly affected by the earthquake. All the rest, on the contrary, were asking how to help. Even a couple of people came before to see if they could help. A couple of people brought donations. So we are also very grateful with you. I'm very happy, particularly as a director of the PhD program, because of my students. I'm like, you know, you develop like a certain maternal sentiment. So I'm very happy that they had this opportunity to learn so much from all this very, like, you know, high level academics. So that's, for us, has been very, very nice. Okay, so this is like the closing academic event, no? Because I want to remind you that there is another event to close, which is the cocktail. So please don't leave us that wine there. Go to the cocktail. Okay, so this is going to work like this. We have like 60% of people on the panel from Italy and only 40% from Colombia. I think this should work well. This is, I mean, like the main question of the panel will be how to foster social mobility in such unequal societies, like Latin American societies, no? For that, I have prepared some questions for our panel, and then we will work like this. I do first one question, and they will have like around 7-8 minutes, more or less, to answer, and then we go on, no? I think it will be like a couple of questions only. Okay, so I would like to begin with Horacio, because he is now, you know, he just finished, he's warm now. So, Horacio, you have devoted, and our students know, a lot of your research to analyze the impact of conditional cash transfers, not only in Colombia, but also in other countries like Brazil, Mexico, and several other countries, right? And not only the effect on inequality, but in several other outcomes. But today, it's the day of inequality. So that's the question. What's the role of this transfer in reducing inequality, Horacio?
So the easy answer and the cheap answer, which is definitely not sufficient, is to say, look, you're giving these people money, they don't have much, so that will reduce the inequality in income. And I think that's true, but I don't think that's the main part of the story. It's not the most interesting. The two countries where I worked the most on CCTs were Mexico and Colombia. And one thing that I noticed in both of them, and I should qualify, here I'm talking about CCTs towards the small rural communities. I don't know enough about the urban part of the CCTs. But in these small communities, I think one thing that impressed me both in Mexico and in Colombia is the potential role that this type of transfers can have on social capital. I think one of the issues of Latin America, but not only in the modern world, is that we are losing more and more the sense of belonging to a society. And if done properly, this type of, and I'll come back to the properly in a second, but if done properly, this type of programs can improve that. And when I say properly, you don't want to design this program in a way that they feel like charity. But you want to, you see, for instance, the link of the CCTs, both in Mexico and in Colombia, to parental investment, to schooling, is important not just because you want to enforce the conditionality, but because you make a, you draw a path to exit poverty. You say you need to invest in your children, you need to do this and the other. And I think that type of, also the way we're running in Mexico, in these little villages, all the beneficiaries would elect one lady who was called Madre Promotora, that was in charge of all the connections with the program administration. And they did the same thing in Colombia. In Colombia, they were called Madre Líderes. And I've been interacting, I've been to a bunch of villages in Colombia when we were doing the evaluation of that. And after a while, I would walk into this room and I could tell you right away who were the Madre Líderes. Because we're different, they were characterized by leadership. And managing, using the program to recruit this type of human capital and to have an important role in the way the community works, I think that's very important. So I think this issue about having the communities and the beneficiaries of interventions working, participating actively and taking a sense of ownership of this type of initiatives is very, very important for the future.
Okay, thank you. So yes, Mexico and Colombia, no? Brazil were other authors then, because...
I worked a little bit in Brazil, but not on CCTs. I don't know much about that.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah, very well.
Been there, but in Mexico and Colombia, I was in this experience of going to the villages and talking to people, I think is very, it's very instructive.
There are several, papers that actually my students and myself, when I was doing the PhD, read about the effect of Familias en Acción in human capital of children, long-term impacts on several other outcomes. So thank you, Horacio. Now let's go to social norms. Maurizio already told us about this topic, and actually all those researchers that have worked about gender inequality know how important are social norms to determine the impact that policies and like many other measures, governmental measures or private efforts the impact that those measures can have in actually reducing inequality, no? I mean, we know that that's like a major driver of distributional tensions in many societies. So, Mauricio, could you tell us about your main findings on this topic?
Yes, thank you. It's good that being three Italians, we don't talk about the World Cup because so. And I was cheering for I'm half Colombia. I was cheering for Colombia, which did fairly good. So anyway, look, no, thank you for the question, Blanca. Let me start from the reason why I really went into this, because in the last 5-7 years I've been working extensively on South Asia, which is a region which has this puzzle where women have almost closed, and in some cases even overtook the gap in education. There has been a strong growth in India and other parts of South Asia to the tune of very high GDP growth rates, so creation of jobs has been there. The wage gaps have somehow closed, and fertility rate have gone down. And so all of these, if you have a standard model of labor supply for a woman, you would see labor supply increase, but female labor force participation has been stubbornly low and not increased, and in some cases it even come down in these regions. So if we use the standard model, it's really hard to explain, and there is a debate I have been discussing with many, even locally, and it's the demand, but it's not enough. And so what we have been focusing is, okay, so what can explain a part of this, and there's where we went and looked at social norms. And so the first reaction when you make such a claim is that, okay, that's easy to say, and so what do you do with that? And so the next step is measurement, and Orazio sitting here has been helping moving the profession, all the profession towards giving a better ranking to subjective variables such as perception, expectations, and social norms. So we have the work that we did was to begin trying to figure out a way to measure social norms, and there has been progress on the theory. Cristina Bicchieri, another Italian in Pennsylvania, has written quite a bit about that. And the main innovation that we have been using is this differentiation between attitudes and second order belief, what you think others think. Imagine you enter a place, a room in a different society where you don't know anyone. What you do is observe what others do and try to figure out. So the pressure comes from what you think other things. So in the first innovation in our measurement is to separate the two and measure both of these. And then always on measurement, there are a few things that are fairly innovative that we have been applying, and now we have gone in the field in several places around the world, which are three. One is you don't necessarily care about everybody, what everybody thinks, but there is a reference group. So who is the reference group is another important measurement issue. The sanction, what if you break a social norm? What is the sanction? Is it just gossiping or ignoring you or worse? And then context. If you break a social norm, because, for example, you go to work because your husband is sick, is the same thing than if your husband is healthy, or if you have to go far away from home, if you have to work in a mixed environment, men and women, etc. So we did all of that, and the results, to come to your question on the findings, is that it's, universally we find that normally there is this pluralistic ignorance is the term that people use. So social expectations tend to be more conservative than your personal belief. So there's this gap that can be used in policy, as I was telling before with the Bernstein example in Saudi Arabia. The second issue, the second finding is that context matter a lot, so that's also relevant for policy. But the third, that goes again to the core of the issue of the measurement, is that we are able now to really trade off wages versus norms. Let me explain, and then I conclude. So right now, in some of the countries, we are able to measure how much the wage gap between a man and a woman has to close, so that it can nullify the difference in norms. And so we have an example in Nepal. There are castes there in Nepal too, and to move conservative caste from a model of household where there is only a male breadwinner to a dual earners where both participate, the wage has to go up by 30%. So there's no possible short-term or even long-term demand side that could raise that wage so much to close that gap. So once you measure, you can start talking to politicians, you can start changing things. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mauricio. Well, now those who know Carranza, you might remember that he's not like a super fan of working on inequality in the level of research. Of course, but now he has a big responsibility at national level because he's the head of research del Banco de la República in Colombia, right? So even if is industrial organization his favorite field for research, he knows his team, how they work. And then my question to him is, what do you think are the main challenges that the research on inequality has in Colombia now?
Well, thank you, and thank you for the very kind introduction. I should add that none of what I say represents the views of the board of the central bank or its governor. They're only my responsibility. and as Blanca said, I had the research department at the central bank, and we do have a large research agenda that includes aspects of inequality, and certainly like most of the factors that affect inequality, all the dimensions of inequality in Colombia. And I'm going to talk about the challenges, not about the things that we've achieved, which are also plenty. And I would focus on the issue of data and how we measure things, the difficulties that we have of measuring aspects of the social phenomena that are important to understand inequality. We at the central bank, at my department, one of the main focus is to collect data and to make it available to our researchers and external researchers like Horacio, who is one of our favorite customers. But still, there's still lots of areas of society that are invisible to us, and I would just mention some of them. For example, where we we don't know who pays taxes here in Colombia, and I mean we have a rough idea, but we don't no, researchers have no access to tax information. And of course, since we don't know who pays taxes, we don't know who doesn't, and we, like you know, I mean, the tax system is the main conduit for all the social, like for social policies that address inequality, and that's not even at the central bank. So we don't know how much people paying taxes. We don't know remittances. I mean, we know the amount of remittances, but for whatever reason, the remittances are invisible in household service. So when you look at at studies based on household service in Colombia, household service have very high quality. They have all kinds of information, and people are asked about remittances. And when people are asked about remittances, they report zero remittances. I mean, virtually zero. Of course, some people report something, but I mean, it's like they're non-existing. And we all know that, especially in, Cali and this area of the country is the main destination of remittances in the country. And a rough calculation would indicate that like the average household in Valle del Cauca, which is the area where we live, where we are here right now, gets, I don't know, at least like $400 a month in remittances. And but you don't see them in household service. And of course, we can suspect that the reason they don't report this in the household service is because they suspect that by reporting them, they would have to pay taxes, or they would lose some benefits. And that's another thing, that like the CISBEN system, which is the system that the Colombian state uses for distributing benefits for poorer households. It depends on service, and people who report that they have, I don't know, a refrigerator and a washing machine, they suddenly might find themselves out of these benefits. You know, so people have incentives to hide stuff, and so I think that's a challenge when trying to understand inequality. Then there's the issue of how we measure inequality. And I was very happy to see what Andres presented today, which accounts for all these in-kind transfers, which has been the focus of the Colombian state for like the last 3 decades. That's the main mechanism that the Colombian state has developed for, well, except in the last decade or so, when cash transfers have become more important. But in the 90s and the early part of this century, there was this big effort put into putting together a decent health system and improving education, improving access to higher education. Those things don't show up in the Gini coefficient, which is the obsession of people who look at the who look at inequality. And so we don't look good when we look at the Gini coefficient, but probably our real Gini coefficient is not as bad as it looks. And I was talking also a little earlier with Stephen about the fact that even when you compare across countries, the mobility, social mobility, so moving from the first decile of the income distribution in Colombia to the first decile, I mean, the probability of making that move here is much lower than in Norway, right? But that move here is huge. It's way bigger than what it is in a European country. So I just want to keep in mind that these are peculiar societies with and data have to be looked at carefully. And then that one thing that is important when looking at these problems from the point of view of the central bank is that it is not clear exactly what we should worry about. Is it inequality? Is it poverty? Inequality across what dimensions? There's a strong emphasis. There's a strong emphasis in many of the things that you see in a conference here in inequalities in initial access to education, things that level the play field, and that is fine. But on the other hand, there's also this focus on poverty itself, that it's not necessarily inequality. Anyway, so as I was saying before, from the point of view of the central bank, the main challenges ahead are always data and measuring things well.
Tell me about that. Yeah, it's true. And in Colombia, and I think it's also true for other developing countries, that's the main challenge. I agree with you. In other like rich countries, they really have data of people, like even from conception to death and before and after. So that's not the case for us. We only have like one longitudinal data survey. That's the ELCA. Now it changed sex. It's called ELCO. But the problem is we have only 4 waves and we cannot match them because there are problems. My students know that. There's kind of a secret there. Sorry, Andres. Yeah, we can't actually have complete access to the 4 waves complete because they changed the IDs to do the merge. So that's a big problem because we know that we can do better things with better data. So I hope these changes afterwards, maybe Banco de la República will help poor researchers to have better data. Okay, so let's go back, let's go Italian again and ask Professor Lucio, our recent acquisition. We are happy about that. Lucio has worked a lot in development. He has been teaching development in different universities. So he has a lot of experience like in this matter. So considering that, I would like to ask you a question that even if we recognize that income inequality is not the only thing that matters, well, still important, no? So in your experience, what do you think that are the main policies or the policies that have worked better to reduce income inequality?
Yeah, okay. So first of all, the conceptual link between inequality and policy is so strong that when you try to devise inequality measures, the cornerstone of your work is actually called this transfer axiom. So that a regressive transfer must increase your index of inequality. And actually there is a different transfer axiom for every moment of the distribution. So you can see that even when people try to develop measures for inequality, policy is already there, okay? So this is at a conceptual level. Empirically, does policy have anything to do with inequality? Well, for sure, and that's very easy to prove. And what I always ask my students is, do you think the market is fiercer in the US or in Sweden? And everybody says in the US, of course, because there's more inequality. But actually, when you look at the pre-tax Gini of the US, or Sweden, of Denmark, is basically the same. Okay, so sometimes Sweden or Denmark or Norway got a higher market Gini, pre-tax Gini, than the US. So you can see that what causes is it working? Yeah, it's working. So what causes a high inequality in the United States is not the market, but the country's policies to the government. Okay, so let's try to see the action of the government in 2 different moments. The first moment is the tax collection. And the second is the use of these revenues to change something in people's lives. So they say that a good start is half a battle. So is tax collection progressive? And we know that in Latin America it's not, and it's always been like a myth, like a legend told by sociologists, anthropologists, but now we've got so much evidence. And I can think of a couple of papers published just last year about Brazil, showing that the effective tax rates paid by kind of the bottom 50% of the distribution is about 40%, while those paid by the biggest economic players is about 20%. Okay, so at the moment of tax collection, the governments are not reducing inequality. And one may think, okay, what about the use of these revenues? So what policies are increasing redistribution, decreasing inequality? So we published a few years ago meta-regression analysis involving where we distilled 84 papers who directly looked at the effect of policies, government spending on inequality. And there were about 900 point estimates which we derived from these papers and analyzed econometrically to see which policies actually worked to decrease inequality. And the ones that worked were cash transfer, social spending, that is all those interventions targeting directly the bottom of the distribution. Unfortunately, government expenditures on education and health did not lead to decrease in inequality. And reasons can be that the change of transmission of expenditure inequality health can be very long and difficult to track. But it can also be that those groups that could really benefit from policies through the health and education channels were not the poorest. And actually we did some, so we are finishing a paper on the impact of quotas, racial quotas on Brazil university admission. And to try to understand why we did not see in the data that, we saw that the general level of education increased across the board, among Brazilian teenagers. And we saw that blacks also achieved higher results, but were the richest among the blacks, not the poorest among the blacks. And so we did some qualitative field work, and what we found out was that it was simple things that in poor areas, black children who would benefit from the quota law did not know about it. So despite the quota law in Brazil has been scandalous, has been something so popular that you can think, how can somebody not know about it? So I'm telling you about the teenagers, adolescents in high school in poor areas did not know about it. So you can even imagine those who are not in school, right? So another reason why probably health and education expenditures did not really benefit a decrease in inequality is that they do not reach those at the very bottom, okay, in the way they are designed, despite being potentially so progressive, like a law, affirmative action, a quota law, okay? What did increase inequality among social spending? Military expenses, okay? So the money spent by governments on weapons increased inequality. But it's not something we have to worry about because there's no any sentiment about increasing military spending in the world, right? Nowadays. So it's something that we should not worry about. So a paper which has come out more recently has actually found that some policies have got a clear impact on inequality, and these are austerity measures. So austerity measures increase inequality basically without any doubt about it. So unfortunately, the idea is that the summary is that Policies that work very well to decrease inequality, have to be really targeted surgically to the very poorest. Otherwise, they get lost in the way society works. They got lost in the power dynamics among different social strata of the population, where those with greater power basically grab the benefits of these policies, despite this policy may be intended to decrease inequality. Okay, and since we are dominating here Italians, there's a novel, an Italian novel, which is very well known also abroad, I learned, which is The Leopard, which shows that there are ways to change systems in society that seem to revolutionize everything, but that they change things so much that at the end, everything stays the same. Okay? So some policies, unfortunately, are like that in terms of inequality. They don't change inequality much, despite they look like they would.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to change order precisely because we are talking about inequality of income, but there is a large bunch of literature saying that focusing only on income, it's like too narrow, no? So I want to go to Mauricio Busolo again. And then, and because he has been working a lot on inequality, not necessarily on income, but opportunities, right? So what do you think we missed when we focus only on inequality of income? And what do you recommend to those, to these young researchers about that?
Okay, thank you again for the question. Okay, so I need to reframe a little bit your question, because while it's important to look at other variables, the inequality in distribution of other variables, such as health, access to services, education, access to the labor market, etc. And I can talk a little bit about that. But let me, since you mentioned inequality of opportunity, I think there is one important clarification. When we talk about opportunities, it's not necessarily that opportunities is a variable that we look at, but is when you look at inequality of opportunity, you actually look inside of the mechanism that generate the inequality of income ultimately. So by that,
Maurizio, maybe you can put a little bit closer.
Exactly. It was projecting very, very powerful. So now, so what I mean by that is that you want to look at, when you look at inequality of opportunity, you're looking at what determines the final income inequality by dividing it to factors that are under the control of an individual, factors that are not under the control of the individual, that are called circumstances and efforts. So to simplify things, we have been talking about intergenerational mobility a lot. Intergenerational mobility basically looks at what happens to children depending on how much that depends on the parents. And so, so basically, in intergenerational mobility is a simplified, maybe it's not the right word, but is basically inequality of opportunity, where the only circumstance that matters is parental background. Now, when we look at inequality of opportunity, we also consider a bunch of other variables, such as your race, which region you were born in, the other bunch of things that are really you can't change, you haven't chosen. Now, why that is important? For all reasons that link back to policy. First of all, is it's when we are asked about the relevance of why is it important to look at an inequality, we have had quite a bit of problem to show that inequality can be inefficient. But when you start thinking about the unfair side of inequality, inequality that is determined not by things that are under your control, that is sort of, Chico used this terminology of bad cholesterol and good cholesterol when talking about the inequality. So there is a bad cholesterol of inequality, which is this, that depends on whether you are black, brown, or white, or whether your parents are well educated, that you can't do anything about. And if that determines a lot, that is disincentive for people. So there's an excellent paper by Issier, Clenot, and others that look at the distribution of occupation in the US at almost 100 years ago, 40, 50 years ago, I don't remember now. And basically, most of the well-paying professions were all white men occupied by. And 40 years later, these women and African American are occupying these profession, and they make calculations with a fairly sophisticated model that says that 20 to 40% of the growth rate in the last 40 years of the US is determined by having reduced inequality of opportunity, having given access to occupation to more people. And that's a very simple idea, because talent is not concentrated in certain parts of the population. They are distributed normally, so giving access to more people is helpful. Then there are other things that are linked to this. Obsession with inequality of income in terms of vertical inequality between the rich and the poor, just looking at that, but which is important. It is what the Gini gives you, but when you start breaking into groups and looking at inequality among groups, so regions, cohorts, generation, young, old, rural, urban, you start seeing inequality in a different way, and then you can move society in a more potentially policy salient way than just reducing the gap between the rich and the poor. Francis Stewart, an economist in Oxford, old style economist, used this term of horizontal inequality to really think about what is the inequality between group, and that is what is political salient. One last thing I want to say is that the demand for policy correcting inequality doesn't come necessarily from the poor looking at the rich, right? But it comes from the perception of whether a society is fair or not fair. And so having the idea of inequality of opportunity is what helps identify the process through which inequality comes about, and therefore potentially correction mechanism. So that's why I think focusing on inequality opportunity and focusing on the process that determines inequality is important to do something about it.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you, Maurizio, for that. And talking about the multidimensionality of income inequality, I think it's time to talk about a recent paper by Horacio. He published it with some co-authors in the Journal of Public Economics last year. It's a intergenerational mobility of socio-emotional skills, right? So I would appreciate if you can tell us, like in general, about the main findings of this work, and at the end, maybe like a policy like that could realistically change this, let's say, fact or suggestion that you're finding in this paper, so to avoid that there is this like perpetuation of let's say, low level of socio-emotional skills or high level. Well, we want to perpetuate high level, but the low, no. We want actually mobility also in that matter. So.
Okay, thanks. Let me first say briefly what the paper does. So in the UK, a great resource is the availability of this cohort data. And one of the best cohort data available is the BCS, the British Cohort Study. These were people that were born in 1970. And the reason why it's particularly important is because obviously there is the first data collection in 1970, then people are followed through life. And so there is a fair amount of information on their parents. And so you have their educations, their income at the beginning and all that. And then remarkably, you also have, in 2004, those members of the cohort who had kids, these kids were also observed. So we have 3 generations of data on 3 generations of individuals. So what we looked at is mainly is to look at the transmission of the 1970 kids on their children. And I will not go into all the selection problems because obviously you only have the 3rd generation of if you do have a kid. And it's age 34. And obviously it's more common for women than for men and all that. But let's not talk about that. And what we find is that there is this transmission of social-emotional skills. And we do a bunch of different techniques. It's not, so that's the first finding, and maybe not too surprising. The second finding is that it's not just the parents that count, but also the grandparents. So there is this multi-generational stuff. So if you put both the parent and the grandfather, they're both significant. Obviously, the parent plays a bigger role, but they're both significant. But what I think is the most interesting finding of that is that if 50% of the cohort is male and 50% of the cohort is female. And so we look at how much males and females transmit their social-emotional skills to their offspring. And the transmission is much, much stronger for women than for men. And I think that's, these are just facts. These are just simple regressions, if you want, with the caveat of some selection issues. But if you start thinking about what drives that thing, especially the last result, is probably that even for people born in 1970, in a society like the UK, obviously the roles that mothers and fathers play in the family is very different. And these social-emotional skills transmitted by the mothers much more than by the fathers indicate that these kids probably have a much more direct contact with their mothers than with their fathers. And this is independently if you're looking at the grandchildren, whether they're males or females. That's always true. So those are the main results of that paper. What can we do to change that? I really don't know, because at that point, what I'm telling you in this story is that parental behavior is what shapes the way kids are. And that's very, very difficult to change. Let me go back to something I said during my presentation. Maybe possible interventions are interventions that try to change the way parents interact with their children. And again, these are a far from trivial thing, because it's not that you write or even do a TV program and say, look, you should do this and this and the other. This don't change. I don't think it's impossible. You know, think of the way things change with smoking. You know, when I grew up, everybody was smoking, and now it's very, very different, the attitudes. But it took quite a bit of time for this type of knowledge and attitude to ingrain into people's behavior. And for parenting might be even harder than for smoking, because it's a much more intimate and much more subtle changes. Moreover, you know, if you ask me, I wouldn't know how to design a policies of that kind. What I do not know, and maybe I should, is whether what are the ages that are more critical for the formation. I know for cognition, those early years are very, very important. For social emotional, maybe you have a bit more time. So kids that even when they are 10, 11, 12 can be affected by the way you treat them. But I'm not too sure about that.
Yes, of course.
Sorry. I'm just curious. Sorry. Just to understand what you have been doing is if the mother has high social cognitive skills, social emotional skills, these are transmitted more than the father. It's not the average. If the father has bad one and the mother has good ones,
I cannot. No, I cannot. Unfortunately, because the parents are. We observe one parent. Either the mother. Half of them are fathers, because these are subjects of the BCS. So you know. No, and it could be. We saw some stuff on associative mating. If there is, probably there is associative mating in social emotional skills, I would guess. But yeah. But still, the fact that the associative mating will work in both directions. So the fact that this transmission is higher for the mothers is.
Okay, Horacio, thank you. I think Carranza is the closest we have to people involved in policy, real policy. Apart from research, he has really involved in Colombian policy, no? So, yeah, if we want to know what's the most important things that we need to have or to, you know, to promote, to really like level the field, which is what brings us here together. I want to ask you, according to you, what are like the most important institutional or policy factors that can make this possible, this goal possible?
Well, that's that's a difficult question for which I don't have an exact answer, of course. But I would refer to research by colleagues. As I said before, at the bank we have this broad research agenda which includes all these social issues. I think Cristian Pozo presented in the course earlier during the week, and he's the coordinator of a soon forthcoming document on social programs in Colombia, like a survey of social programs, which of course includes a bunch of work by Horacio too, but it tries to cover like all the policy interventions taking place during the last 2 decades or so in Colombia, for which we have a structure and careful evaluation. And I think there's a common thread among all these evaluations. this is my reading of a preliminary drafts of the document, and I think it kind of also it's something that you could also more or less read from the discussion during the presentation by Horacio, which is that much of the effectivity of these programs depend on the quality of the people involved, depend on whether it is the quality is addressed, in the sense that we make sure that the people making the interventions are well trained, and they don't delegate, for example, or that the intervention involves the parents, and the parents get solid information about what they should do. It depends on whether, for example, Jóvenes en Acción, which is it was a very successful program, which is still having positive effects, I don't know, 15 years later, based on like structured curricula and carefully made interventions, which by the way are difficult to scale up, also as was pointed out before here, this issue about being careful about quality, it strikes me as an important feature of policies intended to address inequality. I'm happy that Horacio wants to intervene. I also want to say something a little, I guess, more philosophical, which is that ever since the 1990s, the Colombian government has used, and a lot of Latin American governments have used market-based interventions in order to induce social change, like giving demand-side subsidies, so that people look for better schools. People try to take charge of their lives, and they have been successful, but that success only goes so far. It only works where market forces can be really work, and there are many instances where these forces don't actually have teeth, like the anecdote that Horacio mentioned about this woman that had no idea that all she had to do to make her daughter learn the words was just to show images. It's like she didn't know that there was no market force that was leading her to do that. And I would also point out that in terms of leveling the play field, we are failing on basic education, and we have been more successful when higher education. We have good public universities, and on top of that, we have the Colombian society has been successful channeling resources towards students who look for better colleges, but those market forces don't work when we're talking about 4 or 5 year kids, and we have a very poor basic education system, and that won't improve just through markets, and we really don't know how to do it.
I just wanted, if I may.
Yes, of course.
I just wanted to add one thing. When you said that the programs need to be, the people running the programs have to have a high qualification. I agree, obviously, if I can generate lots of salaries and send them around, that would be great. But that's not feasible. And there, the quality stuff becomes, when you design the intervention, you have to design in a way that can be implemented even by a labor force that for one reason or another does not have enough qualifications and skill to do a sophisticated thing. One thing about Sally's curriculum, some people criticize her because it's too prescriptive. The curriculum is this book, and you take out a page for every week, and you do the visit, and the visit tells you have to do this, this, and this. Is that prescriptive? Yes, it is. But at that point, that sort of activities can be implemented even by somebody that doesn't not know the fine details of child development. And in terms of the market stuff, I think Governance in Action is a good example of the interaction between at least the original version of the program was designed so that the firms that were doing the training would get compensation only if they would find firms. So the program was 6 months, of which 3 as in the classroom and 3 as apprenticeship, and they would get compensation only if they would find the firms they would take these kids to do the apprenticeship, which created an incentive for these firms doing the training to find to design courses around skills that were needed in the labor market. So I think that was one of the reasons for the success of Governance.
Okay, thank you, Horacio. So one told me that everything for the cocktail is ready. So I promise I have only a last question for my panel, particularly for Lucio. And then afterward, I invite you to go outside, just, around the corner. We call it El Teatrino de Auditorios. And then we can, close the event, chat together. You can have the opportunity to talk among each other and with the professors. And, enjoy and have a great time. Okay, so Lucio has been working in a very interesting project that I envy, actually, because he has to travel a lot to Brazil because of that, to Rio particularly, which I love that city. I think there are pretty interesting findings you have, got with your co-authors, with your partners of research, and I would like that you tell us particularly about inequality. What do you think it's relevant for Colombia, for the context of Colombia, with of that work, about that work?
Yeah, okay. So I'm the one dividing you from the cocktails, okay? At this time of the day. And you get, I'm afraid, the last, I will go down in history as the last talk of the event, and it will be a methodology talk mostly. So you will remember for that. Okay, so the first thing I want to say, what indication it gives about Colombia is that in Colombia we need to start studying income inequality, because we know nothing about income inequality and inequality in general in Colombia. I know it's a big statement, but I really believe this is the case. And I can't claim to be an expert on Colombia yet, but I think there are at least 2 reasons. One is that there's a big reliance among researchers interested in social issues in development on the CISBEN, because it's a very rich source of data, but CISBEN only has got the poorest 50% of the population, so it does not really work. I've been approached by people who want to use the CISBEN to apply my methodologies, but it was not possible. And the second reason is a sort of Dutch disease, which I think Colombia has. So Colombia has been so successful in studying multidimensional poverty that multidimensional poverty has become all is being studied in Colombia. So I had a PhD student in the UK from Korea who did her thesis with me on multidimensional poverty, and she came to Colombia for her fieldwork. So that's fantastic. By the way, she also went to Mexico, for her fieldwork. And she actually said that Colombian food is better than Mexicans. Okay? Yeah. I disagree. But so this focus, these energies put in multidimensional poverty, and I work on multidimensional poverty, are very welcome, but I think it detracted energies from studying inequality. So the disparities, economic disparities among people, all groups, but let's even just focus on individuals. So what to do? And I come to what Blanca exactly asked me. I took this route. So one thing I'm doing in the realm of a big project funded by the Medical Research Council is we have done it, we have inputted income in the Colombian census. So that in this way, we've got the size and the granularity of the income census potentials with an income variable to study inequality in Colombia. Okay? First, so the data. Then the concepts and the metrics. So you are lucky if you find some papers using the Gini coefficient in Colombia. So the Gini is a measure of inequality. But there are two sorts of problems. One is that two different income distributions may have the same Gini. So if you want to study the relationship between violence and inequality, migration inequality, mortality inequality using the Gini, you will have in your data set that the two different areas have a different distributions but the same Gini. So of course, you will not end up finding anything interesting, okay? Or in most cases. And the second problem is, and this is my kink, okay, is that inequality is mostly 99.9% of the times studied when it is really studied in terms of disparities through aggregate indicators, the Gini, the Atkinson, the Tail, and so on. But these are summary metrics of dispersion of the distribution. And to put in the words of Richard Wilkinson, the author of The Spirit Level, they completely ignore the dynamics of superiority and inferiority that occur in a distribution. That's an issue also Angus Deaton flagged. So how do you go around that? So you use individual measures of advantages and disadvantages. So relative deprivation measures. And by doing that, you really see, depending on what the individual is perceiving and taking as inequality from their own position, what relationship there may be with all the social outcomes we want, from health to education to migration, etc. So a methodological change into using individual-based metrics of disparities, okay, which I've used, for example, in Brazil. Well, let me talk first about Mexico. So in my research on Mexico, I found that the Gini coefficient has no relationship with depression. Okay, so you think, wow, more inequality should increase depression. But if you use summary metrics of inequality, aggregate measure, you got no relationship. Once you look at this from individual disparity measures, even controlling for people's absolute income, right, you see that being above the distribution at the top or the bottom makes a difference, okay, because of these dynamics of superiority and inferiority. And second, we also found that these do interact with the Gini coefficient. So we found that actually, if you are well placed in the income distribution, that's a protective factor against depression. But if you are in the upper part of the income distribution, in very unequal municipalities, then that becomes a risk factor. So the inequality being well placed in an equal context can be good unless this context is very unequal. And you can think about being rich in a very unequal setting, what it may mean in terms of fear of robberies, kidnapping of your kids, whatever, right? So coming to Brazil in the end, these measures, whether of inequality, whether aggregate or individual, need to be used in intersectionality studies. So we need to take a new way of looking at intersectionality, gender, race, age, etc., through the intersection, the interaction with these different economic measures of disparities. And we need to be prepared to find something even unexpected, which we find exactly in Brazil. So we found that the two classic measures of discrimination, of disadvantage, in intersectionality studies, gender and race are indeed sources of disadvantage when talking about Brazilian high school results. So if you're a female, if you're black or brown, you achieve less than males and than whites, okay? Now, what is the interaction with income? Is what we expect. If you're female or if you're black, in a richer households, money whitens, you know, as they say in Brazil. So money helps you overcome the discrimination generated by being a female and being black or brown, okay? But what about relative disadvantage? So your individual level measure of inequality within the distribution. In that case, we got that gender interacts with this measure as expected, but not race. So we see that race interacts with relative disadvantage in a way that those suffering the most are whites and not blacks, okay? And why could that be? I did interviews with teachers, you know, to kind of shed light on these results, and they say things like, yes, because blacks can be more resilient to a position of inferiority in the, in the economic hierarchy. Whites who are at the bottom, they're not expected to be there. So being at the bottom is worse for them, okay? So this type of research is, I think, where we need to go towards in Colombia. And I think this type of research also helps worldwide, because if it is true that when you look at this individual level measure of disadvantage and you interact them with, for example, race, ethnic group, and you see that the majority in a country, the leading group, the biggest group, okay, who, by the way the economy has gone, has lost ground in the income distribution, they feel that they're lagging behind more than they should because they are, you know, the natives. What would they do? At the next election, they will vote some extreme parties, okay? So it's a lesson that actually has to be learned worldwide, and a type of research which I think would be very interesting to do, you know, in the coming years.
Thank you, Lucio, and thank to all of you. Thanks to my panel. Well, un aplauso para mi panel. Thank you to the 3 Italian and 1 Colombian. Okay, thank you to all of you, those who are here from 8:30. That was like a very long day, but I hope very productive, that you have learned a lot. I have learned a lot. So, well, it's time to now enjoy. So.